This boy is shunned by the entire village, mistreated by his siblings at home, and even his parents see him as a cursed child. All of this is because Sko possesses a special ability to read the thoughts of humans and animals. Sko originally just wanted to live a quiet life, but because the most beautiful girl in the village showed him kindness, he was falsely accused of theft by a village boy who secretly liked her. With no one believing him, he ultimately despaired and left the village, which only brought him pain. On the way, Sko managed to hitch a ride with a carriage team and got to know the captain, Lina. While the convoy was moving, the horses suddenly stopped for no apparent reason. No matter how much the driver whipped them, they remained still. Hearing that Sko could read the thoughts of animals, Lina asked her younger brother to solve the problem, saying that even if they hurt the old man, he still would not say much. Using his ability, Sko discovered that the horses were scared. They sensed a very dangerous creature ahead, and if the convoy dared to enter its territory, everyone would lose their lives. Sko immediately relayed this information to Lina. Lina also remembered a large creature only found on snowy mountains, which was the white-furred monkey. To continue their journey, Lina gathered a team to hunt the monster, and even Sko was taken along in case they needed a translator. According to the horses, the creature they sensed was much more terrifying than the white-furred monkey. The group entered the forest, and sunlight finally disappeared, engulfing everything in darkness. One member of the group used magic to light a fire for guidance, and a sudden gust of wind made Sko extremely alert. In the darkness, he faintly heard the thoughts of the monster. "Foolish humans, I will devour all of you." To understand the emotions of a creature without touching them, that creature must possess a will strong enough. If Sko could sense the aura from a distance, it would be even more dangerous. Sko immediately warned everyone that we must turn back, but Lina disagreed, as this was the only transit route the convoy had to pass through. Lina asked if there were any other monsters besides it. Sko said there was only one, but it was extremely dangerous. Just then, everyone suddenly stopped and pulled out their weapons, as a giant monster had appeared in front of them without them noticing. This was the first time the group had seen such a large white-furred monkey. Faced with the monster, everyone remained calm and organized their fighting formation. Lina, being the direct fighter, stepped forward to exchange a few basic moves with the monster. Midinad stood behind, continuously supporting him. While not paying attention, the monster was shot in the palm by the archer, and it roared in anger, shaking the entire forest. The archer was terrified by the roar, leaving him paralyzed and pale-faced. But in that moment, the monster swung a slap that knocked him away. Just as its sharp claws were about to end the archer's life, Sko suddenly ran up and stood in front of him, telling the monster to stop. "I did not expect that after hearing your words, it would calm down and no longer be aggressive like before." Seeing this, Lina took the opportunity while the monster was immobilized, quickly sneaking up behind it. "I told you to be mindful of the distance, did not I?" With that, Lina swung her sword fiercely at the monster's back, causing it to howl in pain. Taking advantage of the situation, the other teammates also unleashed their full firepower to attack it. In the end, the injured monster had to flee into the forest. "It is running away. Hurry up and chase it. We have to finish it off." While everyone was hunting the monster, only Sko had not yet calmed down after the recent events. At that moment, the monster understood your intention, even if just for a brief moment. It paused. You felt that this monster was not as brutal as rumored. What if everyone had misunderstood it? Then Sko heard the monster's heart. "Mom, I am scared. Mom, I am so scared." Just as Sko suspected, he had to stop everyone and save the monster before it was too late. Following its footprints left in the snow, Sko found a cave. The area around here was quite peaceful. Surely the Warriors Guild had not yet discovered this cave. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily he arrived just in time. Sko slowly entered the cave. The deeper he went, the darker it became. While walking, he instinctively covered his nose, as a strong smell of blood suddenly wafted in front of him. Continuing deeper inside, after a while, Sko finally saw the white figure of the monster sitting alone in the cave. He did not understand why this figure made him feel so lonely. And then he saw the memories of the white-furred monkey. On a freezing night, the snow covered the forest. A family of white-furred monkeys went out to look for food. The alpha monkey suddenly stopped as if it had sensed something. On the cold snowy surface lay a girl who had fainted from hunger. The monkey family did not harm her but instead brought her back to their cave to warm her up. At first, when she woke up, the girl was very scared to be faced with the fierce creatures as rumored. However, after spending some time with them, she discovered the truth that they were incredibly gentle, even sharing with her a lot of rare food during the winter. Gradually, the girl began to bond with the monkeys, and they regarded her as a member of their family. Because our little darling was as beautiful as white snow, they named her Nezura. However, happiness did not last long. One day, a group of hunters with guns found the cave's location, and the girl was killed while trying to protect the monkeys. Baby monkey Nezura, hiding behind a rock, witnessed everything, and from that moment on, it grew to hate humans. Nezura is the monkey currently in front of Sko, and it lost its happy family because of humans. Seeing Sko, Nezura unconsciously called out Mom. He replied that he was not its mother. Nezura curiously asked, Then who are you? My name is Sko. At that moment, Nezura looked gentle and innocent like a child. Did you come here to catch me? No. Then why did Sko come here? I do not know either. I just felt I needed to be here. Humans. They have killed my family. They are all humans, yet they ruthlessly laid hands on my mother, on their own kind. I just do not understand why anymore. I know. Perhaps it is because of money. What is money, Sko? It is a concept of humans. They can use money to do anything. If that thing called money exists, then I can meet my mother and family again. Right? No, that is impossible. So, I can seek revenge. Right, that is possible. If money can be used for revenge, why can't it bring my family back? After that, Nezura suddenly cried out loud as if wanting to release all the pent-up frustration within. I was really very angry. I thought about slaughtering all of them, but when Sko appeared, I realized that there was nothing left to worry about. If revenge is something I can use human money for, then I do not think I need it. Because otherwise, I would be no different from that money. That is enough. I want to rest. Goodbye, Sko. Then you left the cave. Just as you stepped outside, a bag suddenly fell onto you. The one who threw the bag to Sko was a black cat named Suki whom you had helped. I am glad Mia is still okay, Suki. I am not weak enough to be taken down by some petty brat. Do you want me to carry my? No way. Carrying that little black cat is ridiculous. Man, where is me, Suki? Out to the car. Where else? What about Nezu? Just leave it be, but it is injured. If someone else finds it, it will die. Even if you would freeze to death if you stayed here. I think I should go back to the cave. It is up to you. You are really smart, yet you can abandon yourself like this. What do you mean by that, Maya? You think that anyway. Everyone will abandon you, so you do not expect anything at all. Sko did not respond to the cat. He just quietly took the bag back into the cave. Opening the bag revealed a coat to keep warm. After putting it on, he rested his head on Nezu's soft fur and fell asleep without realizing it. At this moment, the cat slowly walked over to Sko. It turned out it had not left but had secretly followed him all along. I am sure I said we should go back to the car. That we should not abandon the children. If you get sick, it is all your own doing, Sko. After saying this, the area around the cat began to glow, and in an instant, Suki transformed into a large black tiger. Even its eyes were two colors, half gold and half blue. Slowly lay down next to Sko, quietly protecting him. Seeing Sko sleeping peacefully next to Nezu reminded Suki of its past. In a research facility underground without light, Suki was treated as a test subject by humans. When the experimental results failed, they wanted to eliminate it. After that, Suki broke out of the testing facility and escaped from there. With the wounds on its body, Suki thought its life was coming to an end. In the darkness, a little cat lay gasping on the cold snow, waiting for death to come. However, what found it was not death, but a warm embrace. It was a boy with eyes radiating kindness, holding Suki in his arms. Those were the purest eyes it had ever seen in its life. That boy is also the one who named a failed abandoned experiment after it, Suki. The next morning, sunlight shone into the cave, and Sko also woke up. He thanked Suki for giving him a warm coat. Otherwise, he would have caught a cold last night. Suki asked Sko if he was injured anywhere, and he said no. After that, Suki transformed back into her black cat form. Nezu saw a new friend and ran out to greet him, not understanding how yesterday she was so big, but now she was only as tall as Sko. Suki asked how long he intended to keep this monkey. It should be safe now. The wound on his back has healed. There has not been any movement around here for quite a while, so it seems no groups are chasing us anymore. It is time to say goodbye. Take care, Nezu. Just then, Nezu suddenly called Sko's name. Not in thought but as a sound that actually came from her mouth, which startled Suki. How could this monkey actually speak human language? Nezu continued to say, let us go together. Nezu wants to go too. Sko, unsure, asked if she really wanted to follow him. Nezu did not answer but just patted his head. I do not mind, but it could be very dangerous. I do not have the strength to protect you anymore. It is okay. Nezu will protect Sko. Nezu is really strong. There is no one else around, and Nezu does not want to be alone anymore. I am heading towards the city where there are many people. Is not it true that just seeing them makes one feel angry and scared? I think I would be angry if I saw those who killed my family. But the other people, I do not care about. Sko warned that there might be someone wanting to catch him, but Nezu was still very cheerful. In that case, I can be angry. Right, in the end, Sko could not bear to leave Nezu alone, so he decided to take her along. That morning, Sko managed to reach Galatia town before the sun set. On the way, Nezu was very obedient, so outsiders thought she was just his pet. However, because this pet was quite large, Sko was stopped by two guys in blue shirts. Don't you know that medium-sized animals in this town have to be leashed? That is a white-furred monkey. Right, isn't it a monster? You could get into trouble for that. It seems that the kid is someone from another rural area, so he does not know anything. After that, they handed Sko a pet collar and told him to put it on Nezu. If seen without a leash again, it would be illegal. Remember that, Nezu was very understanding and, knowing Sko was uncomfortable, proactively told him to go ahead and do it. It was fine. He looked at her like that and felt reluctant. wanting to say something else. But she stopped him. It is okay. If I decide to break it, nothing can stop me. With no other choice, Sko had to put the collar on Nezu. Once in human territory, one must follow the customs. That way they would not attract attention from others. Since you just arrived in the city, we made this exception for you. It seems your monkey is very smart. Take good care of her. Sko looked at Nezu with a sad expression, apologizing for letting her be treated this way. Sko is like a mother. Every day, Mother tells Nezu that she is very sorry. At first, I was curious, so I asked why she was apologizing. But every time I asked, she just stayed silent and did not answer. However, after hearing it enough times, I finally understood. When Mom said she was sorry, meant that she loved me very much. That day, the snow fell very cold, but it could not drive away the warmth in Nezu's heart whenever he thought of his mother. The next day, Sko went all around town looking for a job to cover living expenses, but there was not a single place willing to take him. The first reason was that he was too small, and his body was frail. The second reason was Nezu. Although he was very gentle, in everyone's eyes, he was still just a white-furred monkey. If you are looking for a job, then maybe going to the guild would be better. They might have some suitable jobs for you, and they also accept help for completing requests. You will definitely find a job you can do. Just go to the building in the town center. I think the guild's name is Ignis. According to the address Sko found, the Ignis Guild is there, ensuring customer satisfaction. Welcome to Ignis, the greatest guild with a completion rate of 99.9%. As Sko opened the door and stepped inside, a staff member came out to greet him. Welcome to our Ignis Trading Guild. For request submissions, please go to the right door and take a waiting ticket. I heard that you are hiring new members. That is correct, sir. Please go up the left stairs and fill out the application form. If by chance you can't read, do not worry. I have learned to read and write. After that, Sko politely said goodbye to the receptionist and led "They'll need you upstairs." Sko's curious look around caught the attention of a man. He wondered if this kid was here to apply for a job at the guild. This kid seemed like a country bumpkin, and he even brought a pet along. I came because I heard you are hiring new members. That is right. Do you know what kind of jobs the guild usually handles? I understand that you take requests and fulfill them. That is not wrong. My name is Hark, the manager of the Galaxia branch of Guild Ignis. The manager then invited Sko to sit down to discuss matters. Usually, I would decide whether to interview you after reviewing your resume, but recently, requests have been pouring in, and the workforce is limited. At this point, I would not mind offering a price for assistance. May I ask where you are from? It is a water region. Is that entire river your hometown? Which river are you talking about? It is the Sebia River. What is your specialty? Taming animals. Something like that. Something like that. It is best not to use those terms to describe it. I need to know exactly what you are good at so I can arrange a suitable job. My specialty is being able to read the hearts of animals. This kid has quite a unique ability, but I have never heard of the ability to read the hearts of animals before. There are many powers in this world. They create magic by using mana or connecting with elemental spirits. Some find and utilize special laws, while others can heal wounds. There are only a small group of abilities in the world, and most of them are categorized. But that strange ability he just mentioned does not fit any of those categories. It is not a human but an animal. So this is a bit strange. Please excuse me. If I had known you were an ability user, I would not have gone through the trouble of this interview. Right now, he seems like a wild card. Depending on the number, it could be a full house, or it could end with just a pair. Let us take a gamble and see. House number 3. Look for the animal trader on the Corpse Road. He is a monk who is part of a guild, but it seems he recently acquired some rare species and is having trouble maintaining them. If you really have that ability, it might solve his problem. If this works out, you will receive guild coins from the merchant. Guild coins function as proof of your success, so take them and come back here. House number 3. Corpse Road, over there, Stu. Thanks, Nezu. After Nezu pointed out the house, Stu headed to the address written on the paper. This house had 2 fierce dogs chained up in front of the door, but facing Stu's pet behind him. They had to bow down. The 2 dogs immediately lay down in front of him, trembling non-stop. Nezu still had an innocent face as if he had done nothing wrong. You do not have to be afraid. I won't attack you, so do not worry. I am here to meet the owner of this place. As Stu spoke, he patted the dogs' heads, causing them to stop being scared. Suddenly, someone behind asked if he came from the guild. Stu turned around and saw a bald uncle. Yes, sir, I am the one sent here by Yul Ignis. I brought the dogs because they are battle dogs that refuse to listen to anyone. If they are quiet, either they are going crazy or you really have that strange ability. So follow me, kid. The uncle then led Stu to his workplace, where they stopped in front of the cage of some creature. Look, do you know why this creature, Oat, keeps rolling around like that? It is a very rare and expensive breed, and it was fine when it first arrived. But this damn Oat does not even want to eat when I bring food. It is really infuriating. Stu silently read the uncle's thoughts. Even though he appeared frustrated, he really just wanted to tell it. Little one, please do not be sick anymore. This shows that the uncle is someone who truly cares for and loves animals. Stu began to sit down and carefully evaluate the creature in the cage. It is still just a baby. What are you talking about? If you do not introduce it to the Foundation from a young age, it will attack humans when it grows up. If the nobles complain about the exotic animal trade, how am I supposed to make excuses? Huh, you spoiled brat. This kid is really not normal at all. The uncle said it was in pain, but exactly where? Stu began to use his ability to communicate with the little creature and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if someone was squeezing it, causing him to fall back. Seeing this, the uncle worriedly asked if he was okay. Could it be that the kid was in pain too? No, I am not the one in pain. It is the pain of this Draggy. What are you saying? How can this be? At this moment, Stu is focused on observing Draggy's memories. Hey kid, are you frozen in shock or what? Damn. Why did you stop talking in the middle of that? That child. Right now its heart is melting. Uncle does not understand what you mean. Are you talking nonsense? Stu explains that this species usually lives in extremely cold waters. If you cover it with dry soil or sawdust, it won't be able to breathe and will wither to death. But Uncle thinks Draggy is a monster that lives in the desert, and Stu is just talking nonsense. I am saying its heart made of ice is melting. Come on, what kind of animal needs an icy heart to live? Even so, when seeing his pet writhing in pain, he was extremely worried, and regardless of whether Stu was right or wrong, he had to try once. Winter will come soon. I will create an environment similar to the desert where you used to live. Uncle sighed, secretly cursing the little brat, and tossed the shovel into Stu's hands. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go outside to scoop some snow and bring it in. Why should I do it alone? Do you want an old man like me to do it? I have no strength left, so you young men should hurry and scoop some snow in here. If it gets too late, both you and this troublesome little Rocky will be done for. After saying that, Uncle took Rocky out of the cage and released it into the water tank. Sure enough, after being exposed to the cold water, it seemed much more comfortable. Seeing that, Uncle felt relieved. It turned out that kid was not lying to him. But what is that guy still standing there looking at? Hurry up and go, it is almost time. Uncle is kind-hearted but a bit short-tempered. After that, Stu had to take the shovel and go outside to scoop snow. After getting the snow, Uncle told you to put it in the water tank. Look at you, get more snow instead of just standing there. Do we still need more? Stop talking and keep scooping until I tell you to stop. Be quick. After a while, when the water tank was filled with snow, Rocky no longer felt pain and was able to stand up and move normally. Rocky is already an extremely rare species. Among them there are even a few ice-type variants, so they are not widely known. Seeing Rocky happy again, Stu also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his efforts to scoop snow all night were not in vain. This kid has already started to relax. Huh. Do you think it is time to rest? Hurry up and follow me. It turns out Uncle wants Stu to look at the other animals. This horse has a thorn stuck in its hoof, and here is a predator. Their territorial competition is very high, so it is best to separate them. Uncle was very satisfied with Stu's abilities. It turned out this kid really could understand animals. After a hard night, it was time to reap the rewards. Here you go, do not lose it. Okay kid, Stu watched Uncle go further away, unable to hold back the sweat. So you have read his thoughts. Stu, are you going to leave? Don't go. Please stay, Uncle is smart. Will you stay to help him out? At that moment, a cold breeze passed by, causing Stu to shiver uncontrollably. He suddenly slumped down by the roadside, making Nezu very worried. Are you okay, Stu? Did you catch a cold? Suki quickly arrived to check on his health. What is wrong with you? It seems like you are not injured. Get up. Sitting outside in the cold for too long will make you catch a cold. Stu gently rubbed Suki's head. Thanking her. Thank you for what? Thank you for not avoiding someone like me who is all messed up. You do not like being touched by me. Do you? Likewise, I absolutely hate being touched by humans, but just now when I was rubbing your head, why did not you dodge? You really do not realize anything. Do you, Stu? I am talking about you being different from those humans. Do whatever you want. I won't avoid you. I am leaving now. After that, Stu returned to the Ignis Guild. The manager was very surprised. That grumpy person not only returned 1 gold coin but 2. It seems that this kid's ability to understand animal thoughts is real. Welcome, Stu. From now on, you are officially a member of the guild. I will give you the uniform and identification badge. Remember to wear it when you go on missions. Wait a moment, let me go inside to get the stuff. A little later, the manager returned with a brand new outfit. From the 3rd floor of this building upwards, everything is housing for guild members. Facilities are not that great, but if you have nowhere else to go, feel free to take a look. Animals are also allowed, so do not worry. Tomorrow morning, head down to the employment support department. You can go rest now. After completing the mission, Sko was arranged by the manager to have a room at the guild to stay in. Wearing the new guild uniform, he had become a dashing and stylish young man. Even Neju had to compliment Sko on how handsome he looked in this outfit. Lying on the soft and warm bed, the feeling of comfort made him inadvertently reminisce about his past life. Compared to before, he felt much happier now. Neju, are you asleep yet? Do you regret it? Regret following me? You have to wear chains. Your freedom is restricted, and people stare at you, not to mention the road ahead will be much harder. Sko thought Neju must regret it a lot. He would return him to the mountain tomorrow, but Neju's words made him feel very warm. I do not regret it. I am very glad that I followed Sko. I also feel relieved that I am no longer alone. Instead of hating humans, I can still live while learning to love them. Neju. Thank you. During the time I was locked up in the attic, I received an old dictionary from my brother. I learned to read and write from it by myself, though I could not understand everything. But now I think I have figured it out. This is the true meaning of connection. The next day, when the first rays of sunlight shone through the window, it was also the beginning of Sko's first working day at the guild. Sko's new look made the manager almost not recognize him. That kid of yours looks handsome even in the guild uniform. Who is this? Branch manager. Is he the new guy? That is right. Rosalie. His name is Sko. He is the new member who joined us yesterday. But he is not working for the employment support department, nor is he involved in magic or cooking support. Didn't you say he has a unique ability? How can he not be related to magic or cooking? His ability is a bit special. At least we have to wait for a response from our superiors before making a decision. The manager asked Sko if he liked candy. Then he brought a jar of colorful candy in front of him, not knowing which color to choose. He just picked one at random. Turns out he knows how to enjoy himself. Most people do not really know what it tastes like. But honestly, gummy candy is the best. I knew I was right about you. Seeing that Sko had the same taste in candy as him, the manager kept talking nonstop, leaving Sko unsure of what to do. Only the girl named Rosalie understood their boss and was already used to this scene. Don't mind Sko. He is always like that. Sko was also a bit curious about the candy in his hand, wondering why the manager liked it so much, so he put the candy in his mouth to try and see what it tasted like, only to find it hurt more than it tasted good. Right now, we still do not know which team you will join, so just help us out for now. Going through the first door will lead you to our workplace. Inside is a spacious room, and everyone is busy handling documents and paperwork here. Have you ever seen a black rubber band? Sko. I have been looking for one for a while now but have not found it. I have never seen one. It would be great to have one now. And just like that, the two continued to look at each other in silence, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Your kid is so foolish. What I mean is if you have nothing to do, go buy some back here. Go get Gil's stamp. You just need to stamp it on the line and also buy a unicorn marker. When Sko went outside to ask where to buy the stuff, he was directed to a grocery store near the square. When he arrived, the vendor was busy searching for something up high. Excuse me, do you sell black rubber bands and unicorn markers here? Sorry, but you will have to find it yourself. I am really busy right now. After a while of rummaging, the girl finally found what she wanted. It seemed to be a blue crystal ball. At this moment, the vendor noticed Sko and asked what he wanted to buy. But then the girl suddenly saw Nezu. She screamed in fear, calling it a monster, and accidentally slipped off the ladder and fell. Sko quickly reacted and managed to catch the girl before she got hurt. After that, he also did not forget to explain that his friend is not a monster. It is a long white monkey named Nezu. Seeing Sko's handsome face up close made the girl blush. Oh, yeah, sorry. I am a bit scared of animals. It turns out it is your pet. It is Nezu, not a pet. Please call it correctly. Seeing that Nezu did not seem fierce, the girl calmed down and introduced herself as Sally. Sko told Sally he wanted to buy a set of black rubber bands and a unicorn marker. A moment later, Sally brought you the item you wanted to buy. Here it is. Dear customer. At that moment, Sally was stunned to remember that she had dropped the magical orb when she fell down the stairs. She anxiously searched everywhere for it until Sko reminded her that she had just dropped it over there. Thank goodness, I found it. Thank you. Dear customer, after the purchase was completed, you were about to leave when Sally stopped you and asked what your name was. You said your name was Sko. So Sko, would you mind trying this before you go? What is it? This is a new product that I had to take great risks to obtain. A magical orb that can read your heart. They say you can see the colors of a person's emotions. Is not that romantic? I do not need it. What? But why? Because no one wants to read something like a heart in turmoil. The ability to read thoughts, memories, or feelings is the most useless ability in the world. The next day, your superior made the decision to assign Sko to the special support department. The manager handed you a piece of paper and told you to read this. This is a request from a 10-year-old girl. Her puppy won't listen to her. Please help her make it a good dog. The special support department will take on requests that do not require combat experience, mainly serving high-ranking nobles. The request is a bit vague, but just let it be as long as there is money to be made. Most of these requests are measured by customer satisfaction. If Sko gets a Sujiu, then it is considered a success, and if they cancel the order or request to change to another member, it means failure. The manager reminded you that if Sko displeases a noble, your future could be ruined, so be careful. Don't be fooled just because it is a child. A young noble is still a noble. You must serve that girl with all your heart. Good luck, Sko. Hoping for a successful request to turn out a well-behaved puppy. As is customary before starting a mission, Sko will pick a piece of candy from the jar. You put it in your mouth. chewing while thinking that it still has the same taste as before. Then Sko arrived at the mansion of the Fabian noble family. You told the 2 guards at the gate that you were here for the request sent to Guild Ignis, and after confirming, they allowed you to enter. As soon as you stepped into the mansion, Sko heard the sound of dogs barking continuously. Compared to the 2 fighting dogs last time, this noise was indeed inferior, but in terms of rudeness, it was only worse. Not better. Anyone who has raised small ornamental dogs like this knows how fierce they can be. They are aggressive and often bite their owners too. Here we go again. Go away. You human. At this moment, a girl ran out of the house calling the dog's name, Hiru. She is also Hiru's owner. However, even its owner, Hiru, does not show any respect. Whenever she wants to get close or touch it, it growls and drives her away. Sko stepped forward to introduce himself as someone from Guild Ignis. And this time he was here to deal with the dog that would not listen to its owner. I thought the person would be an old cranky man, but the name you mentioned works at Juso too. How old are you? I am 17 this year. The dog saw Sko staying here and immediately growled, threatening to chase him away. No matter how fierce a dog is, when faced with a white long-tailed monkey like Neju, it has to back down or it will get beaten up. At that moment, the noble girl noticed Neju. This was the first time she had seen a white long-tailed monkey up close. Moreover, Neju was very gentle, not fierce like the rumors about white long-tailed monkeys. Looking at the cute little monkey, she thought she would like to catch one to raise. I am Sarah. Everyone calls me Sarah. Miss, it is very dangerous. White long-tailed monkeys are among the monstrous beasts. You should not approach it. Just observe from a distance. Alright then, if it is from a distance, I will stay back. Truly our beautiful and kind lady. Then she turned back to look at Sko. I heard you can read the hearts of animals. Please find out why my Hiru shows hostility towards others. At this moment, the dog named Hiru was being suppressed by Neju's aura, so it did not dare to snarl at Sko anymore. Seeing this, Sko told Neju to step back for a moment to help Hiru feel more comfortable. He then slowly sat down in front of Hiru. This time, he was no longer under the pressure of the white long-tailed monkey's aura, but the dog still did not make a sound toward him. Both calmly looked into each other's eyes. It was the first time everyone saw Hiru so quiet. Sko took off his gloves and slowly extended his hand towards Hiru, saying to it, I will not harm you. As if sensing that Sko meant no harm, Hiru gradually approached and rubbed its head against his hand. When Sko made direct contact with Hiru's body, he also saw its memories. Inside a dark and damp room, Hiru and its mother were locked in a cage. When Hiru's mother became weak and could no longer give birth to pups to sell to wealthy nobles, she was discarded like garbage. At that time, Hiru could only helplessly witness everything. Mom, where are you going? Please do not leave me behind. It seems small breeds are trending among nobles. They must be small to sell for a high price. We just need to feed it enough so it does not starve to death. Isn't today Viscount Fabian's day? Please wait a moment. I will quickly bathe it and bring it to you. Mom, I am so scared. Save me. This world is so cold and terrifying. Humans took my mother away. It is they who made me feel ashamed. Sarah Lynn, happy birthday to my dear daughter. This is your birthday gift. Please take good care of it. Thank you. Father, the more I look at Hiru, the cuter it becomes. It is extremely adorable. Ouch, that hurts Hiru. Get out of here right now. Do not. Father, I will take good care of it. Hiru is my puppy. If it bites its owner, what do you call that? How do you intend to raise that foolish and cruel thing? Send a request to the guild. If they can't tame it, I will throw it out. That is all of Hiru's memories that Sko saw. Sarah Lynn asked him how it was going. Did it dislike anything? Everything. Hiru is afraid of all the affection she gives it. This child believes they have never received love, because people will eventually treat them the same way they treated their mother. Hearing those words, Sarah Lynn unconsciously bit her lip. Her hands clenched into the hem of her shirt. Why is that? I am the one who likes Hiru the most. If I had the ability to read hearts, I would treat her even better. Sko believes that just reading hearts is not everything. Hiru's mother was killed by humans, and she was forced to starve to increase her value. Have you ever thought about how to soothe her fears? Hiru's mother really is dead, is not she? That is right. She was too frail and weak to give birth to more, so she was considered trash by humans. Sarah Lynn could not hold back her heartbreak, and her tears fell. I had no idea at all. What should I do when I do not know? Miss, please do not cry anymore. You must not lose your elegance. I only meant well. I just want the best for Hiru. At that moment, Sko began to use his power, allowing Sarah Lynn and her pet Hiru to connect their thoughts for a short time. Sarah Lynn was surprised to find she could understand what Hiru wanted to express. Sarah, to be honest, it is a bit hard to understand, but you love me a lot. Right, she has never beaten or hated me. Then Hiru proactively rubbed her head against Sarah's leg, and the girl asked Hiru if she could hug her. Of course, as long as you do not mention me too quickly. Sarah picked Hiru up in her arms, gently petting her head, making her very comfortable. So after all this time, Hiru finally accepted Sarah as her owner. The maid was also happy for the young lady because her wish had come true. The Ignis Guild is truly amazing. Thank you, Sko. Although it was requested by the family, I did not know such powers existed. All this time, I had no idea about Hiru at all. I was so wrong, even though Hiru kept telling me, "You are not wrong, Miss Sarah. Those who sold Hiru are the ones who are wrong. Hiru just misunderstood your intentions because they are completely different from what she has experienced." After fulfilling the request of the 10-year-old girl, Sko received a reward of 1 su. When he was about to say goodbye to everyone to return to the guild, Sarah's father appeared. "It is not that I was intentionally following you. I just happened to be returning home too. But when I reached the garden fence, I heard Sarah crying." "Dad, I was not crying that loudly. My brother could hear it too." "Right. Jeremian, that is right. Father, my sister's voice is really loud." "What are you two talking about? We have guests at our house." "That is right. You are the member sent by Ignis, are not you?"
Yes.
"Dear Seer, I am Sko from the Special Support Department of Ignis. From my observations, your ability is used to handle quite unusual situations. What exactly is this ability?" "It is the ability to read animal hearts." "Dear Seer." Upon hearing this, Sarah's father suddenly changed his tone, saying Sko is truly shameless. "You do not know what will happen when a mere civilian like you dares to lie in front of a noble. I am quite interested to see exactly how you differentiate between what is animal and what is not, based on intellect or soul. What about a human hybrid with a beast? If you can't answer that, then your true ability is nothing more than reading thoughts." At this moment, Sko heard the thoughts of Sarah's brother. "No way. If he really has the ability to read other people's hearts, then he is indeed a monster. Reading hearts differently. Huh. That is quite an interesting ability. I have encountered many abilities and heard countless stories, but I have never seen anyone as unique as you. A special ability just like your name. Do you understand what I am saying? In this world, there is only one job you can do. I will soon send a request to the guild." After saying that, Sarah's father entered the house, leaving Sko outside in the hall. Sarah approached to talk to him. "So your name is Sko. I almost let you go without even knowing your name. Anyway. Thank you. Next time I will call you again." Sarah's brother suddenly asked Sko if his ability had no limits. "I can't read everything. I won't probe into you, so please do not worry." "Are you sure? Didn't you just say you would read everything? If you are done, then go home." "I said get out of our house quickly. He is our guest." "What are you doing? Sko, help me and that hero. That guy is very dangerous. Listen to me." "Sarah, no. I hate you so much." After that, Sko left the Fabian family's mansion. He looked up at the sky, his gaze lost in the distant void. No matter where he went, he would still be seen as a monster by others. Sko, humans really are strange. Sko was very happy to read my heart. He knew my thoughts without me having to say anything. Perhaps that is why they hate it. No one wants their thoughts to be seen through. I think that is why humans are very strange. But Sko is not a scary person. Right, you are kinder to Nezu than others and also have a kind heart. The scary thing is not Sko but the thoughts that others are hiding. Sko reached out to pat Nezu's head. No matter how angry or afraid anyone is of me, or if they think I am a monster, I won't care. Compared to being locked alone in the attic for many years, walking together like this makes me feel alive. Back at the guild, the manager praised Sko for completing the assigned task excellently. "I knew you would do a great job. It seems you have already caught the Lord's attention." "Congratulations." Nobles often like special things. Right, since Sko has a special ability. It is easy to guess, but this is even quicker than I expected. Special assistance request to Guild Ignis. Jefferson Company, with the largest market share in the city, has closed for some reason, causing jewel businesses to struggle. Seeking the company owner, Thumpsum, to investigate the reason. In the first completed request, 1 Sko was paid. If the second request is completed, then 3 Sko will be paid. Nizu, let us go. A Sko. Be careful, remember to come back early, and if it is convenient on your way home, buy some more pickled melon bread. Which way should we take Sko? We just need to follow the main road on the map, from the guild to the southernmost tip. Is it that far? If we walk, it will probably take an hour. Or should we let Nezu wait for Sko? Nezu runs faster than Sko. If we walk for too long, Sko will get tired. That is not necessary. I thought I could finally help Sko a little, but it seems I am still not good enough. Alright then, I will rely on you, Nezu. See Sko. Nezu is running really fast. Thank you. You are truly a wonderful runner. After arriving, Sko knocked on the door and asked if anyone was inside, but no one answered. What should we do now, Sko? According to what we received, the owner of the company lives in this building. Even though the business has been closed, since this is his home, he won't leave, so that person is inside. I am not so sure. Maybe he just went out. Then Sko sat leaning against the door waiting for the person he was looking for to return. Nezu asked if he was still going to wait in the cold, and he said he was fine. Soon it became evening, and it was getting colder outside. At this moment, the person inside could no longer hold back and came out to talk to Sko. Hey you. Have you lost your mind? I thought the cold would make you give up and go home. Are you Thumpsum, the owner of Jefferson Company? What does it matter who I am? You were sent here by some nobleman. Right, I am not doing any business, so just go home. This is the first time I have seen someone as stubborn as you. I was just asking, but you are not trying to commit suicide. Are you? Is my house now the ideal spot for suicide? There is a bridge 2 blocks away. They say the river water there is warm, so go do it there. That is not it. If it is not, then why are you sitting outside someone else's door? Just get lost. While the two were arguing, Sko made contact with the man's hand and accidentally read his memories. Thompson had a beautiful wife named Tin. Thompson fell in love at first sight, so getting her to accept his proposal felt like a dream. However, life after marriage turned into a long period of suffering waiting for Tin. Their first child died just before turning 1, and then the second and third followed suit. It was a series of pregnancies and miscarriages. The stress took a toll on her, leading to depression. She would not even look at the baby, even after its first birthday, and then cracks began to appear between the couple. Finally, Thompson decided to close the company, dedicating all his time to taking care of his little daughter. Back to reality, Sko told Thompson if his wife did not want to talk, then just try to deceive her. If someone does not want to face the truth, then no matter how much you push, they won't listen. Thompson suddenly grabbed Sko by the collar, threw him into the house, and shut the door. What are you? How do you know about my wife? Sko calmly replied, I come from Ignis, those damn nobles. Has not the digging into my private life been enough that they even sent requests to Gil? But just looking at this guy, it is obvious he is weak. Is he the worst member on their side? Bunch blinded by greed for gems. Excuse me for being rude. I am the owner of Jefferson Company. What brought you here? It is a request for help so that I can reopen the business again. The Lord is indeed very impatient. Is not he? Sko. Right. Come in and talk. Not Skay. My name is Sko. Drink something as an apology. What would you like? Young people like you often enjoy sweet things like tequila with fruit. Right. Hey, kid. You seem a bit lacking in wisdom, do not you? At times like this, if you drink and catch the mood of others, then maybe your requests might succeed. To make this mission successful, do not you need a good relationship with me? The fact that you mentioned my wife is quite surprising. Disclosing someone else's private life is not a good thing. When talking about others, you have to consider the circumstances. I apologize. I did indeed overstep when talking about your wife. Honestly, you are quite naive and childish. Why would guilt send someone like this here? Anyway, I have no intention of reopening the business anytime soon. You seem pretty calm. Are not you going to ask me why? Then why do you think about not reopening the business? Just as I thought, this kid does not even seem interested. I love my wife and daughter. Even if the whole world offers to part ways, I would not trade them for anything. But for the past few years, my wife's condition has not been very good. Since losing our first child, I have not seen a smile on her face. She has become more reserved. And eventually, after giving birth, she did not even want to leave the room. There was a time I tried to force her outside. She reacted violently, even biting her own tongue. Luckily she was okay. My wife would rather die than face our daughter. After saying this, Thompson collapsed, holding his face and crying. At this moment, Sko was thinking that this was impossible. My ability has been activated and I did not even realize it. Thompson continued. I only calmed down a bit after putting the baby to sleep, but the story seems to have dragged on longer than expected. Anyway, I am sorry for causing your mission to fail, but at least this year I still have no intention of reopening. You should tell them to find supplies from other companies. If I told you that your wife's condition could improve, would you reopen the company? If so, maybe I can help you. I can get your wife out of her room. What the hell would make her leave the room? How do you plan to do that? Sko did not answer but touched Thompson's forehead with his finger. He immediately heard a voice ringing in his head. Please do not be afraid. That was Neju's thought. Begging you. Sko is not a bad person. After waking up, he was very scared. There was a voice in my head just now. Sko revealed that was his special ability. Finally, Thompson decided to let you meet his wife. Sko was led to a tightly closed room on the second floor. Thompson gently knocked on the door. It is me. My love. We have a guest. Inside the room, there was still silence with no sound in response. Seeing this, Thompson had no choice but to open the door to enter. Inside the room was a woman with her hair down, sitting alone on a chair, her eyes completely vacant with no emotion at all. Sko slowly placed a hand on the girl's head, then focused his mind and slowly closed his eyes. The girl's inner self was too peaceful. Do I need to push it in a bit harder? If so, how much harder? I have never had to adjust my strength like this before. This will definitely be the first time I voluntarily use it. At that moment, a vortex of dark energy suddenly appeared above the girl's head, then spread throughout the room, causing Thompson to cover his eyes with his hand. By the time he regained consciousness, everyone had appeared in a forest. At that moment, a strange black smoke suddenly appeared in the sky, and Thompson looked up in panic. After a moment of panic, the group continued their exploration in the forest. They saw a basket full of weeds appear on the ground. Not far away, a large axe was firmly embedded in the stump of a freshly cut tree, surrounded by neatly stacked logs. At that moment, Sko instinctively sensed a strange aura. He immediately turned his head back with caution. Just then, a female voice came from behind. It is really hot to have to work in the fields in this weather. The group simultaneously turned to look in the direction of the sound. Aside from Tin softly echoed in the serene sky. Today I really want to take a break. Seeing her, Thompson, who had just been bewildered, suddenly called out loudly, Tin. A flash of confusion crossed his heart. She seemed normal like before. How is that possible? Sko's gaze. He glanced at Tin's figure. Though it was not my intention. At this moment, Sko logically deduced that this was clearly his wife's memory. Turning back to Tin, she hummed a familiar tune as she walked. Tin suddenly wondered if she should go to the lake to relax with John. Going for a day should be fine. Right, Tin was the daughter of a poor farmer. Her mother had passed away when she was still unaware, and after she grew a little older, her father followed her, leaving her with only 2 younger siblings who needed care. Facing the ironic situation, Tin could only painfully hold her 2 younger siblings' hands tightly. Since that day, Tin had been raising the 2 siblings by herself. Tin's hand wielded the hoe with strength. For the sake of life, she resolutely brought it down to till the soil for planting. Not only that, on some days in the simple wooden room, Tin focused on sewing. In her hands was an old pink teddy bear. Tin's eyes were tightly shut. Her hand carefully turned the gem. The next morning, she was again busy with farming work. Just then, the 2 children called out her name, Tin. Her 2 younger siblings each carried a large bundle of firewood. Tin. I have gathered some branches to use as firewood. The little girl chimed in to boast. Tin. I even collected some edible grass too. The sentence was not finished. She quickly rubbed their heads gently. Oh my. Are not they just too cute? A little boy ran over, holding a branch of flowers, a gift for Tin. Sister, come a little closer. She hurried to comply. Like this, the girl's voice rang out clear, her hand gently placing the flower in Tin's hair. Here, in that simple moment, Tin's heart suddenly fluttered like a soft note of music. And then she fell in love. Just when Don was focused on his work, Tin's voice unexpectedly rang out. Don. He instinctively turned around. Tin. Before Don was her, the incredibly beautiful and gentle girl. Both burst out laughing, their eyes filled with simple joy. In that moment, it felt like the world only had them. Don looking at Tin with a shy expression, and she could not hide her happiness, laughing out loud. But poverty was like a swamp drowning their happiness. In Tin's hand were only a few coins left. She stared at them blankly, her face showing clear anxiety. This is not enough to buy food and medicine for the kids. I have even increased my workload already. When a boy suddenly called out loudly, Tin. He tilted his head with curiosity. I heard Don propose to sister. Hearing that, she could only smile wryly. Don told you that. This guy really, your sister is not married yet. Did you know she has rejected him 3 times? After a moment of hesitation, Tin could not bring herself to admit. But we have decided to break up. She lowered her head, her voice soft yet firm. I have no intention of marrying him. I need to let him know this as soon as possible. And Tin and Don parted ways. The scene shifted to a villa, designed in a modern style. At the same time, Tin ran quickly down the street. The sound of her footsteps echoed rapidly. Tin was running while looking at the note. Today I still need to complete 5 more orders. Inside, she could not help but feel anxious. If she skipped lunch, she would surely finish before sunset. Thinking of this, Tin unconsciously smiled. Okay, at this pace, I will win. Just at that moment, the man suddenly fell flat on the ground. At that sight, her expression clearly showed shock. Immediately after, Tin tightened the paper in her hand. Without hesitation, Tin quickly ran over. Are you okay? Thompson groaned as he got up from the ground, the pain making him slightly wince. Returning to reality, Thompson dazedly recounted the story. That was the first time I met Tin. He did not hesitate to admit. That is right, Tin saved me. After that, Thompson lay still on the hospital bed. She was right there beside him. After a while, he did not wake up from the coma. Thompson's face suddenly flushed bright red like a ripe tomato. Tin quickly ran close to him, her eyes filled with worry. You are awake. Time passed quickly. Thompson knelt down, looking straight at her. Tin, will you marry me? Before her was a beautifully crafted ring with a prominent ruby. A few days later, Don ran after her hurriedly. Tin. He hesitated to ask her, I heard you are planning to get married. In that moment, Tin's ring-wearing hand struck straight into Don's eyes. Despair nearly consumed Don's mind. He cried out in agony, if you plan to leave me, then I will end my life right here. As the words finished, Don pulled out a strange vial. On this side, Tin's face turned pale. She could not help but feel terrified. Suicidal, he once again confirmed, his voice trembling but resolute. Yes. He could not imagine a life without you. In the final moment, Don shouted powerfully, Tin, please come back to me. At this moment, Tin's expression seemed a bit reluctant. Immediately after, she turned away and refused. Do whatever you want. Tin left without a shred of pity. Whether he lived or died had nothing to do with me. We have long cut ties. She spoke like a knife stabbing into Don's heart. He staggered after her. Why would you say that? Tin turned her back, not looking back even once. If you are done talking, then I am leaving. Before leaving, she slightly parted her lips as a farewell, hoping he would meet a good girl and live happily. Doan. Contrary to Tin's expectation, Doan unexpectedly twisted the vial tightly. Instantly, a thud echoed in her ears. Sensing something unusual, she quickly turned around. Doan. On the ground was his body. Tin rushed over. Doan. She cried out in desperation. Pleading, Doan, please wake up. No. On the other hand, Thompson lamented. I had no idea that there was another man who loved Tin, Stu boldly speculated. It seems she did not want her husband to know. Shortly after, he concluded directly, because she felt as if she was being betrayed by Doan. Hearing this, he clenched his fists. Even though he did not want to admit it, Thompson lowered his head in pain. After all, the reason she married me was ultimately for money. Right. Hearing this, Sto's voice immediately rang out. That could be true. After all, she rejected a poor farmer to be with someone who could give her luxurious jewels. He sighed helplessly. Indeed, it was at this moment that he unexpectedly questioned Thompson. If it was really for that reason, would you change your decision? At the unexpected question, he hesitated. What the hell? Sto's voice rang out steadily, lightly piercing straight into Thompson's heart. If your wife's decision was influenced by money and poverty, if she desired the things you have, in the final moment, he posed the decisive question. Then would your wife still be among the two most precious people in the world that you once told me about? After a brief silence, his voice rang out as if each word was carefully thought out from the bottom of his heart. No, Tin is still the person I cherish the most. Immediately, Sto turned to look directly at Thompson. Then what has changed? He looked confused at him, his lips slightly moved. Nothing has changed at all. Thompson's voice grew heavier. That is right, Tin is still my precious wife, he painfully admitted. But the truth is that she is trapped in these memories. Shortly after, Thompson could not help but shout, making me angry because she gave up the chance to seize happiness for herself. At this point, he suddenly choked up, as if struggling with an unnamed pain. Tin would no longer feel anything even if her daughter were to die. In that moment, Tin did not once look directly at the newborn baby. Thompson held the child in one arm. Pleading softly, Tin, please, hold our daughter at least once. At the same time, Sko pressed her hand firmly against the armrest. It was not that she felt nothing. Sko leaned in to observe Tin. The truth was she was in great distress. He repeated with confusion, in great distress. You confirm? Right. At this moment, Sko spoke. His wife believed that each lost child was a price for her sins. Thompson's voice cracked, as if he could not believe what he just heard. How could that be? As soon as the words left his mouth, he lowered his head as if he could not refute it. Thompson took heavy steps toward her. Tin. He knelt beside Tin, his gaze fixed on her. It is not your fault. Thompson gently held her cold hand that had been distant. Lyra, our daughter is not dead. She is alive and will be very healthy in the future. She is waiting for you. As he said this, his voice nearly broke. So please, do not blame yourself anymore and come back to us. Thompson used all his sincerity to pull her back. There is no reason for you to hurt yourself. If there is pain, let us get through it together. Over here, Tin's eyes were still empty like a soulless person. Still, he did not give up and whispered softly in her ear, because we are family. Suddenly, the door burst open. Shards of glass flew out immediately. Thompson hurriedly shielded Tin with his body. What just happened? She slightly opened her mouth, her eyes wide with warmth as she looked at him. Thompson turned to look at Tin in astonishment. Tin, you. At the same time, Lil unexpectedly started crying. Both instinctively turned back. Hearing this, she quickly stood up, her gaze darting around. Lyra. Immediately after, Tin ran forward without saying a word. The dark staircase appeared in the midst of the silent scene. Above, a small object dangled in midair. It was a toy carousel. Tin gently held the baby in her arms. I'm sorry. Leah, I am sorry that Mom is not here with you. Meanwhile, Thompson placed a hand lightly on her shoulder. He pulled out a bottle. The baby is hungry. You can hear the crying and realize it right away. Thompson did not forget to ask him. You must be hungry too. Right, we have chicken soup, Tin replied softly. Thank you. He could not hide his happiness as he hugged Tin. Thank you. In another scene, Stu clung tightly to the staircase. Shortly after, his hand suddenly relaxed. Sto's entire body immediately fell down. The group panicked. Stu. The dark night sky enveloped the quiet street. The large door of a villa echoed with frantic knocking. Trunning Lang murmured as he stepped out to open the door with a face still not fully awake. What is going on at this hour? Shortly after, the door swung open with a creaking sound. In front of him was a surprising scene. Thompson was tightly holding an unconscious Stu. His face was flushed, beads of sweat dotted his face. After a while, the doctor shone a light on Sto's face. He used his hand to pry the boy's eyes open to check his pupils. After some observation, the doctor could not help but sigh. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, could this boy be a power user? Thompson quickly confirmed. That is right. He nodded slightly, his voice trembling with worry. He became like this right after using his powers. The doctor turned to look at Stu and pondered. So the issue lies with the powers. This is beyond my scope. On the bed, he still kept his eyes tightly shut, his breathing erratic. Hearing this, Thompson repeated with confusion. Beyond your scope. So where should we go? The doctor helplessly replied. There is no pharmacy in Galatia that can treat power users. He was silent for a few seconds, then nodded slightly as if confirming. Perhaps this situation occurred is because he has never lost control of his power. In most cases, just resting well is enough. So let us try waiting a few days. In the end, he spoke slowly but heavily. Depending on the situation, he should request treatment to alleviate the related guilt. Just as Thompson sighed, Tin suddenly patted him lightly on the shoulder. Seeing this, Thompson turned to the side in confusion. He only saw Neju crouching next to Sko's bed. Witnessing this scene, both Thompson and Tin could only look at each other. He softly commanded, "No, you." At the same time, it gently took his hand. A few hours earlier, Neju had screamed in panic. Sko looked in great pain. Hearing this, Thompson displayed a shocked expression. "You just talked." Returning to reality, he softly called out to it. "Hey." Neju did not respond but only cried out in sorrow beside him. After a while, Thompson scratched his head and said, "I must still be at home, so we have to go back first. I will cover the costs, so do not worry. If you need anything else, just come find me." Hearing this, Neju tilted its head as if thinking. Right after that, it looked back with a worried expression. What about the commission? In response to the unexpected question, he turned to look at Tin. He only saw her smiling as a nod. Immediately, Thompson turned his head to look at it. His voice slightly lowered. "It is a request for me to reopen the business. Of course, I will do it for the benefactor. My wife's heart has been healed, so there is no need to worry. I will leave this friend with you." Upon hearing the confirmation, Neju nodded without hesitation. Feeling assured. Shortly after, Thompson and Tin quickly stepped outside. In the quiet room, a wheelchair stood alone in the corner. Next to it was a cluttered medical tool table. On the hospital bed, Sto was lying still, his face pale from exhaustion. At the same time, it gently called his name, "Stu." Neju's voice was thick with emotion, echoing throughout the room. "Your humanity has returned to normal. The commission has also succeeded. You did it." At this moment, sat quietly beside Sto. Slightly trembling, its eyes half closed, unable to hide the heavy sorrow. Shortly after, Neju painfully lowered its head. "Wake up quickly and go home now." The next morning, the first light of the day shone down on the city, illuminating a cozy room. At this time, Sto was waking up after a long sleep. He looked around with dazed eyes, his breath coming out weakly. Shortly after, Sto sat up abruptly. "Your gaze is still as vacant as a lost soul." After a moment, Sto blankly looked to the side. He only saw Neju looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Without saying a word, it rushed over to embrace Sto. The schoolboy asked him with a worried expression, "Surely you do not want to rest a few more days for your condition to stabilize?" "Right." Sto smiled awkwardly. "I have already been in bed for 2 days. That is enough." Saying that, both of them left on the snow-covered path. The scene transitioned to a shop, where a sign hung, ensuring customer satisfaction. Celebrating Ignis, the best performer with a completion rate of 99.9%. Inside, gold coins were scattered on the table, laughing and chatting, unable to hide his excitement. "I have supported many talents with these 2 hands. But this is the first time a member has achieved this result in such a short time like you." Stu confusedly asked back. "Really?" The man confirmed once again. "Exactly." The man did not stop moving his lips. "Do you know that your reputation has spread far not only here but also to the nobles in the neighboring city? Do you know what people are saying?" Hearing that, he repeated with a stunned expression. "Saying." In that moment, the man's voice echoed in Sto's ears. A unique power had emerged. Later, he and Neju stood before a mansion. Sto clenched the piece of paper tightly. Looking up, Viscount Fabian. Sto looked down at the piece of paper in his hand. The client. Viscount Fabian. Details. Hidden. Reward. After discussing, confusion clearly appeared in his mind. What request were they making now? After a while, a soldier politely welcomed Stu, inviting him inside. Stu and Neshu slowly entered the mansion. At that moment, Hiro eagerly rushed over to him and excitedly gathered around Stu. He stunnedly called out, "Hiro." Hiro happily wagged its tail, its eyes sparkling as it looked at him. "Stu, it has been a while." Hearing that, he immediately gathered close. "Hiro." At the same time, Serlin stepped out with a sulky face. "Do you like Stu more than me?" It quickly turned around and shouted as if to assert. She sighed softly. Half sad. Half resigned. "Really, I can't compete with Sto." Serlin looked up, her voice as light as a breeze. "So why are you here?" She quickly glanced at what Sto was holding. It was a call from father. After a moment of hesitation, she bowed her head to greet him. "It is really nice to see you again." He nodded slightly. "Yes," she suddenly asked. "And what about Sto?" He was silent for a moment before quickly responding. "It is not bad." Upon receiving the answer, Serlin approached Sto, Huh, it is not bad, so that means it is good or not. A moment later, he looked up at her, half-jokingly. Are not you afraid I can read other people's hearts? Cerulean smiled brightly as if unprepared. No, not at all. Hearing this, Stu threatened. I can uncover the secrets you have always wanted to hide and spread them everywhere. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes showing contemplation. That would probably be a bit embarrassing. Before Cerulean could react, he continued, what if I could control your emotions? Cerulean's face lit up, responding without hesitation. That sounds wonderful. Right after that, Stu suddenly stood up. He looked at her in surprise. Was not she afraid? Cerulean looked up at Stu like a lost soul. Then she calmly replied, why should I be afraid? Stu would not do that. He widened his eyes at Cerulean, his gaze clearly showing astonishment and confusion. Just then, the butler called out loudly, young lady. He carefully lowered his head, apologizing for interrupting their conversation. But the master is waiting for her. Hearing that, Cerulean immediately flew out with a distressed expression. The butler quickly reminded her, young lady. She turned to walk away reluctantly. I understand now, but before you go home, you must come see me. Do not sneak away. Right after that, Cerulean raised her pinky finger and smiled softly. Promise me. In a room that was neatly arranged. Inside, Biscuit was standing facing one direction. As soon as he heard footsteps, he spoke up. Come in. Sko politely bowed, greeting him. I came after receiving the request. Biscuit did not respond but instead posed a puzzling question. Tell me, do you know the cactus? At this moment, on the table was a neatly placed cactus and a prize stick. He honestly replied, no. Suddenly raised his hand to touch the cactus. How can a green plant grow in a desert where there is hardly any water? Is not that miraculous? Immediately after, Biscuit poured out a wealth of knowledge. Because it is a plant, it does not mean it does not need water. But if it were to be watered like ordinary plants, it would rot from the inside and die. His voice echoed steadily. The humidity is neither too little nor too much. It also needs sufficient soil and sunlight. A plant is more adaptable than one might think. Depending on the caretaker, size and condition can vary. Upon mentioning this, Sko suddenly spoke cryptically. If the owner does not know its value, it could easily kill the plant. At this moment, he bowed his head slightly, appearing a bit contemplative. After a moment, Biscuit turned to look at Sko. Yes. His gaze was fixed on him. But can you read the inside of the plant? In response to the suggestion, Sko remained silent. He stared intently at Biscuit. Sko's sight was locked onto his hand, where the aru plant was being clutched. His gaze began to widen, almost penetrating into its core. Immediately, Ahuru complained, it is so annoying. Hearing this, Sko involuntarily jerked. At that moment, Biscuit stepped closer to him. He tilted his head towards Ahuru. It is hard to say that plants have thoughts. It angrily shouted out, old man, you are talking too much. Over here, his face darkened. Hard to keep extremely. Biscuit suddenly stepped closer to Sko. A cactus has no choice, but the person has the right to choose the master who will support him. Immediately after, Biscuit made a proposal. Sko, become my subordinate. It does not mean I will only employ you. His voice carried weight. You will become a member of the Fabian family. He blinked, his tone unchanged but very cautious. Are you saying that I will become a soldier under your command in the future? Biscuit chuckled awkwardly. A soldier? No, I do not intend to use you like a regular soldier. Upon mentioning this, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, and then Biscuit stopped, his gaze deeper than ever. I will appoint you as an advisor. In the quietly lit mansion of the evening, Biscuit's voice echoed steadily but carried a certain authority, a position that no one in this house dared to disrespect you. The only one you must answer to is me. Biscuit Fabian, you will enjoy the highest privilege as a commoner. Sko looked up, his gaze unwavering. What must I do? Upon hearing this, his eyes instinctively lit up. You will do the things that only you can do. Immediately after, Biscuit reached out and gently patted his shoulder. Very simply, he leaned closer to Sko, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting. You just need to read the minds of those I have chosen. As soon as those words were spoken, Ahuru immediately shouted, do not believe him, he is lying. All the words of those who manipulate others. Hearing this, he immediately refused but still maintained politeness. I greatly appreciate your offer, my lord, but I am satisfied with my current job. Biscuit paused for a moment. An offer? He let out a faint laugh as if hearing an inappropriate joke. There seems to be some misunderstanding here. Biscuit was seen gradually approaching Sko. He declared sternly, this is an order. You do not stay quiet. Do not evade, but your gaze clearly showed caution. What will happen if I do not comply with you? My lord, Biscuit replied straightforwardly. Currently, there is nothing, but it will definitely follow you in the end. Ahuru could not help but sneer. Too confident. People might even think you are a prophet. Sko remained unshaken, just slightly bowing his head as a nod. I apologize, but if you want me to change jobs, please discuss it with Jill first. Hearing that, he skeptically asked, so you will not voluntarily come here? Biscuit tilted his head and thought, if he easily agreed like this, it would be very troublesome. It is much better this way. At least it should be to this extent for me to use him properly. After a while, he kindly made an offer. I will give you some time to decide what is best. After speaking, Biscuit brought a haru closer to the butler. Just throw this away. I will replace this cocoon plant with a beautiful flower. You immediately complied. Yes. My lord, he angrily shouted. Are you touching me? Let me go. You human. Let go. Shortly after, the butler politely pointed the way. Please. This way, the two walked quickly down the dark hallway. At this moment, Uhuru continued to resist, his voice filled with grievance. What? Are you planning to abandon me? My thorns have not pricked anyone yet. Stu stopped, his eyes fixated on the dusty body of the plant with small thorns. That cactus. After a moment of hesitation, Stu appeared to hesitate. If you plan to throw it away, can you give it to me? The butler replied confusedly. Give it to you. He tightened his grip around the pot. This one has no flowers and is full of thorns. Not to mention it is hard to take care of. Stu then reached out towards Ahiru. There is no certainty that it won tea bloom. Hearing that, the butler handed it over to him. Fine. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind, Miss Cerilyn has requested you to wait, so please stay here for a little while. Meanwhile, Uhuru suddenly spoke weakly. It is so cold, I will freeze to death before being burned alive. Freezing to death might be less painful. Right. Stu looked at it shivering from the cold. We won't kill anyone, it responded reflexively. Suddenly, Uhuru fell silent, as if he had noticed something unusual. A moment later, he affirmed once again, I won't burn or freeze anyone. However, this is the first time I have seen a cactus, so I do not know what temperature is good for people. Stu hesitated to continue. If you notice something different, you must tell me directly. He looked straight into Uhuru's eyes, his gaze gentler than spring sunshine. Because I can hear your voice, so if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, just say it. After a brief silence, he spoke up, Are you a deity? Stu replied immediately without hesitation. Hearing that, Uhuru introduced himself loudly. I am... He complained. Too long, and it let out a forced laugh. I'm sorry. Normal plant names are always like that. Stu quickly decided on a name. I will call you Uhuru. Nezu beside him looked at him with proud eyes. Stu can even talk to plants. How cool is that? Faced with the compliment, Stu felt a bit flattered. Right after that, he could not help but smile in delight. Stu then brought Uhuru closer to him. This is Uhuru. Nezu politely greeted. Hello, I'm Ne. Such a small and adorable person, it replied in a timid voice. Thank you. Thank you. You look cute too. Suddenly, he reached out and gently touched Uhuru. You are not prickly, it shyly spoke up. Because of Stu, people just expect that, but if you touch the thorns the right way, it hurts a lot. Stu looked puzzled. Is that really possible? Uhuru quickly confirmed. Of course, but I still can't move my body comfortably. Upon hearing this, he could not help but feel curious. Can't move? It questioned suspiciously. Don't you know? Later, Uhuru explained in detail, if we live long enough or become strong enough, we can move it freely. It proudly boosted. Even though I am still young, my will is strong enough that at least I can move my thorns. Stu stared intently at Uhuru. You can move just with the power of will. But that peaceful moment was shattered when Jeremian suddenly shouted, Did I not tell you not to come here anymore? Hearing the sound, Stu reflexively turned around. He looked at him with discomfort. The voice filled with disdain. Is your memory really that poor? The heavy footsteps of Jeremian echoed on the cold stone floor, accompanied by a voice that was half contempt. Half mockery. You think what I am saying is a joke? Huh. Commoner. Seeing that, Stu politely spoke up. Yes. Viscount. He suddenly sneered and scoffed. You say you can read hearts, but it turns out you can even teach animals to talk. At the same time, Nezu stared wide-eyed at Jeremian without any reaction. At the last moment, he mocked once more. What a monster. Jeremian brazenly assessed him. You created a beast that can speak human language. And now you even think about teaching plants to talk. Who would pay? Speaking of which, he glanced over at Nezu. This white long-tailed monkey has learned human language, so it should make for a rare and beautiful pet. Over here, it seemed to sense Jeremian's gaze and looked up. At this moment, he turned directly to Stu. How much? On the other hand, he remained silent. His eyes locked onto Jeremian. His hand reached out, as if wanting to grab Nezu. With that massive body, feeding it would not be cheap. Right, I will take it from you. At the same time, Uhuru could not hold back and cursed. What kind of stupid, overgrown creature is this? Stu raised his voice to question. Nezu is not merchandise. Hearing this, Jeremian seemed to ignore it. He appeared arrogant. How wise indeed. Since you can read my mind, the negotiation ends here. Just accept it. Immediately after, Jeremian tightened a pile of gold coins. This is 10 gold coins. At this moment, Stu wore a displeased expression. Nezu is not merchandise, he said sarcastically with a sigh. Being too greedy is not good. Jeremian brazenly pointed at Nezu while loudly asking, "So how much do you want?" He gave a short and firm answer. "I will not sell it." At the affirmation, his face gradually contorted with anger. Jeremian yelled like a madman, waving his hands wildly as if performing martial arts. "A country bumpkin like you dares to look down on nobility. I have restrained myself from punching you. Yet instead, you disregard my warning and wander around this house." Below, Nezu looked up with a worried expression. Seeing this, Stu immediately stood in front of him. "I only came here because I received an invitation from the Viscount. You are getting furious, barking too quickly, are not you?" Immediately after, Jeremian grabbed him by the collar with a deafening sound. "Do you think I do not want your wicked heart?" Nezu's voice rang out like a bell ringing in his head. "Do not bully Stu." Hearing this, Jeremian snapped back to reality. He was shocked and loosened his grip. His body fell heavily to the ground, and it worriedly approached. "Are you okay?" Stu slightly furrowed his brows. He weakly replied, "I've lied." At that moment, Jeremian's face suddenly changed. He grinned wickedly. Jeremian once again made an offer. "This monkey is loyal too. I will pay you 30 gold coins. I need to raise it." Stu could not help but feel confused. What the hell? Immediately after, he casually gestured with his finger. "I will send the gold to Guild. Where are the people? Immediately take this white-furred monkey to the pasture." Hearing this, he jumped up and shouted, "I said I won't sell." A moment of silence. Then Jeremian hissed through clenched teeth. "Do you dare?" He yelled at Stu's resistance, daring to speak loudly in front of a noble. "Are you crazy?" At this moment, he crouched down on the ground, his face showing clear fear. It could be seen that soldiers had surrounded Stu and Nezu at some point. He fell silent for a moment, bowing his body. It had come to this. One of them immediately stepped forward. "Come on, hand that over." Instantly, blood sprayed everywhere. He screamed in agony. My hand. My hand." Right in front of him was Nezu, its hands covered in fresh blood. Nezu gently extended its hand forward, its claws clearly visible. The floor was already stained with fresh blood. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the soldiers involuntarily trembled. Jeremian clenched his fist, still yelling as if to hide the fear rising to his throat. "Do you dare harm the merchant of the Fabian family?" From behind, a group of knights rushed over. "What is happening here?" He pointed the spear towards Stu. "That civilian tried to kill me. Immediately arrest him." Hearing this, Neju could not help but retort, "You were the one who called me a monster, so why are you all?" At this moment, its body was ensnared by a net. Immediately after, they activated electricity, causing Neju immense pain. It could not help but feel a bit confused, behaving more cruelly than a real monster. Before that scene, they laughed with a sense of satisfaction. Immediately, the knights tightened their grips on their swords, stepping closer to Neju. In that moment, it opened its mouth and let out a cry of hatred. Jeremian's body instinctively leaned back. He fearfully stepped back as if afraid Neju would notice. At the same time, the Viscount suddenly appeared. "What is going on here?" Jeremian. He was momentarily shocked. "Father." After a moment of observation, he gritted his teeth. "You fool." The Viscount suddenly held Jeremian tightly while shouting, "That should have been in my hands, but you interfered and ruined everything. You look confused. What do you mean?" "Father." She furrowed her brow tightly. "Shut up. You idiot." Immediately after, the Viscount sternly ordered, "Soldiers, clean this up." He did not forget to remind, "Capture him alive, that little monster. Whatever it takes." The knights shouted in unison. "Understood." As they stepped forward, one of them suddenly cast a spell. Neju immediately sensed something unusual. Magic on the other side. The group of people looked up at them with glee. At this moment, it raised its head with a defiant look. Neju apologized. Neju just wanted to be by Sko's side. Hearing this, Sko gently reassured, "Do not apologize." At the same time, the crazed crowd cursed, "Die. Monster, die." It suddenly lost its composure along with a cryptic statement. It seems like immediately after, Neju turned back and smiled contentedly. This is the end for Neju. On the other hand, the knight began to cast magic. Flames suddenly appeared. Instantly, they simultaneously launched their attacks towards Sko. Smoke and fire immediately engulfed the entire palace. Jeremian closed his eyes tightly, unable to help but smirk internally. If you had taken the money, things would not have turned out this way. Behind the thick smoke, a figure still stood firm. Chapter 26. Hidden behind the dense smoke, Sko gradually appeared. He spoke coldly. "The one who needs to apologize is not Neju." Sko cast a cold gaze at the group. "It is you all." Upon seeing him, the Viscount's group and Jeremian were taken aback. "How can this be?" He hurriedly shouted loudly, ordering the knights, "Capture him." The knight suddenly froze. His whole body began to tremble. A stream of golden light began to gather between his fingers. At that moment, the knight jolted as if struck by lightning. Immediately, his body began to convulse. He screamed in agony, his whole body thrashing as he tried to resist the pain spreading throughout. With rage reaching its peak, another knight raised his sword towards Sko. At that moment, He unexpectedly turned around. Before Sko's gaze, the knight was momentarily stunned. He had a pale face, sweat pouring down, his mouth stammering in extreme fear. In the next scene, the knight raised his sword. Right after that, he thrust the tip of the sword into the middle of the chest. Witnessing that scene, the Viscount hurriedly rushed over Brez, who was doing something, without waiting for him to intervene. He pierced through the middle of the chest. Fresh blood splattered directly onto Sko's pale skin. Nevertheless, he remained calm to the point of angering others, his gaze shifting forward. At that moment, only 3 knights were left, and their bodies began to tremble. In that moment, Sko glanced in one direction. One of them suddenly became dazed, his eyes resembling those of a soul lost. Immediately after, he let go of the sword in his hand. His body collapsed right at Sko's feet. In the blink of an eye, the knights fell one by one to the ground. Only Sko was seen with his head lowered, his whole body radiating a ghostly aura, and Zeromian felt something unusual. His body fell to the ground, his feet trying to slide backward. At that moment, his gaze suddenly shifted. From the top of the stairs, Cerilyn appeared with tears streaming down. Father. Brother. In the face of her arrival, Sko merely looked up with a cold expression. Cerilyn suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Instantly, she dove freely down below, and the Viscount rushed over. Cerilyn. He painfully hugged her cold body tightly. Now are you satisfied? The Viscount boldly questioned him. Looking around, does this place need to spill more blood? Hearing this, Sko began to wonder, why do I keep holding myself back? Remembering his past of being shunned, he became even more certain of the reason he suppressed himself. From the very beginning, it never existed. At this moment, Sko clenched his fists so tightly that they could bleed. Now if he wanted to, immediately, he smiled with a kind expression. I will stop. The Viscount almost felt a shiver. How wonderful it is that you are a friend who can understand. Upon saying this, he lowered his voice while making a condition. Let us pretend nothing happened here. The Viscount began to breathe heavily, his voice trembling as if he could not believe what he heard. What? Furious roar erupted from behind. Jeremian angrily shouted, You wicked beast. Murderer, you caused this and now you dare to ask for that. Hearing this, Sko immediately turned to look at him. He remained calm to the point of coldness, his voice low. This is not a request. Sko tilted his head and smiled, once again asserting, It is an order. Over here. Jeremian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. After a while, his body began to sway. Immediately after, the family of 3, consisting of the Viscount, Jeremian, and Cerilyn, collapsed to the ground. Just as Sko was about to leave, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Sko. Hearing this, he immediately turned around. Suki. In an instant, his whole body began to change, only to see Suki's tail had grown noticeably longer. At this moment, before Sko was a very fearsome tiger, he turned to look at Nezu. Why are you so distracted? You can't carry it by yourself. Hearing this, Sko immediately understood and held tightly onto the piece of net. Sko gently placed Nezu on Suki's shoulder, not forgetting to stroke him. At the same time, Suki unexpectedly proposed, Let us go now. Sko hesitated slightly, but then Suki would be very tired. Just let me walk is enough. Its voice replied softly, Surely carrying you would not make much of a difference. Sko, seeing this, he immediately sat on Suki's body. So I am counting on you. Before wiping it off, he kindly reminded him to hold on tight. In the stillness of the night, Suki carried Nezu while Sko quickly wiped in the wind. At that moment, he softly called out its name, Suki. Hearing this, it immediately responded, the voice replying very clearly, What? The confession that Sko slowly let out seemed to indicate that I truly am a monster now. I can read a person's heart, controlling it, even causing them to end their own lives. I have killed many people. Upon saying this, he instinctively felt disgusted with himself, yet felt nothing at all. At this moment, Sko began to tear at his inner self. He painfully confessed. Even though he knew what he did was wrong, he felt neither fear nor sadness. In contrast to Sko, Suki turned to him with a calm expression. So what? It spoke in a tone as light as air, its eyes flashing with a cold sharpness. If it were me, I would have killed all of them. Suki waved lightly as if envisioning the scene of sweeping away the enemies. He continued to speak. There is no reason to be afraid or mourn for those who have harmed and threatened to take away what you cherish. You care too much. He slumped down, his shoulders bearing the weight. Ultimately, I am the one who has harmed others. Hearing this, he quickly said Tron and, Sko, Athi, you must be a little sad. After all, you do not want to harm anyone. At the same time, Ahru Chen entered and said, Let me say this, how can a person constantly check in their heart to see if they are normal be a monster? Even if you are a monster. So what? A talking monkey and a cat that transforms into a lake. Whatever it is, monsters are not necessarily bad. Do you hate monsters? Before such questioning, he flew out with a surprised expression. It suddenly jolted, reaching out as if trying to deny. Oh wait, that was more than one loss. It is my fault. Immediately after, the group rushed away in the freezing weather. In another development, he suddenly yelled, What the hell are you talking about? Parker awkwardly scratched his head. Forgive me, But this is a request from Gil's superior, he roared, his gaze almost devouring him. Who dares to call that damned bird head? Parker suddenly raised his hand to retort. It is not a bird, it is avian. Upon hearing that, he nearly went insane. Damn it. At that moment, Rosalie intervened to break the tense atmosphere. Branch chief, the chief of the department replied. What is wrong? She suddenly changed her tone. Can you calm down a bit? Hearing this, the anger in him immediately erupted. He kept roaring. Calm down. Calm down. Rosalie accidentally noticed the letter on the table, a summon request from Gil, the Special Support Department, SCO. She lowered her head to reread the note, her eyes showing clear confusion. The summon order, either due to pressure from the royal family, or someone at headquarters thought SCO posed a dangerous capability. Most importantly, he had been missing for 10 days now, and there was a rumor circulating around Viscount Fabian's house as well. In another development, the door tightly chained suddenly appeared. At the same time, He spoke up seriously. That kid is not the type to harm others like that. At this moment, Rosalie unexpectedly called out loudly. Branch chief, he tiredly turned back. What now? What is wrong? Immediately, she looked towards the door. SCO returned. He stepped in with a steady gait. I am back. Sorry. Immediately glanced around SCO. He paused at the boy's disheveled appearance. He stammered. His emotions seemed to choke in his throat. Wait. SCO appeared with a dirty face, with dried blood still on his face. In that moment, He suddenly reached out towards him. Finally, he patted SCO lightly on the shoulder. Well done. Faced with He's reaction, SCO could not help but feel a bit puzzled. Are not you going to ask about my progress? He covered his smile with his hand. Naturally. You should report the mission. Do you know how worried we were when we suddenly lost contact with you? Rosalie nodded in agreement. Yes. At the same time, Parker cleared his throat a few times, as if trying to attract attention. He slowly approached SCO, scratching his head in confusion. Anyway, I am really glad you are back safely, because this job is quite difficult. We have lost too many capable individuals in vain. Saying this, he suddenly looked back. But where is your partner? SCO repeated confusedly. Partner, He quickly explained. I am talking about your friend, that white-haired monkey. Hearing this, SCO clearly showed sadness. His voice somewhat strained. He got injured, so he is resting now. SCO added in a low voice. He is almost recovered, but we still have to be careful. His face softened. A light smile blossomed as if a bit of worry was lifted. Thankfully the injury is not serious. Right after that, He cautiously reminded. Today you should rest. You can submit the report in 3 days. Parker unexpectedly cut in. Sorry, he loudly exclaimed. But it will be very difficult. Managing the Galaxian branch, he immediately turned back. Slightly frowning, I just told a guild member to rest after completing the mission. So what is so difficult about that? Delivery guy Bernie Parker. In that moment, he suddenly had a vision. The feathers illuminated by the light stood out remarkably. SCO's eyes opened wide, and within them, a bright light shone. Like a celestial being, he only saw Parker flying towards him, saying that SCO from the Galaxian branch needed to go with him to the headquarters. At the unexpected suggestion, his whole body froze. Parker's gaze turned sharply towards SCO, accompanied by a firm voice. Immediately, after a while, the wheels rushed quickly over the grass. Inside, he looked up at the scenery outside. SCO's eyes slightly narrowed. He unconsciously recalled. He could not help but feel a bit shocked. Why did he agree so easily? SCO's hand pressed firmly on his suitcase. He turned back, replying neither heavy nor light. As long as it is still in the gill, I can't refuse the headquarters decision. Can I? At SCO's reaction, he was frozen in place. Soon after, he could only sigh in helplessness. Indeed, returning to reality, he thought to himself with a sad expression, feeling both grateful and guilty towards the branch manager. Thinking of this, SCO could not help but feel lucky, but also glad that he had found another place to go. The afternoon sun gently streamed through the window, illuminating SCO's golden locks. He slightly opened his eyes, looking confused at Uhura's unexpected words. Knowing already, it said in a playful tone, I have figured out SCO's problem. Immediately, Uhura began to scold. SCO is really bad at refusing, and you are too obedient to others as well. If you do not like it, just say no. If you hate it, just say you hate it. It is that simple. So why do not you just say it, SCO? Beside Leon, noticed something unusual and anxiously asked Han. Is there something wrong, SCO? Immediately, SCO turned back with a friendly smile. It is nothing, and Uhura shouted. Dare to say it is nothing. You are outrageous. It kept complaining. I had to think hard to come to that conclusion, and now Uhura is angry. Okay. SCO mumbled. I'm sorry. Uhura. Speaking of this, he seriously reminded. But please be quiet. Okay. Uhura was still sulking but eventually sat down, responding in a sulky manner. Fine. On the other hand, Parker cast a suspicious glance at SCO. He involuntarily asked, Did you just communicate with that tree? SCO calmly replied, Yes. Parker's expression mixed surprise with excitement. Because of the alcohol, I heard Sko has the ability to read minds. Can you read what I am thinking right now? At the unexpected suggestion, he silently cursed inside. How annoying. Sko unconsciously turned to look at Nezu, who was lost in a dream. Suddenly, Nezu's face twisted, accompanied by an incomprehensible sound that gradually distorted his complexion. His eyes clearly showed worry. At that moment, Parker suddenly jumped in shock. He whispered in panic, "That is amazing. So scary. They say the white-furred monkeys are monsters. What if I get eaten?" At the same time, Sko unexpectedly blurted out a series of incomprehensible words. I really should not have asked that. He straightforwardly read the thoughts of the other person. Wanting to wear pants too, Parker shyly shouted, "Okay." I'm sorry. Seeing that, Sko confusedly asked back, "So you are not curious anymore? Huh. You have talked enough, so do not read my mind anymore." At that moment, Nezu had woken up at some point. Looking ahead, Sko gently patted Nezu. "Sleep a bit more, Nezu. We still have a long way to go," it murmured softly. "What about Sko?" You leaned down and whispered. "I have managed to get a little sleep." Seeing Sko's exhausted appearance, Nezu kindly suggested, "Since you look so tired, lean on me to sleep. I will be your pillow. You rest." It smiled gently and whispered, "It is okay." Without saying a word, it quickly pulled Sko. Neju's fur is very soft, so hurry up. Sko's hair lightly brushed against its smooth fur. Sko looked up. His lips slightly trembled. "Thank you." After a while, he suddenly remembered Parker. "Do you have something to say?" Parker instinctively replied, "Well, looking at you guys like this, you seem like a family." Uhuru hurriedly interjected with a sulky expression. "Me too. Always." A moment later, the sky suddenly poured rain heavily. Inside, Parker kindly asked Han, "Are not you cold at night? Should I turn up the heat?" Sko shook his head gently, still lying still. "No, I've lied." Nevertheless, he still was not reassured and continued to suggest, "Should I bring you the other leg? If you feel hungry or uncomfortable, please just say so." Sko quietly responded, "This is comfortable enough." His eyes carried a hint of reminiscence. Much more comfortable than when he had to live in the ranks. Thinking of this, Sko suddenly felt a craving. He missed those candy pieces with wave flavor in the branch manager's office too much. Outside, the rain fell like a drizzle, accompanied by a very soothing sound. The cold water kept falling onto the carriage. Inside, Sko directed his gaze outside. It was raining. At this moment, Uhuru jumped up excitedly. "This is it. In this weather, we should tell ghost stories." It raised its voice to scare. "Ghost stories? Super scary." Sko suddenly reached out and lightly touched Ahura's spikes. "Humans are the scariest of all." At that moment, he looked up at Parker, who was dozing off. He just turned over, yawning widely. Witnessing this scene, Uhuru voiced its dissatisfaction. "That guy is snoring loudly." At the same time, Nezu's hand slightly moved as if sensing something unusual. It did not wake up, its face clearly showing horror. Seeing this, Sko kindly cared for him. "Nezu, if it is that noise waking you, you can sleep again." It suddenly turned its gaze to the distance. Something was gathering around the carriage. Nezu suddenly felt uneasy. Both humans and animals were not right. Pausing for a moment, it lowered its voice. "I really have a bad feeling. Besides, it is here to kill us." As soon as the words ended, the coachman hurriedly opened the door. "It is bad. We are completely surrounded by a group of monsters." Backer slowly sat up. "Surrounded? How many enemies are there? Can we escape?" He looked a bit confused. "About that." Immediately after, the coachman loudly announced, "They are all happy with high combat power." Upon hearing this, he displayed a bewildered expression. "Happy beasts only appear when winter comes. So why?" The coachman became increasingly anxious. "I do not know either," he stammered with a pale face. "Even if we escape from this encirclement now, it would be very difficult to run away because they are faster than horses." At the same time, Neju jumped down. It suggested, "I will go out and take a look." Hearing this, Stu quickly reached out towards it. Before he could stop it, Neju had already jumped up. Nezu rushed outside in front of the astonished face of the coachman. It loudly reminded, "Stu, stay there. Inside. Your arm is still hanging in the void." At this moment, the sky begins to pour rain heavily as if signaling a bad omen. In the dark, quiet night, the carriage comes to a stop in the midst of the dense forest. The coachman looks around anxiously, displaying a confused expression. "But leaving allies like you to fight the happy alone is a bit much." Parker panics and backs away, shaking his head repeatedly. "I am just a delivery person. I can't fight." The suffocating atmosphere is gradually broken by Stowe's voice. "I will go help you," exclaim worriedly. "But Stowe, you are not exactly someone who fights either." Stowe turns back and replies lightly, his voice steady like the cold wind blowing through the trees. "I have no intention of fighting them." Hearing this, Parker instinctively shudders. He freezes, his eyes wide looking at Stowe. His gaze is different from before, cold as ice. At this moment, Parker suddenly wakes up. If he does not intend to fight, then does he plan to use that white monkey as food for the happy? In the dim night, the sound of flapping wings echoes. Parker rushes closer to you. Stu. You immediately speak up, your tone somewhat dismissive. Happy are extremely brutal beasts that move in packs. Parker looks up at Stu. They are not enemies you can fight with your destructive power alone. They are very different from the wandering creatures like me. Faced with your steadfast demeanor, Parker desperately pleads. Please listen to me. You whisper softly, your voice carrying a clear sense of fear. It won't end just by taking down a few of them. At this moment, Parker shows a panicked expression. While we have not been slaughtered, it is best to run. In that moment, a happy suddenly swoops down over your head. It seems to target Parker as it rushes forward. At this unexpected scene, you nearly freeze in place. Parker stares wide-eyed at the happy. The one that is hunting him. Blood splatters directly onto Parker. At this moment, he squints and glances outside. In front of Parker is Sko, who has rushed out to take the attack. Parker panics and screams, Sko. At the same time, the happy still does not let go and bites hard into his shoulder. Over here. Parker whispers, I see the slaughter now. Right after that, he frantically shouts, my shoulder. Its teeth. After a while, the happy stops attacking Sko. His shoulder continues to bleed. Suddenly, it lets out a piercing scream. Above, the team members immediately sense the sound. They all look down below, where Sko and the happy are fighting. Just at that moment, it suddenly jerks back. Immediately, Neju appears and grabs the happy by the neck. He angrily strikes straight into the face of the happy without any mercy. You can see its body sliding along the grass. At this time, Neju anxiously turns to Sko. Sko, are you hurt? He replies truthfully, yes, just a little. His gaze quickly flits around. There is blood there. You can see the blood stain on Sko's shoulder has dried up. It is dark red. He glances back. Compared to my life, it is nothing. Parker shows a confused expression. Wait, I'm sorry. No. Thank you. In that moment, a swarm of happy rushes in like a storm. Seeing this, Parker panicked and shouted, and the group looked up with vigilant expressions. On the other hand, Sko calmly observed them, unsure if he would target multiple objectives again. At this moment, one of them aimed directly at him. As Sko's cold gaze swept over the happy, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, and he commanded loudly, stand still. Amid the chaotic scene, the trees shook incessantly. Soon after, they fell into an unusually still state. Before Sko, the group of happy stood motionless. He looked up at them, internally debating fiercely. Should I kill them? After a moment of hesitation, Sko waved his hand signaling to retreat. As the words left his mouth, the happy turned and flew back to their old hiding place. Behind, Parker looked up, his mouth agape in shock at what had just happened. Thinking about it, he could not help but feel puzzled about how a monster had just obeyed a human's command. At the same time, Sko turned to look at Parker. Let us head back to the carriage. Neju excitedly replied, okay. He did not forget to praise a few words. Sko was still so cool. Turning back to Parker, he was still in a daze. On the ground, the happy that had just been attacked lay still. In the silent darkness, the scene gave a chilling feeling. Parker looked up in horror as the group of happy vanished immediately. He glanced at Sko in confusion. Was it really that easy to end everything? Now he understood why so many leaders were always searching for him. Over here, Sko cautiously reminded. Be careful. Neju, he kindly asked Han, are you injured? Parker was still standing still. That person, he cast a wary look at Sko. Very dangerous. After a brief downpour, the night sky became clear. The carriage with Sko continued moving forward. Sko, lying in the carriage, was completely immersed in a deep sleep. Unaware, when suddenly a voice rang out, you are too fidgety. Hearing this voice was somewhat strange. He slowly woke up from a short sleep. His eyes opened as he wanted to find out who was speaking to him. Suji quickly jumped onto him and continuously commented, always acting on your own. This is why I hate humanity. The moment I saw it, he was quite surprised. Sugi. Before he could say anything more, it continued to urge, sleep a little. Do not run around like a fool and get bitten by monsters again. Suji's gaze at him became extremely contemplative to the point of being strange. Feeling guilty for his actions, Sko immediately spoke sincerely. I'm sorry. It had no intention of blaming him. This time it gently approached him and advised, do not apologize. Just stay away from trouble and there would have been no need to apologize in the first place. Sko looked blankly at Suji and sat quietly to one side. Thinking, Sko, do not get hurt anymore. After a long time traveling, the carriage finally arrived at a land covered in cold snow. Ahuru quickly jumped around with a delighted appearance. A wonderful morning. Seeing it look so strange also made Sko feel quite confused. What is it doing? Ahuru smiled and spoke. Hello there. While he was still unsure about what was happening, below the pot, it had grown its own legs. Witnessing this scene surprised Sko to the point of disbelief. You can walk. This made Ahuru burst into laughter. It glanced at Sko. You are surprised because suddenly a walking cactus is running around you while you wake up. Then its face became very serious. I am shocked too. While the two were still talking, Nezu quickly stepped forward, staring at Ahuru with sparkling eyes. You can walk. Nezu's fingers quickly approached it to tease. Congratulations. It heard that and laughed, nodding in agreement. Thank you. Thank you. Hearing the various conversations made Parker wake up from a deep sleep. He was confused. What the heck? In front of him was the scene of Uhuru with Nezu still laughing and having fun. This made Parker feel very interesting. His friends are quite unusual, although he had his own thoughts in mind. What is strange about a walking cactus? After all, he could chase the whole happy group with just one word. Parker unconsciously recalled when Sko stood still watching the happy creatures flying around in the central area. He did not know how Sko had requested them to return to the nest. Thinking of this, Parker looked at Sko, who was injured and sitting still, feeling somewhat speechless. If it were Sko, he would not be surprised if he became friends with the cactus. Quickly stretching himself and thinking, the ability to dominate others and have a unique heart. Suddenly a voice rang out. Awesome. Seeing Sko looking a little confused made Parker feel perplexed. Sko continued to repeat his compliment. Your wings. Hearing that, Parker began to understand something. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Thank you. The carriage carrying the two continued to move forward through this chilly land. He was preparing breakfast. Sko's face showed some thought. Speaking of which, he saw Uhuru, who after getting legs, was always running around playfully like children. Sko felt a bit curious and asked, Uhuru, do you need water? Uhuru did not think much and immediately declined this request. No, I am already full of water. Sko looked around the carriage here and asked in surprise, have you eaten? Hearing that, it shook its head and intended to explain many other things. Not really. It was just that yesterday when Sko got hurt. Sko nodded silently listening to its story. Uhuru repeated, did not you bleed a lot? He remembered the wound on his shoulder and nodded in agreement. That is right. The bright red blood from his body continuously flowed down slowly. Even the drops of blood appeared so much that they began to fall to the ground below. Unfortunately, Sko's drops of blood fell directly down to where Uhuru was still sitting unknowingly. At the end of the story, Uhuru pointed to his head and explained further, the blood of a person. I drank a little of that. After hearing this story, Sko fell silent in thought. Seeing that he looked strange made Uhuru feel confused. After thinking for a short while, he slowly brought his hand closer to examine it. His face had become incredibly terrifying. Hard to believe. The one who drank my blood. Uhuru nodded very firmly. He believed this also made everyone inside the carriage fall silent to an incomprehensible degree. Seeing that everyone was thinking in a different direction, Uhuru hurriedly shouted, do not misunderstand. Okay, Dad. At that time, I could not even move. Besides, I did not do it on purpose. The blood just accidentally fell on me and then, it continued to recount when a flower bloomed on its head. I also bloomed for the first time then. After hearing this, Sko silently realized something. This time he gently lifted Uhuru in his hand, unable to hide his surprise. Interesting. A person blooms after drinking my blood. Huh. Seeing him say such strange words, Uhuru continuously reminded him. Wait. You should focus on the detail of a normal tree drinking its own blood and being able to walk correctly. Parker, on the side, after hearing this story became speechless, not knowing what else to say, only knowing that some time later, Uhuru quickly gifted this bright red flower back into Sko's hands. Here you go, please accept my sincerity. He gently accepted the flower that it had given. Thank you. This made him extremely excited. Uhuru was about to say something more when suddenly a beam of yellow light appeared immediately. I should be the one to thank you. The flower of Uhuru glowed in such a strange way that everyone found it hard to believe. A second later, the flower automatically wilted and gradually floated away. Just like that, the remaining essence quickly entered Sko's wrist. Looking at this situation made Sko a bit speechless. Not knowing what to say, the flower melted away. Uhuru had also become utterly disappointed. My fruit. But just a second later, he realized something was wrong, and he hurriedly called out to him. Sko. Uhuru anxiously reported. The light. On that person's shoulder. Sko also looked at him with wide eyes to see what was happening. Sko gradually felt the change from his shoulder wound. Feeling a bit unbelievable, he was bewildered, trying to examine his current wound. Realizing the wound no longer had any sensation as Sko had thought made him quickly remove the bandage to check. Seeing with his own eyes that the wound from yesterday had completely healed, Sko exclaimed in surprise, this flower seems to have healing abilities. This also made Uhuru on the side extremely delighted. Is not that wonderful? Remembering something important, Sko then called out, by the way, Nizu. Hearing that he was startled and reacted, he quickly remembered last night, Suki came to visit us. Right. After thinking for a short while, Nezu seemed to ponder and then replied, you are half right and half wrong. Nezu actually already knew. Suki had been in the carriage with us since last night. Sko just stood up putting on his clothes while being surprised and thought, so it was not a dream. He tightly grasped the carriage door preparing to rush outside. Seeing you suddenly circle to the outside to assess the situation made everyone inside the carriage extremely anxious. Sko, even Parker was so scared that he hurriedly ran after you. Doing so on a moving carriage is very dangerous, but Sko hardly cared about this, quickly looking up at the top of the carriage. Suki. I know the person up there. Sko tried to wait and see if Suki would appear before him. Right after that, luckily Suki timely appeared before him, quickly making a few signaling sounds. Seeing that it was safe made him breathe a sigh of relief. It is very dangerous up there. Back inside, after hearing this advice from you, Suki seemed a bit strangely unbelievable, but it still followed Sko's instructions to slowly approach the carriage door. It seems like you are in a more dangerous situation than I am. With your support, Suki finally jumped safely inside the carriage. Seeing it had gotten in safely made him sigh a breath of relief. Sko quickly closed the door and sat right next to Suki, which also surprised Parker. The cat. Parker had no idea that the small cat before him was actually a gigantic monster. Is this the cat you raised? Hearing such naive questions, Sko shook his head in denial. No, Suki is not a pet cat. Suki quickly yawned up and down due to its sleepiness, which made Parker curious and wanted to say something more. But just like that, Sko seemed to read his thoughts. It is not a stray cat either. Hearing this, he let out a breath as if he had somewhat understood the story. So it is a friend. Seeing Parker appear strange made Suki extremely confused. Who is that idiot? Sko quickly explained to it. This is Parker, but perhaps it did not care much. This time it gently sat on Sko's lap and asked quietly, Are you hurt? Are you okay? Seeing it care for him like that, Sko smiled gently and explained, I had Uhuru help heal me. This made Suki look down on him greatly. What could that tiny cactus do? Uhuru immediately became a bit angry at this dismissive remark. Understanding Ahura's mood, Sko gently explained, It has healing powers, Suki. If you are going to follow me anyway. Suki lay there in silence, still stubbornly saying its own opinion. I am not following you. I just happened to see you hurt while exploring. Seeing it still unwilling to speak, Sko felt a bit anxious. Why do not you come with me from now on? Suki still remained silent, but its tail quickly wagged out straight. The time went back to when Sko received Suki. He became very happy, and it seemed like Suki also cherished every moment. The scene shifted to the carriage traveling on the long road. Suki's voice echoed inside here. I will make it clear. I am only going with you because you said so. Why is it that you always happen to get hurt when I am not around? Sko heard this and gently nodded in understanding. Thank you, Suki. He gently stroked its shoulder to its head, making it feel something unusual. But Suki did not think much and silently closed its eyes. Sko has changed. You do not care how he has changed, but this kind of change is okay. Time has passed quickly. And finally, the carriage stopped on the way. While Sko was still contemplating what to do next, a voice rang out. Sko. Parker pointed towards the large gate ahead and announced, We have arrived at the teleportation gate connecting to the headquarters. A moment later, Sko, along with Suki and the others, toured the entire place, while Parker quickly reported information to the customs staff. Parker and Sko from the X Club. Sir, just inform the club of the fees. The staff nodded in understanding. Yes. It has been confirmed, for security reasons. The gate can only be used 3 times a day for one adult. He even reminded, you may experience some side effects after using the gate. If you accept these conditions, we will open the entrance for you. Sko remained silent, thoughtfully observing the place more closely. After confirming that the paperwork was fully completed, Sko did not hesitate and walked forward. With that, he carried his expectations and gradually moved inside through the teleportation door. A burst of blinding light made Sko instinctively close his eyes tightly. As he gradually got used to the light, he slowly opened his eyes to look ahead. A magnificent, dazzling place quickly appeared before Sko's eyes, leaving him somewhat astonished. At the same time, Parker and everyone else had quickly stepped into this area, looking at this magnificent hall, making Sko seem astonished. So this is the headquarters of the club. While he was still pondering, Parker's cheerful voice rang out. Welcome, Sko. He smiled and introduced. This is the headquarters of the Ignis Club. Sko nodded in understanding, silently gazing at the gigantic headquarters with its incredibly vast details. The two walked down the long corridor, continuing to the higher floor. It was Sko's first time encountering such places, and he felt somewhat amazed. An endless spiral staircase, as if going up to heaven. Walking in front, Parker remained silent, deep in thought. It seemed that Sko was still continuously lost in his own thoughts, wondering if heaven truly existed in that sky. He quickly thought of the terrifying people who possessed both power and wealth, those who had the power over carrots. He could not neglect those who stood behind flattering these people and their supporters. Thinking of this, Sko wondered to himself if it would be better the higher he climbed. Realizing how foolish his question was, he sighed and shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. While he was still pondering, Parker turned back and smiled, announcing, "We have arrived," which surprised him. That was fast. Parker's face showed a hint of awkwardness as he explained everything. This is a magic staircase. It is quite similar to the teleportation gate. In any case, you were supposed to meet the club leader, but they have been absent for nearly 3 months, Parker also reminded. So naturally, you will have to meet the vice president. In front of them, the two had reached a large room door. Parker and Sko quickly approached this large door, unable to delay any longer. Parker quickly knocked on the bell to see if there was any response. A short time passed. The two stood there waiting, but nothing strange seemed to happen. Everything here fell back into silence, making both of them a bit awkward. Parker sighed helplessly, not knowing how to explain this situation. It seemed like the festival leader had gone to sleep. Upon hearing this, Sko and Nezu immediately became silent and fell asleep. With no other option, Parker had to repeatedly press the doorbell quickly. After a series of continuous ringing, the large door finally opened. Sko managed to quickly grab Aru to avoid this large door. The rough action made Parker feel awkward and unsure of what to do. Remembering that he had almost lost his life made Uhuru so angry that he was trembling. Just now, he was still shouting and cursing. "You almost got my head blown off. How dare you?" Hearing this, Sko fell silent, thinking, "Where is the cactus?" The person inside the room quickly appeared with a sword, looking disheveled and rushing out. "Who is it?" He seemed a bit tired as he stared at those who had disrupted his deep sleep. Looking at Parker right in front of him made Sko very confused. "Did I order chicken or something?" Upon hearing this, Parker angrily replied, "I have told you again and again. Vice President, I am not food." Hearing the argument between the two, Uhuru sighed in agreement, so he was right about the chicken. Remembering something important, Parker immediately got straight to the main topic. "I brought a guest here." This left Sko bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "Guest? What guest?" He continued to speak in a confusing manner. "Your guest?" Parker's series of actions angered Sko, who yawned repeatedly and was about to return for another nap. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why should we host guests? Isn't there anyone else working down there? I will deduct your salary for waking someone up from their good sleep early in the morning." Seeing him act so strangely made Parker very uncomfortable. Sko quickly turned and went back into the room. "Go away," Suki suddenly called out. Upon hearing the little cat's voice, Sko was so stunned that it was hard to believe. A cat. In front of him was Suki, who was still sitting there meowing. Finding it very amusing, he laughed and sat down to observe. What a surprise, it is also a guest. While Sko was still reaching out to pet Suki, it suddenly left him. It walked straight towards Sko's feet. Seizing the opportunity, Parker immediately got to the main topic. He is the one who has taken the special support position in the Galaxia branch. Sko. He held the cactus Aru in his hand standing next to Nezu. Seeing him appear, Sko immediately stood up and said something very confusing. Singing. His face lit up with interest in these matters. "You brought our leader here." Not wanting to be rude any longer, he quickly extended his hand towards Sko. "I am the vice president of Ignis. Wenleski." As the two shook hands, he continued to comment, "So I have finally met the leader as rumored." Hearing Sko's confusing words made him curious. "Leader." While he was still pondering, Wen quickly urged everyone, "Just come in already," and slowly walked into the room. "Thank you." However, contrary to the grandeur outside the palace, Wen's room had become quite messy with various things. This scene left Sko speechless. It was the first time he saw a bedroom so dirty. Is not this pigsty? A messy room like this made Neju feel awkward not knowing what to do. If Neju had to go in here, he would step on those things to walk through. As if understanding everyone's mood, Wen immediately walked into the room. "It is fine. It is fine." He smiled, stepping on the piles of documents while informing everyone, "I do not care what you step on." But this time he glanced at Neju because he found it quite interesting. That white monkey friend of his is so fluent. Is he mixed with human? Neju was very surprised by his speculation. "How do you know?" Hearing that, he laughed. "Just guessing." After finishing his words, Wen quickly approached Neju. "Just kidding, if I were an animal. The only thing is that his words were somewhat difficult to understand. I would not like to talk to humans about how I can speak." Seeing him act so strangely, Sko was surprised to think, his inside and outside are so different. While he was still pondering, Wen quickly glanced at him. "Are you drinking coffee?" Sko shook his head in refusal. "No need." Seeing that he did not seem to want to drink coffee much, his face became thoughtful. "Let us try something else. Maybe you are not old enough to appreciate these things. Soda might be better than sleep." With that, Wen turned to prepare the drinks, and Sko behind did not know what to say. He had refused because it was not worth it. A little later, Wen had prepared a tray of drinks. He even had some exquisite cakes placed right in front of Sko. Holding the hot coffee cup in his hand, Sko's face was a bit thoughtful and speechless. While he was still lost in his own thoughts, Wen quickly remarked, "It seems our new leader is quite young." Huh. Hearing that, he immediately looked up to explain, "I had my coming-of-age ceremony already. Seeing you look so foolish made him laugh heartily. That is why I said you are young. When adults are praised for being young, they do not refuse but thank it." Remembering something important, the doctor quickly called out, "Vice President." This made him, who was drinking coffee with sugar, look at him in surprise. While his face had become quite displeased with a series of Wen's actions, he sounded like some pervert who likes to play with children. "So let us stop." Seeing that too much time had been wasted on these things, he laughed and got to the main topic. "Let us talk about the main issue. It is the president's idea to call the leader from the head office here." Hearing this, Sko showed a clear expression of confusion. "Oh, I see. But why am I? Before he could finish his sentence, Wen immediately guessed his intention. Leader. Right. You nodded in confirmation. Wen laughed loudly as if nothing had happened. He calmly added a few more words. That was also the president's idea. I am just the messenger. Initially, the title leader was just a newly added title, so I am not sure what it specifically is. A series of this information also left Sko and Parker standing still, not knowing how to respond. Inside, Sko felt a bit anxious looking at the coffee cup in his hand. Is the association a trustworthy place? Although he did not want to think about this, he felt quite vague. They had too much secrecy in their positions and attitudes, and their stance changed frequently. Yet despite that, Sko's gaze gradually became judgmental as he looked at Wen sitting across from him. His face began to show a peculiar contemplation. At least there was still no lie spoken. While he was still deep in thought, Wen continued to comment. From now on, he would take on very different tasks compared to before. Clearly, Sko still did not understand the deeper intentions behind this statement. He pretended nothing was wrong and continued to look at the coffee cup in his hand. These would be special tasks that only a leader would have the capability to undertake. Suddenly, the corner of Wen's mouth curled into a smug smile. Within the vast headquarters, Wen's voice echoed. These will be special tasks that only a leader will have the capability to undertake. Before he could finish hearing this information, Sko pondered for a moment. Leader. Suddenly something was thrown straight ahead, catching Sko's attention. In front of him was a strange large bag. Wen quickly announced. Take it. He still did not understand what was going on when the man smiled and recounted. It is your promotion. On the paper were clearly written the words, Leader of the Ignis Guild, Sko. His voice continued to resonate. It included both the new uniform and badge of the association, along with other supportive equipment and the association's Sue. And Parker looked a bit surprised at Sko's reward in front of him. Feeling somewhat curious, Wen continued to glance to one side. And finally, Nezu seemed very pleased with all the actions this time. He laughed and quickly recounted what he was thinking. This is just my personal curiosity. It has nothing to do with the association leader. While Sko still did not understand what he meant, he continued to engage in conversation. What kind of strength does the new leader have that the association leader wants you to accompany us so much? I was wondering about that while waiting for you. Wen had a very expectant smile before your actions. So can you let me admire you before you leave? Little leader. Hearing this, Sko just sat in silence, surprised by the series of these confusing words from him. Before he could grasp what was happening, Wen immediately took the sword from one side. Now show me how strong you are. A long time passed, and all that could be seen was Wen sitting next to the sword inside his room. He suddenly broke into a big smile full of confidence. The coffee and cookies on the table remained intact as if nothing had happened. The only difference was that Sko's coffee cup had fallen to the ground, spilling all over the floor, but it seemed that Wen was somewhat contemplative. He looked at the remaining coffee cup on the table. Fighting? How could you fight against something like that? Don't make me laugh. Back to the earlier time, when Wen was very excited, tightly gripping the sword in his hand to see this kid. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately dashed towards Sko with the sword. How strong is he? You still sat there without any reaction to this strange action of his. Seeing that you had no intention of dodging made him feel somewhat confused. Why was not he defending himself? While Wen was still rushing to attack, something whizzed past, causing him to stop right in place. His face truly showed confusion. He continued to look at Sko, who was still leisurely holding the coffee cup in his hand. He had not even moved yet. When he looked back at himself again, it turned out that Wen had used his own sword to press against his neck. Although he tried to resist, it seemed all was in vain. He could not move. While he was still trying to control everything, Sko lifted his head to look at him and spoke. The thing he wanted to see. His gaze held a mesmerizing quality as he looked at him with very strange eyes. Is this enough? A series of actions just now also made Wen release his own sword. Back to reality. Wen recalled those embarrassing images from back then. He sighed, propping his feet up on the table, preparing to continue his work. Mother, I am tired now. Looking at the piles of documents continuously placed on the table, Wen sighed warily. The leader should have explained more clearly. President. He had become very contemplative witnessing a series of actions by Sko at that time. It resembled a ruler more than anything. How could one control a predator stronger than oneself? Thinking about this made Wen let out a light sigh. It is good enough not to be devoured by it. He recalled Sko's cold face back then. Just thinking about all the interesting things that would happen made Wen smile with excitement. Finally, perhaps he was waiting to see what would happen next. A new era had begun. The scene shifted to the spacious hallway beneath the headquarters. A voice rang out. Wonderful. This time, a pot filled with nutritious soil quickly appeared before a Horu. After going through the trouble of preparing this large pot, Sko curiously asked, "Do you like it?" Horu quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. I like it. Seeing it delighted with its new home made him feel happy too. That is good. A Horu. After finishing up with Ahuru's new home, Sko continued to look around his office. This place was incredibly spacious with expensive items arranged inside. It even had living quarters for Nezu and Suki to make the room feel less empty. The servants had even decorated the room with paintings of famous landmarks around the world. Looking at the vast room right before him, Sko became very puzzled. Did they really need to do this much? Suddenly, Nezu's cheerful voice rang out. Sko, look at this. Nezu excitedly pulled out some outfits in front of him and announced. New clothes. Even the luxurious outfits were neatly stored inside the suitcase. Hearing this, Sko nodded in understanding. Those clothes? And Nezu became very excited about these. It is not just clothes. It quickly took the paper in hand and read out the items prepared for him. There was magic imbued in them too. How wonderful. It goes without saying that its face had become more excited than ever. It could self-clean and control temperature. Shock absorbers. While Nezu was still thrilled about the future, Sko on the side was deep in thought. Did Nezu want to wear clothes? Remembering something important, he suddenly called out to it. Wait, Nezu. Hearing this, Nezu turned its head back in confusion. Sko quickly walked over to share his thoughts. I will see if I can buy clothes that fit Nezu and Suki. This made it very confused. Nezu did not need clothes. Even Suki immediately stepped forward to express her thoughts. I also find it annoying and troublesome, so do not mind. Sko sighed softly, sitting down and looking at it with a worried expression. What if my gets cold because there are no warm clothes? Or feels shy about being naked like this? Hearing this, it was speechless and did not know what to say. You are driving me crazy. Suki quickly used her weak little skin that he stroked. Animals do not wear clothes at all. We have fur already. Even Nezu on the side examined all the new outfits prepared for Sko and added, I heard that people often wear nice clothes to be treated well. They call it social status. You look very confused, clearly not understanding what Nezu is referring to as social status. In that quiet room, remembering Nezu's words to him, Sko's face became very puzzled. Would it be better if he had a better status? Hearing him say that, Nezu smiled and explained everything in detail, that many people would prefer someone like him. This made him feel very confused. Just because some people have a higher social status, does that mean they will be liked by more people? In that case, those who do not like the king. Nezu was about to explain something more. At least, he looked at Sko with bright eyes and continued to recount that they would not attack on their own. After finishing, his face became very serious as he declared that Nezu would do his best to protect Sko. But it would be very troublesome if someone stronger than Nezu attacked him. Suddenly, Nezu remembered the scene when he felt powerless and could not save the person he desired. His mother. Seeing the sadness on Nezu's face, Sko seemed to understand something more. He gently extended his hands towards him as if to empathize. Seeing Sko act strangely like that also made Nezu feel very confused. To Nezu's surprise, he immediately removed the collar chain and did not forget to remind him, I will take this off when there is no one around. Being chained like this must be uncomfortable. After realizing he had removed the chain from his neck, Nezu felt a long-lost sense of comfort. But this way I won't be hindered while walking anymore. Sko looked at him seriously and sighed in response. Seeing you like this makes me feel uncomfortable too. Hearing that, Nezu nodded in understanding. Alright. At the same time, Suki quickly jumped from Sko's shoulder down to the ground, but the only thing he cared about at that moment was Nezu. His face became very joyful when looking at him. Thank you for the new clothes and I am happy for you. After saying that, Sko did not forget to confirm once more. And also, you do not need to worry anymore. Seeing him understand to the point of being heartbroken, Nezu also stopped, unsure of what else to say. Sko, in Sko's mind, he had his own thoughts. Because now, if he wanted to, he could make anyone kneel at his feet. This time he announced to everyone around because he felt the change coming from his body. Moreover, his abilities were getting stronger. Sko even questioned himself. Why should I worry? Many confrontations make it easier for him. Even when faced with the happy birds, Sko was not frightened. Just think about it. Is not it very convenient? Thinking about this, he clenched his fist. Even though I do not want to say these things, I still silently confess, perhaps humanity is more selfish than I thought. The scene shifted to a nearby tavern in the town. Cheerful voices rang out. There is this request. Parker quickly pulled out a carefully stored letter and presented it to Sko, who was tasting the flavor of a new dish. Seeing the letter handed by Parker surprised him a bit. As a matter of courtesy, he immediately took the letter. Thank you, Parker. But also because Parker was standing close to him, some chicken feathers fell into the bowl. Parker became very excited, laughed loudly, scratched his head, and replied, Well, this is my job. Have you gotten used to the headquarters yet? Looking at the letter sent to me, Sko seemed contemplative and then nodded in understanding, feeling quite relaxed. I was getting a bit bored since there was nothing to do, but now that there was a request, I felt a bit relieved. Seeing you look so thoughtful made Parker even more excited, his eyes lighting up. You are really meticulous, Sko. No, I should call you the leader now. Sko calmly asked back, Do you want to eat with me? Hearing that, you were so happy that you said a few words. Sure, I will go get my meal right now. Sko slowly opened the letter. sinking into his own thoughts. Whether being called leader or commander, he still did not know what he was supposed to do. In front of him was the letter containing brief lines from the sender, the request form. The requester. Rihiga. The reward. This familiar name also surprised Sko. Rihiga. He quickly remembered this name. Rihiga. While he was still pondering, Uhuru quickly approached to announce, "I know that place." It became very serious as it recounted everything it had known about this place. It was one of the newly established clans in the country. The clan leader, the commander, was a cousin of the current emperor and had the ability to use his body very flexibly. Upon hearing this, Sko understood something more. Had he met him? Uhuru nodded proudly in agreement. "Yes, I know many people." Listening to the conversation between the two, Nezu became quite confused. "What is he talking about?" You gently turned your head to explain to Nezu more clearly. Uhuru mentioned that he had met our requester before. After understanding the story's context, Nezu became very interested and continued to praise. "Uhuru knows everything. That is great. You really are an amazing cactus." Continuously hearing such compliments made Uhuru blush a little, feeling somewhat shy. "Thank you. You are also very cool." Meanwhile, Sko was still sound asleep and unaware of anything. After thinking for a short while, Uhuru continued to recount to everyone. "The name Mubian I know is a bit crazy." In his mind, he envisioned a close relative needing the sword in hand. He did not know much else, but his swordsmanship was quite good. This information also made Sko feel surprised. Is he that strong? He shook his head, denying all of this. No, his face became very serious as he recounted everything. Not only strong, before becoming the clan head, there was another person also known for his swordsmanship, but there were rumors that he had defeated that person with just one strike. Even this man possessed such immense strength that it made everyone shudder. He also won against monsters, triumphing in all battles. After hearing this information, Sko felt very confused. So someone as strong as that also requests a form. While he was still pondering, Parker quickly grabbed his meal, excitedly announcing, "This meal, let us eat." Placing the meal down on the table, his face became very excited, and Sko nodded gently. Parker hoped you enjoyed your meal. Looking at Sko's bowl made Uhuru very confused. There is fur in the dish. Uhuru was about to say something else when Sko gently turned his head to pat its head. Thus, at the dining table, Sko seriously read the letter in his hand. The letter clearly states the different parts that caught your attention, the requests, and the descriptions. Sko read each letter very carefully, and after understanding the issue briefly, he was surprised to realize something important. Just as he thought, there was nothing specific at all. Looking at Parker, who was still focused on eating, he quickly asked if he was done eating. Parker nodded in confirmation. Then, seeing that the opportunity had arrived, Sko quickly picked up his bowl of food and stood up. "Let us go then." Parker was a bit contemplative about this action. Parker's face looked somewhat strange, along with a hint of confusion. Holding his meal, Parker followed behind Sko and intended to say something else to him. "So, Commander," he glanced back at me in surprise, and Parker continued to speak. "I noticed it before too, but you are quite unusual, are not you?" He still did not understand what Parker meant. What did he mean? After hearing this, Parker became hesitant. "No, that is not it." Sko could not understand why his friend was suddenly reacting so strangely. In Sko's mind, he recalled the scene when people continuously chased him away. Damn monster. Get out of my sight. Just thinking about those terrible pasts made Sko wary and unwilling to face them. It reminded him. He continued to walk forward, lost in thought. It has been a long time since I ate with someone. Quickly, the scene shifted back to the vast hallway at the headquarters here. Sko's footsteps slowly moved forward as he prepared to carry out the current task. While he was still pondering, Parker immediately ran after him from behind. Seeing Parker suddenly run after him made Sko a bit confused, so he stopped. This time he turned his head back. Both stood there, staring at each other in surprise. It seemed that Sko realized Parker's intention to follow him, which surprised him greatly, and he interrupted to ask, "Do you still have work at the headquarters?" Parker, hearing this, seriously explained to him as if nothing had happened. "I have not had work in a long time. The request form I gave you was the last one." This made him want to congratulate him. "So are you going to rest?" "Congratulations," but Parker's words were quite confusing. "No, I am still working," and both of them continued to stand there, staring at each other. "So what?" Noticing that Sko was still confused, Parker became even more perplexed. "Do not you know?" Of course, he still did not care about what was happening. What did he know? Parker quickly put his hand on his chest and smiled to introduce himself. "I am Bernie Parker, and I have been transferred to the command team now." Sko stood there in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The team, contrary to his attitude, Parker became very cheerful and nodded to confirm this. "Yes. Starting today, I have been transferred to support the commander." Parker did not forget to extend his hand towards Sko. "So now consider me a direct soldier under your command." Hoping to ease things, Commander, after hearing this series of information, he was left in bewilderment, not knowing what else to say. "Me too. But out of basic courtesy, he quickly shook hands with Parker, unexpectedly gaining a teammate and a soldier under him. Sko fell into thought as he looked at the badge pinned on his chest. Commander, seeing that he seemed so confused made Parker feel a bit awkward. Commander, are you okay? Maybe a bit too much. Realizing that time is running out, Sko immediately spoke up. First, he turned to his room to remind, "We should pack our luggage." These words also made Parker feel very confused. Where are we going? Just like that, Sko quickly walked away while reminding everyone about the upcoming mission. "I am heading out to meet our client, Mubian Vega." Soon, Sko and his teammates arrived at the spatial teleportation door. While he and everyone else were still waiting, Parker quickly approached and said, "Right when I thought so." He was carrying many different items on his back, and he even remembered to chat, "Do not we need camping gear?" A series of actions from Parker left Sko speechless. He was bewildered as he looked at Parker and warned, "Parker, we are not going camping." But it seemed Parker did not care much about that. "I am bringing snacks too." To the surprise of Sko and his teammates, Parker quickly produced some very strange cookies, salty crab, and grilled octopus cakes. Seeing them emitting a smell made Sko reluctant to eat, but Parker became very excited. "This is a limited edition, so I spent all my allowance to buy them. Since you are the commander, I will especially share with you." Just seeing those terrifying cakes made Sko immediately refuse. "No, I've lied." This action of his also made Parker feel very sad. While everyone was still chatting, suddenly a staff member pointed at the teleportation gate behind and announced, "Excuse me, the territory of 2 stations is outside our departure route. Instead, we will take you to the Reynolds underground cave. This will also shorten our travel time." This also surprised Parker to the point of being speechless. Underground cave? Really? The staff continued to ignore Parker and quickly controlled the teleportation gate. "I will activate the gate. Wishing you a safe journey." Sko and his teammates slowly walked through the spatial gate. Each of his steps was very firm as he went to where he needed to be. But on this side, Parker was very hesitant about whether to enter or not. Underneath the ground, realizing that everyone had already crossed over, he had no choice but to run after them and called out, "Please wait for me." As he stepped into this world, everything in his black bag seemed invisible. Parker's feet slowly moved forward step by step. He and Sko looked at the entire vast cave space here. Just seeing this dark space made Parker become so scared that he could not say a word. His whole body trembled as if he did not want to face this mission. While Parker was still afraid, a man appeared behind him to scare him. "Hello." Parker was so frightened that he trembled and yelled in despair. Unfortunately, he jumped into the air and then had to painfully fall down. Looking at the clown Parker lying still on the ground, everyone seemed at a loss for words at this scene. Feeling a bit worried, Sko asked, "Are you okay?" Parker heard this and sighed in response. "I see these guys right after you sat up." The manager smiled and praised you, saying you have a very energetic demeanor. This also made you more alert. "Who is he?" He seemed a bit surprised by this question. "Who am I?" The old man smiled and announced to everyone present here, "I am the manager of this teleportation service. That kid who can fly." After confirming the manager's identity, Sko quickly got straight to the point with him. "Excuse me, manager. Are we in the Renault underground cave?" The manager then turned his attention to Sko. He laughed in surprise and praised, "This kid is very polite." As he walked forward, the manager continued to talk. "It has been a long time since anyone visited this cave." The little bats, upon seeing the strange commotion, continuously flew outside. "But why would a young person like you come here?" Sko also recounted the mission he had received. "We are on our way to the territory of Hyga." Hearing that familiar name made the manager astonished. Hyga. Suddenly, his gaze became eerily frightening. Not many adventurers dare to go to that deathly land. Hearing him say such words, Sko could not hide his doubts. Why is Hyga's territory called the Land of Death? After thinking for a short while, the manager slowly recounted everything. What? The emperor does not dare to keep talented relatives by his side because he is a well-rounded, young, strong, and very handsome person. Upon saying this, he burst into laughter. Just that alone shows how many thorns the emperor must avoid. After sharing a few old stories, the manager pointed ahead. "Do you see the path through that dark cave?" He was very serious as he recounted. "Although it is the only entrance connected to Hyga's territory, no one knows what is inside." Hearing this, the old man was a bit worried. "No one knows? Then what does that mean?" He burst into loud laughter. "Meaning I can let you go, but I can't guarantee your lives will be preserved. Even if you are torn apart into 100 pieces, no one will know." This also made Parker beside him feel frightened. "Are there monsters in there?" But your attitude only excited the manager more. "You are stating the obvious, are not you?" At the same time, images of eyes lurking in the darkness quickly emerged through the manager's narration. The territory that the Lord is the subject of deadly fang monsters. He was very excited. With words that were somewhat threatening, it meant that the coward was afraid of his own relatives. After finishing his words, the manager laughed heartily, while Parker anxiously hid behind Sko. But clearly, Sko had no time to care much about such matters. He quickly looked around the space here, feeling a bit confused. He continued to stare intently at the manager right in front of him. Seeing Sko's attitude, the manager felt admiration. Look at this kid, not afraid or distracted at all. Sko's eyes widened as if judging whether this manager was wicked or not. After a short observation period, he slowly stepped right in front of you. This time the manager pointed straight at Sko and said his advice. You should be a bit more careful. It is better that way. Although his words were somewhat confusing, he still patiently added, try not to let that cowardly king notice you. Looking into the eyes of the manager also made Parker feel scared if he did not want to be swallowed before even escaping his shell. As soon as he finished giving the necessary advice, Sko continued to speak, asking him to send this message to His Grace the Duke for him. He turned around, preparing to head towards the dark tunnel right in front of him. I am very willing to accept his invitation. This time Sko walked forward, his words carrying the same ambiguity as the manager's at that time. And when that moment comes, His Grace can comfortably talk to me without needing to sneak like this. Just like that, he left in front of this manager's gaze. Inside the dark tunnel, only he remained standing there in contemplation. Remembering all the words that Sko had said earlier made the manager feel incredibly refreshed. He slowly raised his hand to pull down his facial skin, speaking casually without needing to sneak around. Just like that, the manager's facial skin disappeared, revealing a youthful face. He smiled joyfully. Quite interesting. Chapter 36. Inside the pitch-black tunnel. Fortunately, there were some lights flickering here. Sko and his teammates stepped in one by one. Parker continuously glanced from side to side, his body trembling slightly, feeling a bit strange. He suddenly turned back to find Sko and his teammates staring intently at him, as if understanding Parker's feelings. Sko sighed and announced, I did not know you were afraid of being underground. Sorry about that. This also made Parker extremely confused about what to do next. What to do? Realizing something was off, his face became surprised. Did he just read my thoughts? Sko continued to speak. I apologize if I was rude to you. Just a few simple conversations had made Parker feel uplifted. No, it is okay. You can read as much as you want. After all, you are the commander, he smiled shyly, scratching his head to explain. Instead of saying fear, saying this is a characteristic of my race would be more appropriate. Sko listened and was curious. A characteristic of your race, Parker slowly recounted. Because avian is a species that usually lives in high mountains and hills, we feel uncomfortable in a confined space like this. After finishing his words, he scratched his head a bit shyly. It is also hard to fly here because it is too narrow. Sko was surprised to hear that. Really? After carefully observing the space here, Sko quickly turned back to inform Parker. Since this cave connects directly to the territory of Haiga, we will reach there in half a day if we keep walking without stopping. He also did not forget to share his thoughts with everyone. Because of the limited use of the teleportation gate, we have to wait a day before we can use it again. So I thought it would be faster to just go through the cave. This idea also made Parker admire him for being so smart. This way is indeed more effective than that. Sko took all the blame upon himself. It was also because I teleported without thinking of the whole team. He hurriedly shook his head in denial. No. Parker's face was somewhat difficult to express. He quickly waved his hands to explain. Do not do that. Do not worry about making mistakes or anything. You just need to give orders. Upon hearing this, Sko suddenly repeated the two words. Give orders. He quickly expressed his assumption. Does that mean you accept to follow all my commands without caring about your own desires? This also made Parker feel confused. Yes. But in fact, Sko already had its own thoughts. In the end, it was no different from dominating minds and controlling them. While he was still lost in his own thoughts, Parker continued to speak, saying, It is not that I do not consider my own desires. I am here because I want to follow you. Hearing this made Sko a bit confused. You want to follow me? Parker suddenly remembered when he was in danger. Sko had rushed to save him. Yes, you are my superior, but also the one who saved my life. Hearing you say that, Sko did not pay much attention and turned to leave. It is just that I happened to meet someone then, coincidentally or intentionally. It seems like Parker still valued those moments very much. Even so, without you, I would be dead. I am truly grateful for that. You even added a few more words, and I have a feeling I should follow. Suddenly Neju sensed something was wrong ahead that surprised everyone. Seeing Neju so strange to the point of frightening also made Parker panic. Why is it like this? Sko gently called out. Neju. In the dark cave ahead, strange noises quickly echoed. This made Sko heighten his alertness. Is it a monster? Neju silently nodded in confirmation. Too many. Seeing the two looking so serious made Parker worried on the side. How many? Neju continued to express his feelings. Very numerous. And they are fast too. Just thinking about it made him desperate to the point of being speechless. So, how close are they to us? Its voice echoed, right below us. As soon as Neju finished speaking, strange water stains quickly appeared on the ground. It seemed that there were some beings trying to emerge from beneath the ground here. Oddly shiny golden figures quickly floated to the surface. It goes without saying, at this moment, Parker was so scared he could not even cry. A series of black-headed golden worms quickly appeared here, making him even more desperate. Sandworms. Looking at the worms suddenly appearing before him made Stowe somewhat confused. Giant worms. Uhuru on the side was surprised. Sandworms. This is the first time I have seen them. Neju was still growling. Heightened vigilance. Luckily, Uhuru next to him quickly comforted everyone. It is okay. They are not aggressive. Their temperament is very mild, so as long as you do not touch them, they won't get angry. After finishing his words, he also pointed towards the sandworms and announced, "Look, they are just observing us." It seems to be true to what he said. The sandworms were still just standing there, probing the situation ahead. Uhuru confidently declared, "Moreover, they have no reason to attack us. They do not eat humans or plants." This also made Stowe feel curious. So what do they eat? He laughed and answered as if it were obvious. They eat soil. Just as Uhuru said, these sandworms were taking the opportunity to eat pieces of soil into their mouths. As soon as the giant sandworms took their first bites, Ed felt they were incredibly obedient and cute. Stu and his teammates also relaxed their guard around these cute creatures, but contrary to everyone's attitude, Parker became extremely frightened and shouted, "Save me." Uhuru seems so exhausted that it is at a loss for words with you. They won't kill anyone. Hey, that chicken over there, is it crying? After thinking for a short while, it appears that Sto has its own plan. You took a step forward and announced to everyone. They said we could go through there. This also made Parker extremely fearful. What if they eat us? You remained calm and reassured everyone. They won't eat people. Surely. Seeing Sto continuously heading straight towards the giant earthworms, Parker nervously spoke up. Commander, what if they catch you? But it seems you hardly cared about this. You even brushed past the earthworms. It is fine. They have known we are here for a long time. They must be curious since no one has appeared in the line for a while. After saying that, you did not forget to turn around and inform. They said this line was made by them. Seems only Parker felt scared. Those worms. Oh my god. After carefully observing these giant earthworms, you continuously urged everyone. Their emotions are quite similar to human curiosity. So you kept going. It seems this was difficult for Parker. Parker's whole body became shaky, not daring to face such a terrifying species. Oh dear. The earthworms continued to slither on the ground. Just seeing those cutting worms or getting close to them made Parker so scared that he held his head and screamed. Sto was about to say something more. Parker, if it is too hard, as if understanding your intention, Parker immediately rejected this request. No, I can do it. Just like that, Parker's trembling body slowly moved forward. Seeing this, Sto was at a loss for words. I was just going to ask the cutting worms to move a bit. After a long time had passed, Parker finally made it here. He sighed and complained, I am all dirty. Neju sighed and nodded, adding, my first smells like poop, but it seems Sto hardly cared about this. The smell is not too bad. Everyone looked a bit confused and could not believe it. So is the smell really that bad? You also managed a forced smile to reassure. What is wrong with a bad smell? No, a bad smell is good. Seeing this expression on your face also left Parker at a loss for words. Someone who can control minds like you still can't lie. Huh. Discovering something important, Parker's face became very excited. It seems I misunderstood about this Reynolds tunnel. Hearing this while walking ahead surprised Sto. What do you mean? You continued to recall the image of those eyes watching everyone's movements from the darkness at that time. There is a story that says there are many monsters down here attacking people, which is why there are not many visitors. Then you recalled the house of Uncle Zolkit you encountered earlier. Even though they looked ugly and rotten, the Zolkit were very nice. This made Sto seem curious as they listened. Are you still scared even though you know they won't attack us? You walked while narrating your thoughts. They look slimy and scary. Just seeing them appear makes you think you might be eaten by them. Sto was completely the opposite. Really? I think they are cute. This made you at a loss for words again. Cute. That disgusting slummy thing. Just like that, the two of them continuously talked to each other over a long distance about the Zolkat. Yes, they came all the way here to find us, and acted adorably as they moved their bodies. That is being cute. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Parker's voice had a hint of fatigue and boredom. It had been 3 hours since we entered the cave. Stu beside him quickly comforted him. We are almost there. Just thinking about what was stuck on his body made Parker feel even more uncomfortable. I want to wash off this smell as soon as possible. Just a quick rinse will do. While walking forward, Nezu immediately caught a whiff of something. He quickly pointed ahead to alert everyone. There is water nearby. I can smell clean water and hear the sound of running water over there. Stu and Parker silently looked in the direction Nezu pointed ahead. Both of them stood still in surprise when they saw a light emanating from the front of the cave here. There were even waterfalls shooting up into the air. A familiar sound of splashing. Stu was a bit surprised and could not believe it. A waterfall inside the cave. Stu stared blankly at the large waterfall right in front of him. The whole group looked up in awe. He and everyone quickly moved closer to the real waterfall. Stu quickly approached the stream to investigate. He slowly scooped some water into his palm to see if there was anything strange. After confirming, Stu informed everyone, "The water seems very clear." He even turned back to remind them, "It is quite cold, so be careful." Before he could finish his sentence, a figure quickly dashed towards them. Just like that, Nezu immediately dove down towards the ground, causing droplets of water to splash into the air. Even those droplets splashed all over Stu's face, who was sitting nearby. It had been a long time since he got to enjoy a refreshing bath from nature. Nezu became extremely joyful. "It is very cool here, Stu." Seeing everyone having fun chasing each other, Huru on the side also felt excited. It looked so fun, but it seemed that Stu and Parker had gotten completely soaked with water. Sensing something was wrong, he quickly glanced over at his friend. It seemed Parker somewhat understood and turned to look at him. This time, the corners of Parker's mouth quickly opened wide as if to say something more. Seeing their expressions, both of them burst into laughter. Very pleased, Parker quickly walked towards the lake. Since that is what was said, Stu nodded in understanding. "That must be it." Over here, Nezu continuously expressed delight. Stu has gone down too. Remembering something was off, Parker turned in surprise to look at him. "But are not you going to bathe the cat?" It seemed Suki did not like this much at all. Her face even showed some anger. Hearing that, Stu laughed and explained, "Suki does not like water." Parker sighed at her stubbornness but still quietly advised, "But since there is water already, a little bath should be fine." "Right, being dirty can make you sick. I can't take it anymore." Suki yelled angrily. "That brainless bird over there." Seeing her say such nonsense, Stu quickly reminded Suki, as if understanding his intention. Suki voluntarily walked towards the clean lake. "It is fine. I will bathe myself." Its trembling hands slowly reached out, preparing to touch the surface of the water, but it did not want to do this at all. It really disliked the water. While Suki was still hesitating about going into the water, suddenly someone threw it down hard. Parker hugged it and smiled as he dove into the water, announcing, "Okay, let us go." This time, Suki was startled to realize it was in danger. Parker still did not pay any attention. He jumped high into the air, moving quickly. Right after that, he dove straight into the cool water, submerging. Seeing that Nezu was still not moving made Sto worried, so he called out, "Nezu." But the next scene startled him in surprise. It turned out that at this moment, Suki's legs were brutally pressing down on Parker's head, but no matter how much it tried to avoid it, water kept splashing onto its face. Seeing Suki trying to avoid letting the water touch its body made Sto feel a bit amused at this scene. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, it quickly climbed up to the shore. After being safely on the shore, Suki looked coldly into the lake. It goes without saying that it was extremely angry at the recent actions. "I won't let him get away. Where's that bird-brained guy?" Seeing it act that way, Stu gently comforted. "Calm down, Suki." He smiled and turned to it, reminding, "Your eyelashes are clean now. Afraid it might catch a cold." He did not forget to carefully wipe its body little by little. "Sit up a bit. Let me dry you off." Parker finally swam up to the shore, smiling friendly, asking, "So, do you like it, cat?" Just seeing him made Suki wish it could tear him into 1,000 pieces. "I will kill him." Sto hugged it tightly and gently called out, "Parker." Parker seemed to be eagerly waiting to hear what Sto wanted to remind him. "Yes." This time he seriously scolded. Suki got startled by him. Then he looked at Suki and demanded, "Apologize, and promise not to do that suddenly again next time." He said this time made Parker realize his mistake. Feeling too embarrassed, Parker quickly scratched his head and admitted his fault. "Oh, I'm sorry." After apologizing, he did not forget to add a few more words. "Next time I will let you know first." The sudden dive. Seeing that time was running out, Stu quickly turned around. "Well, let us move." Suddenly, Ahura from the side kept calling, Feeling a bit strange, Stu quickly approached. "What are you doing?" It continued to explain to him, "I am thirsty." Hearing this, Stu glanced at the lake. "Well, water." Ahura sighed helplessly and explained, "I just drank some but it was not good. This must be the feeling of a hungry cactus fish." Right. He gently set Suki down on the ground while reminding him, "Drink some water. Being too thirsty is not good." Suddenly Ahura sadly asked, "Can someone give me something else to drink?" But Sto still did not understand what he meant. "Something else," it continued to explain. "Something stronger." This time Ahura thought of the delicious blood of Sto back then. With its special texture, was it tasty? Hearing him say that, he seemed surprised and pondered. Could it be that his eating habits had changed since that day? This made him appear to hesitate. Was it something alive that drinks blood already? Or was Sto slowly reaching out towards Aru confidently? He gently patted its head. "My blood. Different from the others." Of course, this made it very pleased, enjoying the head pats greatly. After thinking for a while, he quickly reminded, "Let us get the thorns out." This also surprised it. "A knife," Stu kept urging. "Hurry up." Over here, Parker hurriedly grabbed his shirt and came over. Stu. Your shirt. After hearing his reminder, Uhuru immediately showed him its sturdy thorns. Seeing the bright red drops of blood from Stu running down, it became extremely excited. Blood. There is blood. This also made Parker worry. Just, Commander, he gently turned back to reassure. I am just feeding the cactus, so there is no need to panic. The bright red drops of blood continuously flowed into Uhuru's body, causing it to bloom more and more different flowers. A little while later, Stu and his teammates continued their journey. This time Parker asked again, do you think someone intentionally created that waterfall? He nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps so. This made Parker extremely hesitant. It could not have been someone digging out that waterfall to make a bathing stream. It felt like some great creature once lived here. Because Parker was so strange, Stu seemed surprised. Why do you think so? He quickly approached and added, I heard that caves like this usually have owners. His face had become incredibly relaxed. Have not you heard? Commander, caves have tigers, wolves, or images of mysterious creatures yet to be discovered quickly appeared through his storytelling. Right. Hearing this, Stu felt a bit confused, remembering the large form of the dragon back then. Dragons also live in caves. Right. Parker nodded very firmly. Yes. I learned that the territory of dragons is often caves. And recently there have been some discoveries about dragon territories in caves as well. Then he and Stu looked around the damp space. But surely their bodies are very large. This place is really a bit small for a dragon to live in. Remembering something important, Parker smiled and raised his hand to announce. But some people said that dragons, the strongest among all types of dragons, have two forms. Stu could not hide his curiosity. Two forms, Parker quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes. One form has wings, a tail, and short claws in the front. Something like that. They say that unless they use their powers, most will try to maintain a human form. After this series of information, it made Stu understand more. You mean that dragons live by transforming into humans? He calmly spread his arms to explain. Even more than just transforming, it is like they have two bodies. Dragons are also a species very beloved by the gods. The more he heard this information, the more it made Stu feel astonished. Is not it written in the Bible that the human body is the embodiment of God? Parker quickly approached, smiling gently as he shared his thoughts. Like this, dragons also have a second form created in the image of God. Although to confirm this whole thing, we also need to meet a real dragon first. It seemed that he had come to understand something. I do not know, because I have never been to a place of worship. Hearing that, Parker could not hide his surprise and asked back, Huh. Really? Every village must have a place to worship. He nodded in confirmation. Because I was born in a very poor mountain city. His face was a bit sad as he continued to walk forward. Moreover, even if he was favored by God, it seems that Stu had gone through too much to conclude that, in the end, they are nothing at all. His eyes revealed a deep sadness. Even though they are a species favored by God, they have all become extinct. And there is nothing left. Seeing him still pondering like that, Parker hastily comforted his mood. No, actually it is the opposite. Commander, this made him seem surprised. The opposite. Parker continued to step forward and shared everything he knew. I heard that the dragons have abandoned this world and fallen away. Parker continued to add more important information. Although they are called guardians, they are actually the strongest predators at the top of the food chain, who could drive dragons to extinction. But it seems that Stu did not want to believe this too much. Were not they killed by humans? Hearing this, Parker laughed and shook his head, dismissing the idea. He quickly approached and placed a hand on Stu's shoulder. The real reason being the ongoing evolution of humanity and the remnants of the wars that followed. In front of everyone's doubts, he even added a few words, saying that the creatures wept when they saw the world begin to crumble. God had given them the final choice. His voice continued to resonate, recounting a completely different place where they would continue to stay in this world as guardians. It seemed that Parker was very confident in what he had said, or perhaps he would abandon this world to go to a world of their own. Hearing this, Stu also understood, so they left. Just like that, everyone walked away, engrossed in cheerful conversation. I am not sure if it is true, but according to the Bible, that is how it is. Parker smiled excitedly and continued. But one thing is certain, the creatures are highly favored by God, perhaps even more than humans. While they were chatting passionately, Neju suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Stu, something is following us. Stu seemed surprised upon hearing this. Is it the pack of wolves again? Neju's attitude immediately changed completely. So they are not as friendly as they said. He quickly looked towards the dark basement right in front of them, thinking they wanted to kill us. At that moment, a clawed foot finally appeared here. The fierce wolves looked at the group of Stu as if they were enemies. They could only hate not being able to eat them alive. Seeing their fierce demeanor startled Parker. They are indeed savage wolves. They must live here. Neju became extremely angry at their actions. They did not look very friendly. Perhaps they are sensitive because they are hungry. While still pondering, he sensed that something was not quite right. He looked up at the sky in surprise. This time, a giant wolf was targeting him, attacking from above. Following that, other fierce wolves rushed towards them, ready to attack. Unable to sit still any longer, Neju jumped high into the air. He used all his strength to strike directly at these wolves as a response to all the friendliness they had shown him. After Neju jumped down to the ground, the wolves also fell right there. Neju's eyes became extremely angry when he saw these wild wolves daring to take advantage of him. But the Sko group was now completely surrounded by the lone wild wolves. They even targeted Neju's large form to take the opportunity to attack. Realizing something unusual was happening behind him, it angrily turned around with bloodshot eyes. Just one punch from him could send the fierce wolves flying aside. At the same time, his hands were now covered in blood from the wild wolves. After witnessing Neju's current strength, most of these wolves looked somewhat impressed. Observing the battle between both sides, Sko's face became strangely contemplative. He quickly glanced in another direction. After contemplating for a short while, his hands slowly moved forward. Sko's face gradually became calm. He was waiting to see what would happen next if he took action. Just as he suspected, all the fierce wolves sat obediently in front of him like well-trained dogs. Neju immediately realized that Sko was using his power. It sat there looking at Sko with bright, sparkling eyes. Sko hesitated for a moment. He did not want to kill them, but wolves live in packs. He gently closed his eyes tightly. If so, as soon as he opened his eyes again, his voice slowly rang out. From now on, I am your master. The fierce wolves, after hearing Sko's words, seemed to be hypnotized and obediently understood. All of them raised their necks looking up and continuously howled. Inside the vast cave, the growls of these fierce wild wolves echoed continuously. At the same time, the leader among them slowly changed its posture. All the wolves had cleared a path for Sko to walk forward. Noticing that everything was becoming easier, he turned back to signal everyone, "Let us go." Thus, Sko and all his teammates walked past the fierce wolves as if nothing had happened. While following him, Parker turned to chat with Nezu. "Hey, I just bathed this white-furred monkey, but now it is all dirty." Seeing this, it seemed surprised looking at its white fur now covered in dirt. "No problem." Nezu smiled very friendly and announced, "I will bathe thee again later." Seeing Parker being a bit friendly, it quickly introduced its name. "And my name is Nezu. Calling me something white sounds weird, so just call me Nezu." You nodded in agreement. "Okay. I understand." While the two were still chatting, he suddenly realized something was off. Looking at the light right in front of him, his voice became very cheerful. "There is the exit." Thus, Stu and his teammates finally made it out of this dark tunnel. Looking at the beautiful scenery right before his eyes, Parker's eyes immediately brightened. He gazed at the vast palace right in front of him and exclaimed, "There are 2 gates. Everything here was built very solidly with beautiful architecture. Even on the city walls, there were soldiers guarding strictly to prevent any uncertainties. The soldiers here have not forgotten to prepare additional cannons." Parker was excitedly moving forward, while Sto quietly observed the surroundings from behind. His face showed a hint of surprise at seeing everything here, the territory of the 2 gates. As he walked forward, everyone's feet suddenly trembled. Parker was so confused that he did not know what to say. What is that?" "An earthquake." Neju next to him shook his head in denial. "It is not an earthquake." Realizing something strange, he glanced in another direction. Look over there. In front of Sto and everyone was a group of soldiers on horseback approaching. This time everyone focused on the flag being held by these soldiers. The cavalry, riding large horses, slowly moved forward. Seeing a troop of soldiers coming made Parker feel quite in awe. It was impressive. As soon as he spotted the group of Sto, the representative quickly asked, "Are you the commander of the Ignis faction?" Sto stepped forward and nodded in confirmation. "Yes." After hearing this confirmation, the representative quickly bowed and reported, "The Lord is waiting for you." Time quickly shifted to another large town nearby. As soon as they saw Sto appear, the people here looked very confused. A noble. They had to stop their work and continuously discussed among themselves very enthusiastically. "No, look at that guy's clothes. He is a member of Ignis." It seems that Stu and Parker were the hot topic of conversation among them. One of them even said, "They seem strong. Are they new mercenaries preparing for battle?" After hearing this information, another person immediately suggested, "Then we must fight," and the others nodded in agreement. "That is right. We must." The people here were filled with enthusiasm as they continuously encouraged each other. "Let us fight." This time, all the people in the town gathered together and loudly declared, "Sir, if you need our help, we are always ready to assist. Let us protect this city." This series of actions left Sto momentarily speechless. He quietly praised, "This truly is a wonderful land," which made the representative feel perplexed. "Why do you think so?" It seems that Sto genuinely respected the patriotic spirit of these people, for the hearts of these individuals. Even in his mind, he had his own thoughts. Strong hearts wanting to protect the place where they lived together. Reflecting on himself, Sto felt a bit tired inside. Closing his eyes tightly, "I have never, not even once, had the feeling of longing to protect the land where I was born." Quickly, it shifted to a grand and luxurious palace. Inside this place, the interiors were tastefully decorated. On the walls were paintings by various artists highlighting the opulence of this place. Stu, Parker, and their teammates walked forward step by step while you were still observing everything here. The guide's voice rang out, testing for errors. He glanced anxiously towards Sto to notify. But the only one allowed in was the leader of the guild, although he did not want to. Since this was an order, he had no choice but to instruct everyone that others were not allowed in unless directly invited by the Duke. Sto remained silent, listening to everything the guide said. The rules were like that. After thinking for a short while, he turned back to inform everyone. Doing as he said, Nizu, upon hearing this, was about to say something more, but his face became very serious to reassure everyone's mood, saying he would quickly consider the request and come out right away. Just wait here. Although he did not want to, Nezu could only sigh and nod in agreement. Yes. Even feeling a bit scared, Nezu did not forget to look ahead, saying if anything happened, to shout for him. Sto smiled gently, nodded in understanding, and stepped inside. To prevent Sto from worrying about unnecessary things, Parker loudly declared, "Just let me handle this." Commander, his eyes sparkled. "I will take good care." Before he could finish his sentence, the door had already closed. This also hurt Parker's small heart. And Nezu, right beside him, gently reassured him, "It is okay." After entering the room, Sto felt a bit anxious, thinking it seemed he had never left the three of them alone together like this. He recalled the image of the three of them, wondering if it would be okay. But the more important matter was at hand, so he had no choice but to gather the information confirming the request first. Just as he was about to move forward to take it, Stu suddenly encountered a Huru right in front of him. Seeing it continue to walk here made him freeze for a moment. He sifted through his memories, remembering that Nezu had carried it for a while, but there were times, while he was still lost in his thoughts, a voice rang out, "Have you arrived?" The man in front spoke. "Have you met before?" Seeing that Sto had not reacted, Mubian slowly stood up, placing all the work on the table down. He smiled, removing his glasses and greeted. "You said you would be very happy to accept my greeting." His face became very expectant. "Did not you say that, Stu?" But immediately upon seeing a Huru in front of him, Mubian froze for a moment. Looking at it standing still there made him extremely confused. The Fogvine. It quickly introduced its name to him. "My name is Ahuru. I am a Fogvine." Mubian, after witnessing this scene, stood still for a moment, noticing his attitude seemed strange. Ahuru clearly showed its embarrassment. At this moment, Mubian remained silent, not knowing what else to say. Just like that, his screaming echoed throughout the area, with Ahuru and Mubian shouting loudly. Stu stood still, listening to the screams coming from both sides. He helplessly closed his eyes and placed a hand on his head. Suddenly, the door burst open. 3 guards with swords rushed in loudly. "My lord, is there something happening?" Mubian stiffened and coughed a few times, glanced to the side. Ahuru remained still without making any noise. Mubian crossed his arms and forced a smile, ordering them, "It is nothing, you all go back to your positions." The guards looked at each other, clearly confused. He looked at the closing door and sighed in relief. Mubian raised his hand to his mouth and smiled awkwardly. "I have heard that Chiwi is quite an unusual person, but I did not think he would be a cactus." Ahuru was still motionless on the ground. He squatted down opposite it, puzzled. "I have heard that Chiwi is an ordinary person. You really can walk and talk like a human." It muttered a curse. "What? You are ridiculous," Mubian said with interest. "Your thorns are quite sturdy." "I like that," Ahuru grumbled. "No matter how I am, this blockhead can't be the Duke." Stu interrupted this misunderstanding. "I am Chiwi from the guild." He looked down in confusion. "Didn't you say we had met before?" Mubian looked up at Sto. Then he laughed lightly. "Just being cautious." Mubian stood opposite Sto and questioned. "I do not know if you have a hobby of disguising yourself as a cactus." He immediately replied. "I do not have such a hobby." He added, "You are doing just that, right? The ability to manipulate psychologically." Sto slightly frowned. Mubian waved his hands excitedly. "So I was right. I was just guessing, because a person with a manipulative mind can also control others." He hesitantly asked, "How much do you know?" Mubian raised his finger to his lips, still maintaining his smile. "I was just guessing. Don't be too sensitive, my friend." He assessed silently. "Indeed. There is nothing to doubt. The pressure he brings is truly endless." Sto pondered, intently looking at Mubian. He extended his hand politely and said, "Let me introduce myself once again. I am Mubian Vega. I am the one who sent the request to your guild." "Nice to meet you." Sto silently followed his hand with his eyes. After a moment, he shook hands with Mubian. "I am Sto from the Ignis Guild." Stu got straight to the point. "So, what is the request?" He interrupted. "First, there is something I am a bit curious about." Mubian looked at Ahuru beside him with suspicion. "If you did not control this, then what is this talking cactus? What a freak!" It roared in anger. "Who are you calling a freak?" It sensed something, but can you really call me a freak? Ahuru jumped up and shouted. "I won't hold back." Mubian turned pale, goosebumps rising as he stammered. "I am not going to hold back." Mubian turned pale and was shaking. "Oh, what is it saying?" The sound echoed throughout the room. Sto helplessly watched him sitting at the table, avoiding Ahuru's pursuit. He called out, "Ahuru, come here." He stopped scolding Mubian. Then Ahuru rushed back to where Sto was. "You raised him up with your hand." Wondering, "Duke, did you hear what Ahuru said?" Mubian awkwardly held the sword at his waist. "Girl, That. He closed his eyes and calmly replied. So that is what the cactus said. I heard everything. Mubian's hand trembled. But it is too much. He looked at Stu and Uhuru and asked, what is wrong? Am I not allowed to listen? You were confused. You asked like this. But did he also hear the plant speak? Stu's cheeks flushed. He also has the ability. Mubian stepped closer to you and replied, I do not have it. What are you saying? You tightened your grip on the sword. If it were the sword I always hold, then I would understand. Stu was puzzled. What does your sword have to do with it? Mubian smiled lightly and explained. Some connections are strengthened by blood, like when Stu glanced at Uhuru upon hearing his answer. If that cactus were to drink your blood, for example, Mubian placed his hand on his chin. Understanding. Is that so? Stu. This must be your power then. Your ability. Your ability allows the voice of the trees to reach my senses. This ability can be activated through a certain method. You can also command it verbally. Mubian raised his index finger to elaborate. But if just enough blood is absorbed, you do not need to say anything to activate your ability. Stu stood up to assess. You know about my power better than I do. He always waved his hand dismissively. Don't misunderstand. I did not specially investigate you. It is just that the information I have gathered over the years happened to be used now. Stu was astonished. So there are others with abilities like mine. Mubian pouted in response. There have been. He turned his head to look elsewhere. As of now, it is still just a hypothesis. Mubian continued helplessly. The truth is due to the characteristics of the physical form, passed down through my family for many generations. I was misunderstood because of my hair color. Stu was confused. Misunderstood. He tightened his grip on the sword. Black hair. You widened your eyes. Black eyes. Stu was stunned. And the bizarre ability. Mubian pointed the sword towards you. Everyone wonders about this, that the clan is of 2 chickens. He maintained a confident demeanor and spoke. It evaluated fearfully. His ego is too big. Scary. Mubian gritted his teeth in anger. Stu was sweating as he looked at Mubian. Duke, he slapped his hand on his forehead. Mubian smiled broadly with excitement. I can feel the essence of the black dragon flowing in my veins. Uhuru called out, let us go home, Stu. He smiled with squinted eyes, waving his hand. Sorry, I was just joking. Obviously, I am not a black dragon. Mubian sheathed his sword. I am only talking about the rumors that have surfaced before. You turned your back because that rumor is related to the request I made. Stu wondered. What is your request? A soft sound echoed. You reached out to catch the bag that Mubian dropped. It was too heavy. He spoke seriously. Mubian leaned on the table. Determined. I want to find out the real aftermath of the black dragon. Stu widened his eyes in surprise. He raised a finger. 1 month. Mubian set the condition. If you try to resolve this matter within the next month, my request will be considered fulfilled, regardless of the outcome. He closed his eyes, resting his hands on his hips, assuring you not to worry, and just follow my words. Stu hesitated. If you are a duke, then I will leave my position. He had calculated it beforehand. Mubian proudly declared, I have already found a replacement. 1 month will be fine. You asked. Feeling confused, I want to let you know beforehand. I am not someone who fights in close combat. I think it is unnecessary. Why do we need something like that? Mubian took a few steps. He leaned back, the sound echoing. If you are talking about swordsmen, I am the top swordsman of the empire. Uhuru pretended to be weak and mocked. Sounds terrifying. Mubian half closed his eyes and spoke. Moreover, he coldly threatened, if anyone wants to interfere with my affairs, they should fear for their lives. I am not like the previous clan leaders, he affirmed while standing at the door. No matter who they are, he grasped the door knob, preparing to leave. At this moment, Stu finally spoke. Can you confirm that you want to seek the black dragon? You stood behind Mubian. Questioning, unrelated to your current thoughts, he forced a smile. Thinking, he has read it. Mubian looked at Stu and assessed him quietly. He is a bigger witness than I thought. He agreed. Fine. I will explain again. He placed his hand on his chest and continued. The request this time is not the nation's formula, but just from an individual. Specifically me, Mubian. It has nothing to do with politics at all. Stu scratched his head. Then he lowered his head and replied softly. Understood, Mubian firmly stated. The Hyga clan definitely has no relation to the bloodline of the Black Dragon. He opened his eyes wide. But indeed there is a mix of Black Dragon blood. Mubian opened the door. Outside, Parker was waiting to joke with Nezu and Suki. You heard Mubian's voice and looked up. One of my ancestors drank dragon blood, and from that, they gradually gained strength over time. Stu was astonished. That leaned against the door and retorted, quite similar to your cactus. Right? Uhuru argued. Kid, do not drag me down with you. Stu approached him. So, Your Grace. You suggested. Please choose our destination first. Mubian rolled his eyes elsewhere. After a moment, he turned back and asked. We should ask ourselves. Stu was surprised. Mubian slightly narrowed his eyes. My destination in this month. He reached out his hand. Mubian pointed his hand at Stu and spoke. It is about you, the one with the power of the Black Dragon as recorded by our ancestors. Stu, you were taken aback. Mouth agape. Well, Parker. And Nezel looked at the two in front of them with confusion. Mubian turned his head and spoke. Is not it quite interesting? He imagined a black dragon responding. Among all dragon species, the pure power of the black dragon has the attribute of darkness, relying on mental abilities to dominate the rhythm of ordinary life. Parker and Nezu were puzzled and did not understand anything. Mubian placed his hand on his chin. In our perspective, your dominating ability is too similar to that of the black dragon to be called mere coincidence. Sko incredulously exclaimed. No way. He broke into a wide smile and stated his purpose. You are right. We called you here because we have always thought that you would have some connection with the dragons. Mubian smiled mischievously once more and extended his hand. So, let us help each other over the next month. The vast castle fell into darkness. A bewildered voice echoed. Where did it go? In the spacious rooms, there were continuous calls. Mubian. Zaria exclaimed brightly. Here it is, my lovely star. Zaria looked at Mubian sitting on the neck of the hill playing and asked. He looked up in confusion. She reached out to pick up little Mubian and suggested. Then, let me tell you a fun story before you sleep. He replied. Yes. Zaria kept a gentle smile on her lips and continued. The blood of a dragon is flowing inside you. Mubian. He wondered. Dragon blood. She rolled her eyes towards Mubian and spoke. Yes. Indeed. That is the gift of the most precious and beautiful black dragon in this world. He retorted. You are lying. You told me that dragons have long since disappeared. Zaria exclaimed. Did Lord Hyken really say that? Voice echoed along the hallway. Indeed. The other dragons may have disappeared, for the world has become too vast and complex for dragons to protect. Zaria opened the door. Mubian pouted in regret. What is this? Really? She reminded. However, do remember this, for my little star. Zaria gently laid him down on the bed and said, the dragons who share this dragon blood with me have not disappeared. The proof is our clan. For a long time now, our clan has always produced strong children. Mubian incredulously replied. Then did not they die long ago? She gently placed a kiss on his forehead. Dragons are the guardians of the world. They will not disappear, fall ill, or die. Zaria smiled softly and said, I have already told you. They are the noblest and most beautiful creatures in this world. Surely they are protecting our clan somewhere. Mubian widened his eyes. His cheeks flushed. He turned his head and sighed. What is this? If the dragons do not want to protect us willingly, then it is because we are too weak for them to care about us. Zaria sat down next to Mubian. Compared to real dragons, we are nothing. However, by living righteously and continuing the clan, we will be the only living proof of their existence in this world. She looked at him with gentle eyes. Mubian stammered and asked, Zaria, then, why does not that dragon leave and just lurk around like this? Zaria smiled slyly and explained, because the black dragon loves humans very much. Back in the present, Mubian opened his eyes wide. He sat up abruptly, placing his hand on his forehead. It is that dream again. Mubian slightly opened his eyes upon hearing the call. Are you awake now? He looked at Sto sitting opposite and wondered. Are not you sleeping? You answered. I just woke up. The flickering light between the two people. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The older sister awkwardly asked, Mubian confusedly inquired, was it sleep talking? Or did Sto immediately answer, no, sir is sleeping soundly. He questioned. Really? You dropped a piece of meat into the fire? Yes. Really? Mubian was stunned and nodded. Thinking back, he looked at Stu and quietly evaluated. The way he responded so modestly was quite similar to Zaria. Mubian shook his head and sat up, thinking what the heck. Zaria is a gentle warm woman. Her hair is pink-red, and is completely different from that gloomy, emotionless guy. He looked at Sanjiju and Suki who were sound asleep and asked, but why are not you sleeping? Staying up like this? I feel guilty. Stu raised a branch. Have you forgotten? He calmly explained. My most basic ability is to read the minds of others. If someone dreams with too strong an image, there will be times when they start to invade my mind, even if I do not want to. Sto held the piece of meat over the fire and continued. It feels like it is being transmitted to me. His eyes lit up with the flickering flames. Mubian asked, so you see everything then? Image of Zaria appeared. Stu commented, she is a beautiful and wise mother. He chuckled and rubbed his head. That is right, Zaria. My mother is very smart. Unlike me. Mubian gazed blankly at the sky. He watched the distant stars in the sky. Even though she was no longer here, Sto's voice broke the silence of the night. You have only slept for an hour. Are not you going to sleep more? Mubian spoke softly. I have insomnia. He squinted and replied, if that is the case, then it is enough. Right. At this moment, the whole space suddenly became silent. Mubian laughed and exhaled. So you could see a part of the past from my memory. An interesting dream. Right, Sto weakly replied. Yes. He raised two fingers to explain. Zaria is my father's second wife. Mubian's eyes wandered elsewhere as he continued. But of course, I always regarded Zaria as my biological mother. I heard that my biological mother passed away after trying to give birth to me. He blinked. Zaria's Mubian remembering Zaria's smile. For my lovely star. He looked at the stars in the sky and recounted. She called me her star. Mubian bowed his head in loneliness. but I could not give her anything. He clenched his teeth in anger. Even her life. Mubian's hands formed into tight fists. At that time, there was widespread panic in the town. Monsters had invaded the estate. The monsters were coming. The monsters' sharp claws attacked each person. Mubian laughed helplessly. Everyone died that day. What about me? He suddenly thought of a black dragon. If the black dragon still existed in this world. Mubian lay back on the ground. I really just wanted to ask it one question. Sko listened in silence. He gently raised his hand to ask, what should I do? Mubian seemed to want to reach out and touch the stars. Now I need to protect something. Right. Mubian's voice rose in the forest. I do not need this damn power anymore. He lamented, saying that just let the bloodline of the Haga clan disappear forever. Better than this. Sko spoke softly. If you have nothing left to protect, then you can rest. He looked at Mubian and said, silly thoughts often appear when people do not get enough sleep. You are surprised. Right? You suggested. Just sleep. My lord, he thought in confusion. It is because he wondered if that person was the descendant of the black dragon. Sko crossed his arms. Speaking confidently, tonight you will not have nightmares. Mubian vaguely realized. That is right. He said he could read others' minds and hearts. His eyes gently closed. Is not it true that even a little nightmare is no problem? Clouds lazily drifted across the clear blue sky. A pot of food was hanging over the fire. The scent wafted through Mubian's nose. He sat up yawning. Huh. Is it morning already? Mubian was astonished. Did I sleep so well? Someone who knows how to use mental power is truly amazing. The first time in a while, I slept so well. The sound of a huru rang out. Hello. It is exhausting. You just woke up. Why do you look so scary? Are you related to the sloth? He picked up a huru and laughed heartily. No, of course not. Normally I do not sleep that much. It does not believe and retorted back. No way. Lying. It looked down on him. After washing up, just say whatever. Mubian assessed. Straightforward. Huh. He tossed a huru away and rubbed his eyes. The cook brought 2 bowls of soup over. Here, this is corn cheese soup. He took it. Describing. Mubian frowned at the dish in the bowl. What did you say this is? The cook sat down beside him and replied. It is a mixed cheese soup, with potatoes and cauliflower. You objected. Did you change the name yourself? Countless question marks appeared in his mind. Then what? This is the cheese soup of the youth. Mubian felt conflicted. Is not this a hodgepodge of everything you brought? The cook explained. No, my lord Duke. Do not disregard my 20 years of cooking experience like this. He exposed. How old are you to have 20 years of cooking experience? His eyes sparkled. I am 21. I learned to cook when I was just 1 year old. The cook insisted. I even cook baby food for myself. Mubian snorted. Nonsense. Uhuru chimed. No, it makes sense, because avians are related to birds. They can fly very well at just 1 year old. That is right. I am also a great bird who could fly from a very young age. And now with my current job, I am also a messenger recognized as a member of the command team. Mubian turned his head to ask. So, cook, where is the commander? The whole space suddenly fell silent. The cook sweated and avoided his gaze. Who knows? He said he went to observe this place for a bit. It is not like I know. He repeated the question. Where is that reliable member? You stuttered. Is not it because he was left alone for a bit? This is quite shocking, is not it? He was not adopted. And he just realized he had abilities like a dragon. Mubian set the bowl of food down and asked, when did the commander disappear? The cook thought for a moment and answered. It seems to be when I was cleaning the pot for breakfast. It must have been a while. You brought a mouthful of food to your mouth. But that is the commander. So surely nothing will happen. Right? The cook looked confused at Mubian standing up abruptly. He put his hands on his hips and spoke with authority. What I am saying may not sound pleasant, but this land is still not safe. Mubian's eyes half closed as he thought. I should have told him to be more careful. The cook exclaimed in confusion. Aunt, it is not safe. He exhaled. Mubian listed each danger. Monsters. The image of fierce robbers appeared. Plundering. A group of soldiers in armor holding spears stood solemnly. Soldiers of the enemy kingdom. 2 cannons were set up. Mubian continued, saying we are safe without any precautions. His voice was steady. Only when we hold swords near you guys. A soft sound echoed among the trees. The figure of Sko appeared. He frowned. It seemed that nothing had happened yet. Uncle was panicking. Really? Is it true? Then I should go find the commander. Mubian took a few steps to suggest. We will go. You stop glaring at the fading figure of him. Stay here. Mubian leaped high. Uncle could not help but exclaim. That is a high jump. He observed the treetops in the distance. Mubian jumped in mid-air. He was astonished to discover something. The smell of blood. Mubian saw Sko's expression and shouted loudly. Hey! He landed on the ground. Mubian ran over to ask, are you okay? Sko turned around in surprise. The sound of wolves growling rose up. Mubian was now startled looking over. He looked at the pack of wolves beside Sko with endless confusion. Why are the cave wolves out here? The wolves glared fiercely at Mubian. He thought to himself, why are these cave wolves outside? Is it because they are being controlled mentally? Its eyes glinted with danger. Sko's voice interrupted his thoughts. Have you prepared to leave yet? Mubian stepped closer to him. No, I am still having breakfast, he replied. Then I will return right away. He looked at Sko with curiosity. But what are you doing here? He rubbed the head of the injured wolf, explaining. They are the wolves I encountered when I was in the underground Renault cave. The mother wolf looked up at her pup in Sko's arms. He continued, they are a species that lives and hunts deep in caves. But when they left the cave with us, they suffered great losses caused by humans. Mubian placed a hand on his chin. Looking away, that makes sense. Because, to humans, the pack of wolves will be seen as a nuisance, so they will be hunted. Sko hesitated. Hunted, he explained. They are predators. Mubian imagined when everyone stepped into the cave. The Renault cave system was the only place that connected the territory of humans with the outside world. To keep the citizens safe here, eliminating monsters and beasts that could threaten lives is the right thing to do. The sharp eyes of the wolves appeared. After all, if we do not do that, the weak will be eaten. Mubian put his hands on his hips, suggesting, anyway, let them fend for themselves. He looked. Suddenly a faint scent wafted into his nose. Mubian looked at the two wolves in astonishment, asking, that one, did you let it drink your blood? Its body was covered in red liquid. Stu did not hide his answer. Yes, I do not know if it works or not, but my blood has been able to save injured animals before, he helplessly said. I understand you want to help it, Mubian reminded. However, giving your blood away for free like this is not good, he pointed at Stu. If you really are the descendant of the line, you feel somewhat confused by Mubian's words. Your blood will have the effect of resurrecting lower creatures and turning them into your guards. He clenched his fists and continued, becoming a servant of the Black Dragon. Mubian smiled cheerfully and pointed his thumb at himself. Like the two-gated clan, he half closed his eyes and turned away. Did I talk too much? Mubian gave advice. After all, you should stop helping and let them fend for themselves. Stu stepped forward in agreement. I agree with what you said. Your Grace. However, you made a suggestion. We could change them now. Mubian hesitated. Change? Stu asked. Yes. If at the time of erasure, we promised not to harm the two-gated people anymore, you bluntly spoke up. What can you change for them? Mubian fell silent. He was confused. There was once a saying that the Black Dragon would improve the relationship between humans and other creatures. I'm getting closer to the original destination. Mubian smirked. He raised his hand and spoke. Just promising not to harm us is not enough. Perhaps. Mubian's voice resonated with certainty. If they promise to become a match, I can ensure their food and safety of milk. He half closed his eyes and asked, how about it? The smell of food spread throughout the forest. Parker scooped the soup into the bowl. You are back. Suddenly you panicked and shouted. Parker looked at the group of erasers near Stu and shouted. What is wrong with them? You frantically exclaimed. They are the eraser group. Mubian raised an arm and frowned. This is my new companion. This fur. Stu hugged the eraser in his arms and replied. We decided to stick together from now on. Parker screamed. Commander, I can't provide food for the erasers anymore. Mubian retorted. Is that why you panicked? You lost your composure and exclaimed. Do not you know how important meals are? It is quite lively. Neju is really charming. Its eyes were sparkling. At that moment, Stu bent down to let the mother eraser observe her child. Neju approached. Is that the baby eraser? You answered? Yes. Seems it is seriously injured. Stu stroked the baby eraser. I think if we let its mother take care of it, the wound will only get worse. You turned to look at Parker and explained. It was shot in the hind leg by an arrow. Parker, could you check its condition? Parker immediately agreed. Yes. Usually, he quickly walked over. If it does not require minor surgery, I can pull back. 2 legs neatly stacked on top of each other. 2 vials of different colored medicine were also taken out. Parker looked at the unconscious baby eraser. Let us see. He closely examined the wound. Parker looked at the baby eraser in confusion. How can there be a wound? Stu was astonished and looked down. Huh. You explained, if a baby eraser was hit by an arrow in the leg, its skin would be pierced, but it only has a tiny scratch. Calling it an injury is a bit much. Parker assessed the condition of the baby eraser. Its temperature is normal. It seems to have just regained consciousness. He looked up at Stu with a puzzled expression. Commander, I do not understand anything. You stood there frozen for a moment. Stu replied gloomily. No, you stand up straight and speak. I must be mistaken. Stu hides the arrow he is holding behind his cloak. I must have mixed it up with a wolf. Mubian stands behind you with his arms crossed. Observing, Stu also looks at him in the same way. Then you raise a finger to your mouth, signaling to keep it a secret. Mubian immediately speaks up. So he does not want his teammates to know about his special abilities. The fire has long extinguished. A pack of wolves huddles together affectionately. Someone calls out to the cat that is in a drunken stupor. Suki. It opens one eye slightly. Stu calls out. We are getting ready to leave. Suki notices the wolves below and asks in confusion. What are those things? It instinctively looks down. Suki quickly leaps down. Now they are teammates and will accompany us until the mission is complete. You look down. Suki quickly leaps down. Now they are teammates and will accompany us until the mission is complete, then sits right on top of Sto's head. Teammate. You understand its thoughts. And reply, yes. They will also become the new legal citizens of the Haiga territory. Suki licks itself clean, lazily indifferent to the world. Do what you want. So, have you thought about the next destination yet? Mubian is now tapping his 3 fingers. I should have said it earlier. He smiles and says, but I have already chosen our next location. You should ask, when is the decision day? Mubian happily replies, now. You are startled by this suddenness. What? Mubian gradually approaches Stu. I heard you grew up in a rural village. Specifically, which village is that? Hearing that question, for a moment Sto still has not answered. A village appears in his memory. Then Sto replies, it is the village of Serbia. He happily confirms the destination. We will go there. Biki yells a few times. Nezu hears this and also angrily shouts out. Huru also begins to judge Mubian. Why did he do something that he knew Sto would not like? Is he a pervert? As Mubian smiles handsomely, he also thinks badly. Look at that smile. He must be a pervert. Sto politely asks, why do you want to go to my hometown? He simply replies but with deep meaning. I just intend to observe you. He extends his hand in a friendly manner. But from what I see, it seems you do not know much about yourself. Do you? Mubian wants to empathize with Stu. That is why, if I meet the people who raised you, I might understand more. Scenes from the past flash in your mind. All the thoughts exposed before Stu, the ones who raised him, are not his biological parents. No, that is not the issue. It is me. You tightly close your eyes, not wanting to meet them again. Suddenly Mubian calls out, hey. He leans closer, making a request. You should listen to the master's request. Mubian asks again. Do not you think so? But Sto indicates avoidance. I understand now. And still decides to go there. Let us go. The scene shifts to a place with a clear blue sky. Beautiful scenery, the Egna's Guild, the Lacia branch, a welcoming sound. Glad to have you back. I can't say that anymore. Singing, bowing respectfully to Sto. Welcome. How have you been lately? Guild leader. You raise your hand to indicate that you understand. Manage quickly. Sing. Sto hesitantly requests. Please treat me as before. That way I feel more comfortable. It continues to maintain the same attitude. But my rank, I am now your subordinate. Sto had to speak up. Please. Then, he felt a bit awkward and opened his mouth wide. If you say that, Huddy chuckles and changes the subject. How have you been lately, Stu? The sudden change makes him a little taken aback, but immediately Stu got into the rhythm. Yes. He patted Stu on the back a few times, warmly inviting him in. You have become the commander of the association. The new uniform suits you well. Please come in. The people following Sto stood aside witnessing the whole scene spraying foam. I knew you would do something foolish. I told you I have a good eye for people, and the ones beside could only glance over. Why keep boosting like that? Hate patted Sto's back a few times, proud of himself. My eye for people is not ordinary. My back should be more than this. If not, at least I should receive a few of the candies you get from Delphia every month or week. Right. Suddenly a fair hand covered Het's mouth. Shia. Rosalie came in with a document bag to inquire a bit. Stu. It is great to see you again, Toppy. I heard you are going to the Serbian village in the riverside area. She showed a surprised expression. But if it is the mountainous area, it is quite far from here. Thinking of that distance, Rosalie could not help but exclaim, you have to go over many mountains. The road is very winding. If you walk there it will take a long time. And you will suffer a lot. So he clapped his hands and smiled happily. I will lend you a carriage to make it more comfortable. Rosalie saw Het being too enthusiastic, so she spoke up. We will prepare a carriage for you. Sto politely expressed his gratitude. Yes. Thank you. He chuckled, inviting everyone to rest. Well, everyone must be tired now. You all rest in the room. The sky soon turned orange-yellow, the last rays of sunlight peeking through the window frame. Stu sat alone in the room. He quietly observed everything. It all looked the same. Just like when he left. Suddenly there was a noise outside the door. Sto stood up curiously to look through. Who is it? The door continued to make sounds. Someone was still knocking outside. Izito had a thought. Who would come here? Then a click echoed back. Suddenly it opened automatically as if someone had acted on it. He took a deep breath, then slowly stepped outside. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Izito called out, Rosaline. She worriedly asked Han, am I disturbing your rest? He went to deny it. No, it is okay. Then Rosaline stepped closer. Do you know how to saddle a horse? Izito honestly expressed, no. I have never learned that. Rosaline showed a look of regret. Really? That sounds disappointing, but now there are no usable carriages. It seems they are all being used for other requests. She counted the number of horses in the stable. We still have a few horses, but if you do not know how to saddle them, Izito gently said, since the duration of the request is quite long, I can walk. Rosaline hesitated a bit. Well, while she was talking, two people peeked in from behind. At least I will call a lot of glasses to accompany you. Izito still refused. No need. Rosaline feels confused. Why? Maben from behind that door heard everything. Of course, I have no fighting ability, but since my client has proclaimed himself the best swordsman in the capital, I think we can trust him and it is safe to go. Suddenly saying, but he jolted. Proclaimed what? Then Rosaline happily clapped her hands. Well, that is great. If you need help just let me know. A hand gently raised to stop the conversation. Sorry. Parker boldly stepped out after eavesdropping for a while. If you guys are done talking, there is something I want to say. We are running out of cooking ingredients. You lifted the pot covered in black stains. This pot is also dirty from burning. What a mess. So dirty. You shyly chuckled a bit, presenting a small bridge. So I think this is a good opportunity to exchange for a new one. Can the supply group provide this for us? Rosaline happily agreed to this simple matter. Of course. Let me inform you which office to go to. Parker even asked for a few more things. Can we buy other things too? She nodded. Yes. Muabine also followed them and did not forget to tell Sko. Well, we are also going to the weapon shop. Nezu chimed in to greet them. Have fun. Sko too. Yes. Please be careful. Huru rarely gives compliments. Well done. Muabine seemed a bit stiff this time. He did not foresee this. Should we go alone? Sko expressed his attitude. I do not know anything about weapon shops, he asked back confused. Did not you say you used to operate in this area? You denied. Your eyes slightly glanced at Muabine. I am not a close combat person. I only belong to a special working group. Your grip tightened slightly on your arm, so I have never had to use weapons. He grew increasingly curious about Sko. So you do not know how to use weapons. I thought you grew up in the countryside. Have not you ever hunted and looked for their headiouts? You simply stated, I do not want to kill them. Then Muabine raised another question. Have you ever killed someone? Sko looked down. Not answering, you remembered that bloody scene. Blood pouring on the scissors. Sko darkened his face and replied, Yes. A thought crossed Muabine's mind. So it is not that he does not know what to do. Mentioning this, he fell into contemplation. With someone who claims to have never slit a chicken's throat, he could kill a person if necessary. His legs slightly spread apart. No matter what, Muabine tried to say some encouraging words. I know you have a tremendous source of strength, but humans are more fragile than you think, so at least having a weapon is better. He smiled, releasing strength for Sko. This is also a request from the client's proposal. After hearing this, Sko sighed, agreed to follow Muabine for a bit. Nezu, wait for Parker here with a Horu. Nezu peered down from the second floor forest. I want to go too. Do you want Nezu to stay here? No, I will be back soon. Just rest. He felt a bit bored but still had to wish. Be careful. Uhuru suddenly had something to express, but he targeted Sugi who was walking by. Why are you bringing the tiger along? Sko replied, Sugi will definitely still follow me no matter what. He looked up striding away. You understand me well, Sugi, full of arrogance. Who dares to stop me? So Sko and Muabine arrived at the weapon shop. The door of the shop opened. Muabine politely stepped inside. Excusing himself, but in the countryside, there was not a single person in sight. After a while, a sound could be heard. Who is it? He quickly spoke up. Customers here, the shop owner grumbled to himself. Having forgotten to lock the door while cleaning, he leaned on the table and announced, Today I am not selling anything, so please leave. Muabine was quite surprised. Why is not he selling anything? The shop owner replied, Why? Because Count Fabian just swept this place clean. The racks were bare. Even though he was short on supplies, he still placed more orders and forced me to produce more weapons. He crossed his arms in annoyance. I heard he is gathering soldiers, but he is out of equipment. Getting more weapons from other shops is also difficult. Sko expressed confusion. Count Fabian is gathering soldiers. The shop owner found it strange and asked, Are you from the Hug area? The shop owner revealed information. So you should know more about this than I do. Young lady of that family, despite being seriously ill. Sko's expression remained calm. Sick, the shop owner was a bit surprised. You really do not know. Recent news. Suddenly, he fell silent. The shop owner leaned in and whispered to the two of them. The rumor is, the shop owner said 3 words. It is a blood disease. People are passing around that. The young lady from that family panics whenever she sees blood and has nightmares every night. Not long ago, soldiers from that family were killed in droves, and it seems she fears that widespread killing. News about that story is spreading, which is why he wants to find more soldiers. Sarah Lynn once looked at Sko with sparkling eyes. If you uncover my secret, then it means we are each other's secret friends. At that moment, as he recalled that image, a loud call pulled him back. Sko. Someone handed him a knife. Take this. Sko received it with both hands. After all, give me this. Muabine replied, It is better than leaving you empty-handed. Safety is the priority. And Muabine pointed out, Be careful with yourself. You are neglecting your own well-being. Then he turned around. Let us go. Sko did not expect such a situation. Thank you. The two of them walked along the narrow path. Sko leisurely walked alongside Suki. Suddenly, Sko spoke. Suki. He curiously asked, Do you remember Sarah? She replied indifferently, I do not remember all the humans I have met in their forms. He looked straight ahead. Not remembering might be better. It seemed Suki still wanted to bring it up. Sko. It began with a few lines of thoughts. They made your life miserable. But you still care about them. He suddenly clenched his fists. Sarah did not do anything wrong. Suki wanted to know more. So what are you going to do? He hesitated for a few seconds. I want to do anything. In another place. In a large house. Someone inside was shouting. Bring him here, now. We can't do that. Viscout angrily pointed at the other party and questioned. Can't he do it? Do you dare to cancel my request? The staff tried to control his anger. Hey. Calm down. Just because you said their names does not mean we have to do exactly that. But the girl had not finished her sentence. Because we received the request. Viscout continued to shout. It has been 10 days already. Sko does not believe the character right in front of her. Count Fabian. The girl is sweating profusely handling this.
I'm sorry.
My lord. The Sko commander is now one of the leaders of the council. Even if it is a request, Viscout raised his voice to scold her. Shut up. You are getting more and more outrageous. Who dares to retort with me? Do you want this building to go bankrupt? The girl still maintains that attitude.
I'm sorry.
But since this building is under the Emperor's jurisdiction, unless we receive punishment or from the Emperor's representative, Viscout continued to scold. Shut up, he shouted as if ordering. I command you to bring him here immediately. Mobian saw him and felt uncomfortable. So that is the count from the rumors. Sko replied hesitantly. Yes. You still have not finished speaking. But Sko stared at Viscout, who was going mad. It seemed like he was the crazy one. Not his daughter. Where is the quality of a nobleman? And why does he appear like this? Mobian suggested a solution. Just ignore him and walk past him. Which is good. Sko agreed. I think so too. Then, the two of them moved closer. Viscout glanced over at them. He shouted, Sko. His eyes were dark due to lack of sleep but still sparkled with joy upon seeing him. You. Viscout quickly reached out with both hands to grab him. He seized Sko's arm joyfully as if he had struck gold. It has been a long time. I heard you got fired. Do you know how long I have been waiting for you? Viscout's hands trembled continuously. From now on will you be here? Sko at this moment only felt disgusted. Let go. He forced a smile. Yes. Of course. Viscout's face became foolish. I have been a bit out of sorts lately. It is me, Leo Jeff Fabian. Let me speak for a moment. His eyes were brimming with tears. My daughter, Sarah. Her body is not well. You can help her. Right. Sko became cold. Why should I do that? This did not align with Viscout's wishes. What do you mean? This is something only you can do. He desperately hoped Sko could lend a hand. Yes. If it is you, you can erase the girl's memory, or at least help her sleep well. However, Sko turned away to politely refuse. I am currently fulfilling another request. Please excuse me. Viscout's whole body trembled more than before. Another request. He waved his hand and shouted. It does not matter. Cancel it. Seeing the tense atmosphere. Mubian interjected. I do not want to. Then Viscout noticed Mubian next to him. Who are you? He pointed to himself. Smiling foolishly. Me. The one who made that request. Mubian pretended to shake his hand. I have no intention of canceling my request, so give it up. This made Viscout grit his teeth. Viscout's gaze showed no emotion. A person as important as His Grace the Duke is acting like this. He glanced over at Sko, who was turning away to leave. Mubian then struck a pose. He wore a mocking smile. Mubian touched his chicken. Suddenly, Viscout's madness receded. What? The two faced each other. The loud noise from earlier completely disappeared, making those around them stiff as stone. Viscout's gaze showed no emotion. Is His Grace the Duke really acting like this? He glanced over at Sko, who was turning away to leave. Mubian again expressed a friendly reconciliation, apologizing for acting like a damn young duke. His attitude carried a lot of implications, and Viscout was left stunned. He spoke up. You, could it be? Previously, the figure of Viscout overshadowed the presence of Sko. And you still held a grudge against me for that. Tariat continuously unleashed unreasonable criticisms, and then followed a fierce struggle. Back in the present, Viscout earnestly advised, Oh God, please do not take such trivial matters to heart. He sincerely used his feelings. Think it over. Should not I be the one who is angry after losing so much? But the answer was not what Viscout hoped for. I had forgotten everything. It was too sensitive a time to think about such things. Sko glanced slightly over. Right, he was always that kind of person. You felt somewhat disappointed looking at Viscout, as if he had no awareness of his mistakes or willingness to apologize. Out of options, Viscout stepped back a little and pleaded. I won't demand anything from you anymore. Please. Just this once. Let me go this time. He grasped your shoulders. But Sko remained indifferent. Why should I do that? Viscout struggled to find another reason to convince him. Regarding that matter, a murderous glare revealed on Sko's face. Let go. His hand trembled in fear. Responding. Give it back. His hand dropped in fear. You turned around and walked away, making it difficult for Viscout to stop you. Sko decisively walked away. Even the sea of emotions left him. He only turned back to glance one last time. His whole body trembled. It could not end like this. Viscout shouted, Sira. He used his last resort to convince the other party. Sira wants to see you. Viscout put aside all pride to kneel. I beg you. That is a father's love that one can give, not a girl's. This made everyone startled, the expression of the sea of emotions. I did not think things would turn out this way. Sko's face darkened. His state was not good at all. He raised his voice. Listen carefully. Sko once again asserted firmly, I will not accept anything you offer, and what I need to do. Sko made a steel declaration. I will decide for myself, then walked away amidst pleading. Until the end, apparently, he was still upset about the past, taking it one time. At this moment, in a lavish white-painted villa, Sarah Lynn stood by the window alone in silence. She slightly looked up. Her mischievous eyes had now become soulless with heavy dark circles. Haru clung to his master's dress, fixing it continuously. Gentle breezes brushed by. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from outside. Suki appeared in front of Sarah Lynn. It let out a sound. She quietly wondered. The black cat. Huh. It seemed she knew why Suki was here. Suki's one blue and one yellow eyes looked at Sarah Lynn. Lucky to be like him, she lay by the window and shared a few words. At first, I thought he was really dumb. He is thin and very quiet. Apparently, Sarah Lynn really wanted to see Sko. He also did not seem happy reading other people's minds. If it were me, I would like to do that. I could talk to Hiru all day. And even if he had the lovely Nezu beside him, his face still looked so empty. Sarah Lynn recalled what his face looked like, but when she saw him, he left a deep impression on her. His eyes were very beautiful. She closed her eyes, but he gently shone through. Her heart felt truly peaceful when seeing those blue eyes. But when thinking about how he would use those eyes to kill someone out there, Sarah Lynn was falling into confusion. She did not know anymore. She could not think of anything. Her emotions seemed to be disturbed. She was truly horrified by what her father and brother did. But at the same time, she felt so light. She remembered the horrifying past. Although all those present were dead, Sko did not harm her father and brother. Sarah Lynn sobbed and expressed. She was scared of herself for thinking that, and a voice rose up comforting her. It is not your fault. A person she always wished for appeared. Do not blame yourself for things that are not your fault. Suki jumped to Sko's side. Sarah Lynn unexpectedly called to him. Sko. He smiled gently in welcome. It has been a while, Miss Sarah Lynn. And now, Sko reached out to receive. In a brief moment, Sarah Lynn seemed to freeze. Then she burst out laughing. Her cheeks flushed. Sarah Lynn gently placed her hand on. You can just call me Sarah, she asked. Did you come here after hearing from my father? Sko denied. This has nothing to do with the Lord. He reminded her of some things. Did not you say the same thing last time? Sarah Lynn spoke as if asking again. Sko hesitated. We are friends. She was happy to hear that. Right. Secret friends. You still remember? Sko explained his feelings. As a friend of the lady, I have no intention of harming you or your family. And he made an important announcement that left her speechless. So I will erase the lady's memory. Sarah Lynn could not believe her ears. What? Sko patted her head reassuringly. You do not have to be scared. Miss, he gently advised. Sarah Lynn, this is necessary for you. And Sarah Lynn firmly pushed Sko's hand away. What are you saying? Sko's words were not finished. If not, he posed a critical question. Are you planning to die? This made her unsure how to respond. That matter, Sko emphasized the benefits of it. If you forget everything about me, you can happily smile when you see your family. Sarah Lynn was so angry she trembled. Her head hung down. Her hands clenched. What do you mean by what I need? Sarah Lynn grabbed Sko's shirt, throwing the rice into his face. Is not knowing better, just ignoring things you do not like enough. Looking away, ignoring and forgetting everything, she felt overwhelmed with disappointment. Is this what being an adult is like? Sko gently spoke. That is not what I meant, but Sarah Lynn could not take it anymore. Then what do you mean? You idiot. Tears had formed in her eyes. I am afraid of having to forget all these emotions. Sarah Lynn's legs could not stand firm, bullying others without realizing, causing them harm. I am afraid I will smile without knowing that what I did was wrong. She did not want to turn herself into a heartless person. Like her father, Sarah Lynn called Hiro and picked him up. Hiro. Come here. Hiro leaned on her shoulder, seemingly comforting his master. If you forget about him, you will also forget everything about Hiro. Tears fell from Sarah Lynn's eyes. I never want that to happen. Sko hesitated. So, you asked about Sarah Lynn's wishes. What does she want to do? She slowly uttered. Continue. Today. To be your friend. Sarah Lynn tried to smile through her pain. That is enough. The rest I will handle myself. Sko's voice was full of concern. Is that really okay? She nodded. Yes. That is right. Sarah Lynn became cheerful under the bright moonlight. After all, I am Sarah Lynn Jeff Fabian, she warned seriously. So do not think about erasing my memories. Sko replied like a promise. I understand. You also settled everything and turned to leave. So goodbye home. As Sko and Suki prepared to fly out the window, it seemed Sarah Lynn had something else to express. She was slightly doubtful of her abilities. Will I be able to do it? Sko instilled hope in her. Yes. If it is me, Then it will definitely work. Then, he jumped down without thinking, and Sarah Lynn rushed out to check. She anxiously called out his name, Sko. Then Sarah Lynn was struck by a scene. The feathers fluttered gently through the window. Sarah Lynn had become more active. She followed Sko with her footsteps. Now he has so many friends. The sky quickly turned dark. Sko's group walked quietly. He stopped at a spot. So, Sko turned back to ask his two friends, "How did you guys know I was coming to the Fabian mansion?" Parker touched his hair to distract. "Me. The blind guy just dragged me along, saying he was looking for you." The blind guy crossed his arms and closed his eyes. "What did you mean by that?" The scene from the afternoon reappeared. When he was distracting, the scene from the afternoon reappeared. When Sko coldly told the Lord, "Whatever I want to do is up to me." He stepped up the stairs. The rooms had no one coming in or out. All were drowned in silence. The blind guy quietly followed Sko. He called out, startling the blind guy. "Blind guy." Sko turned around and said, "You should rest first." Then he dashed down the stairs, leaving him puzzled. Sko moved quickly and smoothly. At this moment, the blind guy helplessly sighed. "Oh my." He put his hands in his pockets and lamented. "He still acts like a child." Then, the blind guy snapped his fingers. How could it be possible not to know? He happily threw his arm around Sko. But we did not know that young lady was so infatuated. He just uttered 2 words. "Not really." After a while, the blind guy finally stopped waiting. "I will stop talking now, Sko." Nezu waved from above, welcoming people back. It was joyfully announced, "Dinner just finished." Ko and the blind guy heard this news and their stomachs immediately rumbled. "I am a bit hungry. Since we have to leave tomorrow, let us eat a little." Sko thought about the next day. "Tomorrow, you have to go to the destination. Tomorrow we will arrive at Serbia village." They seem to be really hungry. "Tonight's dinner has special beans, meatballs, eggs, fried rice. Is not that a minimum dinner at a gathering?" The mountains echoed with tired cries. Too exhausting. The echoes were so loud that even the stones felt tired. Uhuru was uncomfortable while walking. "It easily hurts a lot." Nezu asked him before Uhuru, who was wilting, "Are you very tired?" It stretched out its hands to support. "Let me hold you." Uhuru was so excited that he splashed Nezu with water. The group continued on their way. Basi threw out his handkerchief. He wiped the sweat dripping down his face. The path was so bumpy that even traveling by carriage would cause a lot of shaking. Mabian somewhat agreed. "I think so too. We have come this far, but it still takes a long time to reach the village." Sko replied, "We still have to go a bit further." He expressed that the footsteps continued to climb higher. This village is quite isolated. Being deep in the forest like this is understandable. He subtly looked around. Sko was lost in thought, remembering that he had once lived in a very distant place. Basisian and Mabin shared the same opinion. In a place like this, one could not be robbed. How could they be robbed if there were no people? Basisi inadvertently asked. "Commander, how long has it been since you returned home?" Sko kept walking ahead of them. "I just left the village at the beginning of this year." Basisi continued to ask, "So you left after the coming-of-age ceremony?" "Right." It seemed that this question was not well placed, so Sko's expression darkened a bit. Bad memories surfaced. "Go away." Damn it. Continuous insults due to discrimination. It must be true that he was a child of the original tortoise. Little by little, it piled onto Sko's head. He felt numb, drowning in his dark memories. Then a sound awoke Sko. He thought, that was a huge responsibility, so he started working right after becoming an adult. Right, he turned back to remind. Responsibility. Bafiti nodded. Yes. He smiled positively. Leaving the place he grew up in was indeed a very unpleasant thing, whether it was to pursue a dream or something else. Sko could not utter a word. A few seconds later, he denied, "That is not it." Then Sigo turned away into the gloom of his heart. It was not because of so-called responsibility. He gently clenched his fist. "I left just because I wanted to live." Both Beefisir and Mibian looked at each other in confusion. Shrugging, Maben moved closer to Sko. "But my family is still in the village of Sibiyama." He replied. "Probably so." Maben raised his fingers to count. "Both of his parents are fine, and he is the youngest, with an older brother and sister. I found out a little about that." Maben imagined a warm atmosphere that Sko had never thought of. "I would be very happy to see you return." Right, but he only received Sko's silence in response. Beak Ciceros was worried about him. That is strange. Is not Sko happy? Even though he has become the commander of the group, he began to use his mind to analyze this psychological tree. He rarely talked about his family. The expression when mentioned was also bad. But why? How could they dislike a child with such great abilities? Beak Ciskova discovered something. Red smoke rose thickly from afar. He startled and shouted. "Left." Mabine looked on in astonishment. Beak dashed toward it. "I will go check it out right away." Maben raised his hand to his forehead for a better view. "What is that smoke? A mountain fire?" Sko replied, "No." He casually stated that it was the place of the village. He turned around showing concern. "What? So it is the village on fire?" Sko shrugged. "Who knows?" Sko did not say anything else. Min felt increasingly confused. Why was he so indifferent? Even Nezu showed signs of anxiety. What to do now? Could the villagers be hurt? The black smoke continued to rise fiercely. A fire this big in an isolated village would be very difficult to handle. Mubian stood there assessing the current situation. Although we are already in an awkward position since we do not have anyone capable of manipulating water. Suddenly, Neju's eyes sparkled. Could he control water? Other Ungim agreed to continue the analysis. Mages can utilize water sources in the surrounding area. Elemental mages can even create rain. Parker's wings landed. You report back. I just went to check. Neju quickly asked, how is it? Is there a big fire? Parker shook his head in denial. No. That Parker's answer left everyone stunned. Now is not the time to be burning anything. Stu suddenly interrupted. Wait, you turned around wanting to confirm the information. You said what now? Parker had witnessed a fire erupt. The villagers had set up a bridge and altar and then burned it. Uhuru was getting frustrated. Such a strange matter. So tiring. You are just talking. Why is it so hard? He was sweating profusely. If I am not mistaken then, Stu listened patiently. Then, Parker's voice was still slow, on the platform that was burning, and he revealed shocking news. There was someone tied up over there. Stu processed this after hearing those words. On the platform that was burning, there was someone tied up over there. His eyes were filled with horror. Parker, the palm of his hand tightened slightly below. Did you mean the villagers tied someone up and then burned them? Parker awkwardly replied. Yes, it seems that way. The person tied up seems to still be alive. Because of this, the four of them fell into an extremely awkward silence. Stu still pressed his lips together and tried to convince himself, it can't be, he must be mistaken. Despite thinking that, he still hurriedly ran into the forest. Stu brushed through many large, towering, and lush canopies. Each step became increasingly hurried. While running, he thought, the coastal villagers would not dare to go that far. Even if they were wicked, they would not dare commit such a crime. But the worried calls from those behind rang out. Stu felt anxious, predicting the worst-case scenario. If they were really that wicked, the image of himself as a child appeared in his mind. The first person to be tied up there should have been me. Indeed, there was smoke rising in the village. Stu hurriedly stopped and had to step on a stone. He gasped for breath, his gaze directed towards the crowd. Just as Parker said, many people here were watching this live burning process with great indifference. That scene made Stu even more panicked. The girl on the pyre cried out desperately, please save me. He immediately recognized her. Bella. Bella was sobbing and pleading with them. I am not like this, please believe me. She mentioned each person but they all avoided her. Brother Dino. Brother Lewis. She quickly turned to someone else. Uncle Jack. The woman next to her shouted loudly. Do you dare call my husband? You witch. The heat below made her even more panicked. Please save me. At that moment, Bella recalled memories from her childhood. Mother. Father. The mother did not even look at her. I am busy playing with you. Very busy. The father also coldly dismissed her. Do not disturb your parents. Just go out and play. Tears streamed from her eyes due to sadness. But I want to be with my parents. While she was still in despair, a voice rang out. Are you Bella? Do you want to play together? The girl immediately turned around. Together, the other young people in the village all separated. Right. Let us play together. Bella turned back with a bright smile and quickly ran over. Yes. They happily surrounded her, making the scene come alive. You are so adorable. Do you want to be my little sister? The girl's mind, she also realized, is being loved like this. I am so happy. From then on, she gradually grew up with a smile always on her lips. The young girls in the village called her by a fond name. Lovely Bella. The adults also looked at her with affectionate eyes. The more popular she became, the more Bella craved for love. Anyone had to be enamored with her. I love you, Bella. She was immersed in that love. Love yourself more, until one day. That pink scenery shattered. That woman shouted angrily, with my husband. How dare you? The man was flustered. I love you. Bella was bewildered when they pointed at her. I thought that if I did this, I would continue to be loved. The man's wife directly criticized. That girl is a witch. He is enchanted by her. Back to the present. She still tried to call out to him. You said you love me. You said you love me. In response were harsh words from the villagers. Die. Burn the witch. The flames around her began to close in on her body. Too hot. Bella could only shut her eyes tightly. I do not want to die like this. Someone save me. Suddenly, a pair of sleek cat ears appeared. The cat sat on top of her, mowed, and then let out a sound. She was drawn to that noise and looked up high. Then Bella exclaimed in shock. A cat. This presence made the people even more fearful. The black cat. This situation, a sign of witchcraft. It must be a witch. Suki nonchalantly mowed again while staring at her. Bella suddenly felt aggrieved inside and sniffled a few times. In those big round eyes, she noticed. Its face was exactly like that person. Yes, it is all his fault. The cat seemed to recreate the face of Sto. If that person had not left, I would not be in this situation. But at this moment, something swiftly darted by unnoticed. That sharp object cut the rope tightly binding Bella. Suddenly being released, Bella was also taken aback. The people below gaped. Girl. What Just now, Stu appeared with a sword in hand. The villagers angrily shouted. What are you doing? Bella widened her eyes in surprise. A strong wind blew, making his cloak flutter. She was lifted by Sto and taken away from the pyre. Brother Sto, even though he was doing something very contrary, he still maintained that indifferent attitude. The village chief was a bit scared and stepped back. Stu. But that badge, what attracted him was a very exquisite badge, the Ignis Guild. The two landed on the ground without flames anymore. Stu immediately questioned, what is happening here? The village chief ground his teeth in anger. That girl. He then struck his staff down to regain seriousness. She is the sinner. She has committed a serious mistake that angered the gods and now must pay for it. You keep asking what Bella did. Another person spoke up for him. That girl seduced a man and killed him. Rosette, Sto's sister, looked at them with an annoyed expression. Look at you, coming back in this state. But so what? She continued to criticize. The girl you just saved is a murderer. Bella hurriedly disagreed. That is not true. However, Rosette did not stop. She is a witch who specializes in seducing men in the village, killing them and eating their livers. It is said she loves eating organs fresh from the slaughter. Not only her, but many others also joined in. We must kill her. A terrifying witch. Sto remained calm and asked, is there any evidence and fair judgment? She immediately denied. Why do that? Suddenly another guy interjected, protecting that criminal like that. Lucky she is just a worthless child. Terriot. Stu crossed his arms and said, if you are leaving here, you should do so without leaving a trace. He shrugged disdainfully at you. What are you doing going back to the village like a rat? But instead of arguing, you just confirmed to them, Bella has never killed anyone. Terriot grimaced like a monkey and seemed distrustful. What? You continue to explain for that assertion. I just read Bella's memories. Stu provided evidence. In her memories, there was nothing like that. Bella nodded in agreement. That is right, I am innocent. But that was still not enough to convince the villagers. She used that strange power. She could lie. How can we believe that someone got agitated and threw something? Get out of here, monster. It hit Sto's head, causing blood to spurt out. The village chief turned pale with fear. What the hell? He turned back and shouted loudly. Stupid. What foolish action did you just take? Heavy raindrops suddenly fell. Dark clouds rolled in along with the rain gradually appearing on the ground. No one spoke. The scene soaked in the rain and tension. The red blood flowed down your cheek. It dripped and unintentionally fell onto the shoe below. Bella worriedly spoke up. Stu, there is blood running down your head, and you smiled helplessly. This place has not changed at all. In Sto's eyes, a bright blue shone. At that moment a voice rang out. Stop. This command quickly spread to the crowd in front. Their knees involuntarily knelt to the ground. The others followed suit without resistance. However, they still growled, blaming you, unable to move. You just cursed us. Terriot looked up and said, you ungrateful bastard. Even though we are the ones who raised you. A few white hairs fell from somewhere, capturing his attention. The cage. Mubian was the first to speak to break the silence. Enough. Parker's emerald green wings also gently met. He, along with the other members, stepped forward. Do not speak carelessly to the commander of Ignis. Where is your behavior? Rosette exclaimed in surprise. Ignis is famous. Behind. The smoke was extinguished by the rain sometime. As this weather is not suitable for hosting guests outside, I will take the Ignis members to my home. Everyone else, go back, Tronglang cautiously suggested. Everyone can follow me. Each person in the group immediately followed him. Bella suddenly felt something very difficult to express. You know, she gathered all her courage to hold Sko back. Sko, that dirty hand tightly grasped the corner of your shirt. Thank you for saving me. The boy casually brushed it off. I am not trying to save you. Do not misunderstand. The girl tried to explain. Even if you say that, I know how you are. The voice from the person ahead suddenly changed. You, he turned his head and reminded. You still owe me. Even until now. Sko's eyelids gently closed in contemplation. As much as she wished I would be the one to fall into that pit of fire, Bella immediately protested. No, that is not true. But he directly pushed her hand away. I am not nice enough to accept a disgusting person like you. He also conveniently forewarned. After this is done, I hope we won't have to face each other again. Because you in this place only make me tired. Bella's hesitant words echoed. Back then, at this moment, she dared to admit her mistake to him. I did not know anything about you, and believed the slander they said about you. But now I know that is not the truth. Faint smile blossomed on Bella's face. I understand now. We are alike. We are both abandoned. Her words were interrupted by someone. What are you doing? Mubian looked at him with a puzzled expression, intending to hear those nonsense words further. Sko replied and continued walking. No, let us go. After taking a few more steps, the person behind called out again. Sko. The girl squirmed in despair. We were friends when we were young. Right, he responded without any emotion. We were never close enough to say such things. After finishing the matter, he quickly left with Mubian. Bella was left behind, shocked to the point of collapsing to the ground. She hugged her face and cried out in great pain. Why? In the end, the cold rain continued. The sound of water dripping against the roof kept ringing. Truong Lang's splendid house was holding a small gathering, hosted by Ignis. He chuckled without hesitation. How could such a wonderful person be born in our Lang? In contrast to that expression, Sko was completely indifferent. He tried to remedy the situation by changing the subject. Right. It has been a while since you got to see your family, so just welcome them. The round table was full of people, but no one bothered to talk. Truong Lang had to speak up. Sko has become famous and has come back. Is not that great. He even attempted to bring up old stories. It feels like just yesterday he was only this tall. His father also mumbled along. Right. But the conversation was interrupted when Mubian spoke up. It seems that is not true. Our commander did not come back because he missed you. He crossed his arms with a very evident attitude. But to fulfill my request, Truong Lang grimaced. I know you are the one requesting, but do not interrupt when adults are talking. His finger lightly touched the chipped edge of the cup. Are you speaking rudely? Mubian took a sip and mumbled. Oh my god. Whether noble or commoner, you old folks all speak the same, do not you? Then he suddenly returned to a serious demeanor. Give me a proper answer. Both Father Stu and the head of Lang jumped slightly. He cautiously asked, are you a noble? He raised an eyebrow with a hint of interest. Oh. Mubian's hand slipped into his coat to search for something. He poured the contents onto the table like toys, saying he was the one who requested it. The people at the table immediately lit up with excitement. They had fallen for the bait, and Mubian subtly smiled. He continued, these are yours. If you answer my question, I will give you all the money on this table. The corners of Chief Lang's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something. He thought no more and began to praise. Oh my. You should have said you were a noble to us, sir. Rosette smiled. I knew it. You emit an elegant scent, as if bathed in honey. Mubian shrugged and explained to them. It is not honey. I used perfume water. The girl was immediately attracted by that item, the perfume water. He even intentionally boasted further. I use Crick distilled perfume oil bestowed by the Emperor for my foot massage every morning. Since it is a gift, it would be very rude not to use it. The other person exclaimed, you are indeed wonderful, and at that moment, Mubian was secretly evaluating. I hoped for something special because it was where Sto grew up, but this place is truly astonishing. Chief Lang smiled regretfully but pitied them. I do not know what information we simple folks like you can provide for him. He boredly held a bean in his hand. I was surprised by how foolish and blind you all are. If I did not know you were Chi Hai's family, I would not have guessed at all. It is truly astonishing. The bean was suddenly crushed by Mubian. Let us stop the nonsense and get to the point. The remnants fell onto the dining table as he presented. At least you simple fools should be able to answer questions based on your own experiences. Mubian posed a question. Are you truly the family of Chi Hai Sto? Sto's parents exchanged glances as if communicating something. After that, they hesitated before replying. Yes. Of course, Sto is our child. She even turned to the young man with some intention. Sto was suddenly rapped by the other person who patted his head. He is our precious child. But that answer was dismissed by Mubian. No, he stood up and interrogated directly. I am asking if Sto is blood related to you. If you lie, there will be immediate punishment. So be honest. That mother still insisted. Dear Seer, the boy is my son. Sto secretly sweated under that pressure. He looked just like his parents and siblings. So how could you doubt it? Tariot and Rosette also bit their lips waiting in tension. Mubian turned to them. Were you present when Sto asked? Tariot straightforwardly admitted. I do not remember. Sto's father intervened to relieve the pressure. The kids were too young then. Tariot was only 3, and Rosette was just a year older at that time. Mubian nonchalantly shrugged. But I remember everything I heard and saw when I was 1 year old. The other person beside him exclaimed, it is just because you are special. Sir Mubian. He shifted the conversation towards Sto. Did they really say that? You looked at him in surprise. Why are you asking me? Mubian was unbothered to provide a reason. Because you are the only one who can tell if others are telling the truth or not. Those words were mumbled back by you. Checking if they are lying, you quietly turned your face to the side, but your father was clearly very scared. Your mother was staring at you just like that. I can't. When she was young, she used to use her big lips and scold you. The boy was curled up in the corner, full of fear from the attack. Sto slowly opened his eyes when called. Listen here. The father often said that reading other people's memories is a very bad thing. He pointed at you to accuse. You are the monster doing all kinds of bad things. At that moment, you could only stutter without explaining anything. A hand blocked your throat, preventing you from speaking. That, Mother Sto repeated her warning. Do you understand? That threat made your gaze even more desperate. They cornered you against a wall. You will never read our thoughts again. If you do, then, each word etched deeply in your mind. You will never be part of our family again. Sto's tears flowed unconsciously with fear. That phrase repeated in your head. You will never be part of our family again. It made you extremely confused. What had you read back then? You could not remember. Sto tightly closed his eyes. Recalling what? The call in reality rang out to wake you. Hey, Commander, the worried uncle asked. Looking at you not very well. Are you okay? Sto hesitated to reply. That Nezu's private matter also startled you. He hugged Uhuru in his arms and sadly looked at you. Stu immediately smiled to reassure him. I've just thinking a little. You composed yourself and then raised your face. Do not worry. Your father and mother were sweating profusely. This made the speculation even clearer. They were definitely hiding something. The boy stood up, aiming straight at those who created that painful memory. You walked past the two while they dared only to remain silent and wait. Stu gently placed his hand on both of their shoulders. Stu remained polite while asking, according to the request, may I see the memories to confirm? The mother suddenly became agitated and pushed your hand away. No, she strongly protested. We said it already, Stu. It is because of doing things like this that you became a monster. Do not you know how hard we tried to keep you blind by smashing the wooden table? Rosette was scared and quickly hid behind Terriot. He reminded in a low voice, again with that nonsense about monsters. You should shut up. Even Stu was surprised. The monster would be sad to hear that. Nezu chimed, that is right. I do not like it either. The uncle awkwardly laughed and rubbed his head. Actually, I am not human like you folks. I am a bird person called Avianoa. While you were still giggling, Haru climbed up onto the table by himself. Small noise was made as it stood up. The cactus spoke up. What is going on? I am joining it. The village chief. Stu's father. And Rosette opened their eyes wide. She screamed in horror. Monster, monster, monster. After that shock, she fell backward, causing everyone to panic. Rosette, Rosette. Uhuru was confused and stammered. Wait. What? This is scary. It tried to explain. I know that person is pretending to faint. Wake up, Mom. Each person was pointed out by that cactus. Oh my god. There is a talking hairy monkey here. Stu was also mentioned, and a name related to the black dragon, plus a talking chicken. But am I the only one who is scary? Parker was called a chicken, so he fluffed up all his feathers. Uhuru let out a loud scream full of indignation. It jumped up directly for Stu to catch. The small tree sobbed something in his arms. Uhuru's tears flowed like rain. Oh. Everyone looks down on me, Stu smiled. They do not look down on you. They are just scared. Being able to make so many people afraid is quite impressive. Uhuru felt reassured and gradually became cheerful again. If you say so, then I seem very capable. Then he immediately became serious again and returned to the main topic. Stu requested those sitting at the table that if they wanted to receive the reward from the requester, they should cooperate. Terriot immediately shouted. Who do you think you are threatening? He was so agitated that he grabbed the collar of his shirt. You damn bastard. Terriot pressed his face close to him with a grimace. You have been a burden from the start. He began to spout arrogant words. We have to live in shame because of you. Why are we also being stoned and ridiculed just because of you? Stu remained silent even though the other person kept cursing. I brought you to the machine room so I would not have to see you. You little brat. Smug smile blossomed on his face. You know, that machine room was not built for living. Terriot further revealed. Do you know that in winter, that place will be like a cold storage, so no one can survive there? Your father suddenly intervened. Terriot. Stop it. The onlookers stood by silently but started to pay attention. Terriot grew louder. We have not fed you for a month and you are still living like a cockroach. He ignored the objections of those nearby. I told you to stop. Finally, he unconsciously exclaimed, if you are still alive when we throw you to the gates of hell, what are you if not a monster? Both Sko's mother and father displayed an incredulous expression. He then uttered a line as his gaze turned slightly cold. So that is how it is? Terriot continued to spew out the hidden truth. I hate you for being the most outcast among everyone. It is disgusting. You keep living like that because you inherited your mother's eye color. The onlookers raised their eyebrows curiously at that remark. Inherited eye color. His hands, wrapped in layers of fabric, gently grasped Terriot's wrist. For a long time, he bluntly expressed his thoughts. I also hate you. Terriot. This made him even angrier, so his teeth clenched tightly. You. Terriot raised his fist in anger. Damn brat. The sound of flesh being struck echoed painfully. But instead of Sko, it was his father who bore the blow. Terriot was surprised. Father. He finally started to speak. It is your brother. Terriot. I am not asking the two of you to get along. He sternly reminded him of one thing. But you cannot deny it. That guy still would not listen. Why? He stubbornly retorted. You hate him too. Father is always afraid of him. The other person immediately admitted. That is right. I am afraid. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. But I have never hated him. Sko behind also expressed doubt. If you do not hate him, then why? His hand gently placed on his father. The light created by his ability flickered. Why did you do that? The space around immediately transforms as you enter that person's memory. Sko's face shows astonishment. This is. Everyone in the room is affected. This light, they are displaced in the blink of an eye. The place just now becomes strangely empty. A pitch black and gloomy sky appears before them. The muffled sound lingers deep within the clouds. Sko's father is now laboriously exhaling each breath. In his hand is a crude axe, and he is struggling to climb a very steep slope. A black crow suddenly flies out aggressively from somewhere. He is frightened by it and slips. Falling down below, the bird flies away, leaving the only person in the dense forest. Sko's father tries to get up. Damn it. He looks around in confusion. He has taken the wrong path. Damn it. Then, a strange beam of light suddenly flashes in the forest. It leads to a spot not far away and draws him in. The light, his feet rush towards that direction. While running, he exclaims, "Excuse me. Over there. Help me," hurriedly pleads with that person. "Please wait for me a moment. At least stay with me until sunrise." The scene ahead becomes blurred by that white beam of light. Sko's father hastily covers his face with his hands. Upon looking closely, he gasps in astonishment. "Oh my god!" In the midst of a charred area with a large hole, the enormous gold nugget shines brightly. He keeps mumbling, "Oh my god!" Without thinking much, the man slides straight down into the deep hole. Each shoe is also illuminated by that golden, honey-like glow. He approaches the gold bar with half belief and half doubt. Although shocked, joy is also mixed on his face. This is certainly. Sko's father tightly holds onto that thing. Golden. He begins to mumble, "I can take this," but a growl interrupts that thought. A black wolf silently approaches, its amber eyes locked onto the prey. He is frightened and quickly distances himself from the beast. The wolf also grimaces and reveals its sharp teeth. In Sko's father's mind, fear and the temptation of the moment begin to cloud his thoughts. That light is indeed very captivating to him, but beside it is a trail of blood that has yet to dry beneath the wolf's feet. He suddenly thinks of his wife and children waiting at home. The axe's handle is tightly gripped. If he could bring that back, his life might change a little. Gathering all his courage, he leaps forward with his weapon in hand. The wild beast raises its head to confront him. The man pours all his strength into the attack. The black wolf bites hard into his opponent's arm, causing blood to flow. In that moment, the sharp axe blade is raised high. A very soft sound is heard as a stream of red blood sprays out. The animal lies motionless on the ground, while he is breathless and panting. The axe is thrown to the ground as the other person also collapses. Both of Sko's father's hands eagerly touch the gold bar. "If I take this..." That night he hurriedly returns to the village. His hands keep banging on the door. "Hey, open the door." The woman, holding roses in her hands, exclaims in surprise, "No, you have," her husband suddenly demanded. "Pack your things first," she asked in confusion. "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly talking nonsense?" The door was carefully closed by him. Then Sko's father added, "I do not have time to explain. We have to take the children and leave this village." She was still half believing. "You have to explain to me before I decide to wake them up and pack." While speaking, he was untying the rope. "I got lost in the mountains." This worried her. "What? Are you okay? Are you hurt?" He immediately set the basket down. "You will be really surprised by what I found in the mountains." The curious wife looked in. "What is it?" He happily answered. "Precious gem I have never seen before." The thin fabric flew away with the wind when thrown. He still cheerfully told his wife it was gold, but her attitude was very stern. "Are you crazy?" At this moment, Sko's father quickly looked back. "Let us go, dear." Inside the basket was not gold but a child. Sko at that time was still smiling sweetly at them. The man was so shocked that he could not speak. "No. Wait. What?" Before he could say a word, a punch was thrown straight into his face. Sko's father lay sprawled on the ground. "No, dear. It is just a misunderstanding." Her face darkened frighteningly. "Gold. Is not it precious?" He nervously raised a hand. "No. What I brought back is not." Her angry voice echoed throughout the house. "Take it away." The next morning he returned to that forest. A sense of doubt still mixed in his thoughts. Clearly it was a gold bar. The child innocently looked at the person in front. "Am I being haunted?" The wife personally followed behind to keep watch. Her face bore a stern expression. "Return it to where you found it." He found it right away. A sweat broke out all over Sko's father, so he could only obey. While walking, he could not stop thinking, if that gold nugget was a person, then what about that monster? A sudden fear terrified him. Have I killed someone? The two of them passed through the forest and approached a tree stump. They were surprised to see several solemnly dressed people standing by the pit. Around the mouth of the pit were countless other villagers. Sko's father reassured himself, Yes. With such a big pit, it is only natural to find something. Let us act normally." But the words nearby caught his ear. "I heard the priest came from the shrine. They must be planning something." The young man exclaimed, "From what I have heard, the thing that should be here seems to have disappeared." He stammered, "Excuse me, what is going on?" The person looked at him in confusion. "You came here without knowing anything." His finger pointed straight down below. "Over there, do you see?" In that direction. Some people were quite confused. The priest from the shrine. As soon as he heard that, he jolted. The shrine. The priest, trying to regain some calm, Sko's father quietly wondered. "Then how is the priest here?" He also friendly replied. "They said that the dragon's treasure has fallen here." The foreign couple. "A dragon?" That person confirmed further. "Yes. A dragon," the person behind pointed out. "Is not the dragon a creature of the gods? Because according to what has been uncovered, it is said to have hidden for hundreds of years. The shrine must be in chaos now." The incident is described in more detail. However, they say that someone killed the dragon's guardian and mixed away the treasure. They have the guts to do that. They deserve to be punished 1,000 times for stealing the dragon's treasure. His whole body trembled involuntarily. If discovered, they would be executed. The royal family would surely deal with that before the dragon could act. They would not survive. The night fell again in that poor village, and the two silently returned to the dark house. Sko had already fallen asleep in his arms. His father whispered very softly, "What to do now?" Terriot suddenly stepped out of the room. "Father." He was also surprised to call out his brother's name. "Terriot." The child rushed over. "Father, did you go to the market? What did you buy? Is there something delicious?" The two looked at each other as if they had many thoughts to share. In the end, he just nodded, as if they understood each other. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "No." "Terriot, quickly pay attention to something else." "What is it?" Father gently set him down. "Here, a child. He will be your brother." Terriot also tried to touch him. "Little brother." He nodded affectionately. "Yes." "The child is younger than Rosette," happily asked them. "Really? So, is this my second sibling?" The response from his father was still very firm. "Yes." Terriot curiously observed Sko, his eyes dark but very bright. "What is his name?" Suddenly being mentioned. He felt a bit flustered. "The name, his name is..." His gaze turned towards the innocent children. Then he inadvertently mentioned a name. "Sko." The child's cheeks gently flushed as if he understood those words. "The boy's name is Sko." The whole situation unfolded before Terriot, and he was extremely shocked. "What is this?" He panicked and raised his voice to question the others. "What is this?" "Father." The mother simply bit her lip without answering. Even he was taken aback. "Mother. Father. What is that scoundrel?" At this moment, Sko's father hesitantly uttered a few words. "I'm sorry." He turned to the young man. "I'm sorry." Sko, his palm clenched tightly and then trembled. "I truly apologize." His legs also buckled to the ground afterward. "Please forgive me. I really did not know." The boy's father did not dare to look up. "No, I still do not know what exactly it is." The boy did not make any comments and just looked away. He continued to explain, "I cannot let my whole family be killed, but that does not mean I blame or neglect you at all." His eyes sparkling with tears looked directly at him. "As your father, I just want to protect everyone in the house." Only his voice echoed. "Because the more you show yourself outside, the more danger everyone will face." After hearing all that, Sko still displayed a cold demeanor. "You slightly lowered your face and showed a bit of surprise." The father still tried to express his thoughts. "I have also decided to protect you. I truly want to treat you like my own by naming you and watching you grow up." In your eyes at that moment, there was clearly an amber-yellow color, but it suddenly turned blue. "You are not normal. You are just imitating normal people. As you grew up, you became more peculiar. The language of humans, the emotions of humans, even the rare development of humans." He also clearly knew what you went through. Your growth process slowed down while living in the attic. But no matter what, you still woke up and stepped outside as usual. "I was very scared." With all the regret, Sko finally exclaimed, "Please forgive me. I was wrong." He sincerely knelt down before you. "Please forgive me. I was wrong." Even Sko was very confused, an apology in exchange for his family's true life. "If only I did not have to read so much like this." You raised your arm and clenched it tightly. Then you released all your anger with a punch to the wall. The glass began to shatter from that tremendous force. Memories were also destroyed. Each piece fell down chaotically. Some people remained very calm while others were engulfed in fear. The food on the table was scattered everywhere, looking very messy. The chief spirit drifted before your true identity. "Dragon." Sko's face darkened mysteriously. "Like this." You turned the toe of your shoe to one side. Terry immediately noticed that action. "Are you planning to kill us?" he pleaded. "I am still your brother. Let me go." "I'm sorry. It is my fault, so let me live." The mother could only cover her face in resignation. Sko wondered, "Is it this easy?" Sko walked up to Terriot, causing him to flinch. Thinking, that gaze turned dark like a cold-blooded killer. The way they were so weak, in the end. You still did not strike but only walked away from the field. Mubin and Parker followed your every action. When stepping outside, you noticed it had started to rain. Suki also gently followed beside. The whole group ignored the pouring rain and left together. Even though they had stepped out of the house, Mubin was still concerned about Sko. He pondered while looking at the back of the leader. The boy led everyone towards the mountain from that day. You climbed the slope that your father once climbed. The view ahead was obscured by many tree canopies, making it very dim, but Sko continued to walk along a path where the weeds grew very lush. The whole group stopped before the clear blue lake. Sko thought to himself, that lake has turned into a pond. His reflection appeared on the surface as the rain kept pouring down. In another moment, he remembered the wolf that used to guard him. Sko stared at those knots. What was that person's name? Mubin suddenly knelt down behind. Using his other hand to thump the stick on the ground, he slowly spoke to him. "Hey, do you know everything?" The other person immediately admitted. "I can think for myself." Mubin looked up and said, "If I say that I had no idea they did so many things, would you believe me?" Since he did not receive any response, he asked, "Do you resent me?" Sko maintained a strange calmness. "I should resent you in the future." Mubin immediately objected. "There is no need for that. You turned your face away. Your request is fair, and I have accepted it. In the desolate rainforest, he raised a question. Since the request was entrusted to me, you agree, right? Ding Ding replied. I agree, and I will protect that. This was unexpected, so Sko showed a surprised expression. Muben's hand rested on his chest. Tuga are the Dragon Blood Clan. He presented himself to Sko with a more solemn identity. Muben now. Tuga, the name I received from the deity has been redeemed. To ensure that such a tragedy does not happen again, Muben straightforwardly proposed, I want you to choose me as your guardian. After those words, no one spoke again. Only the sound of the rain remained. The corners of Sko's mouth twitched as if wanting to say something but stopped. He thought about the position Muben had mentioned. The guardian of the dragon, receiving blessings from the dragon's blood also has its price, and that price is the submission of the soul. It comes with countless bloody battles. The one who becomes the guardian must obey orders, and the safety of the master is the top priority. It can be said that this is extremely dangerous, a blood contract. It was already past half the night, suggesting that the people in the group should return. Having gone too far today, you should rest. Commander, the lodging had been prepared from the beginning, so they had taken shelter there. While Sko lay still on the bed, Suki cautiously moved. It carefully observed that face. Suki felt a bit relieved. He must be very troubled. So sleeping like this is good. Just after finishing that thought, the other person suddenly stirred. The cat's gaze was caught by something flashing by. Sko tightly hugged the cat in his arms and softly called, Suki. With no other choice, it lay down too. Sko, it is okay. Those big round eyes looked straight at the boy. No matter what you are. Then it slowly drifted off to sleep, which did not change anything. Just early in the morning, a ray of sunlight gently crept through the window. The boy was still fast asleep with his eyes closed. Because the light shone on him, he was awakened shortly after. When sitting down, Neju and Suki were lying on either side of him. Sko whispered to himself, I did. Outside, the sound of the door opening echoed. Parker cheerfully appeared. I was going to wake you up, but it seems like you are already awake. Good morning. You were about to say something else. So, where did you get that from? Go down and eat. Parker's face immediately turned sulky. That is what I was going to say. The weather was only nice for a moment before the rain and wind came back. They said it would take about 2 days to reach Galatia. A cozy breakfast was set on the table, but it was raining too heavily for the carriage to go anywhere. Now, we have to wait until the skies clear up. Parker casually picked up a piece of bread, so he let. He was eating but also hinted. What is Jibugu bonetaring Imuakad? What will we do when we return to headquarters? Sto hesitantly replied. Probably waiting for the next mission. Parker immediately exclaimed in surprise. But that dragon. No, Muben interjected. Do you intend to continue working in the guild? You straightforwardly expressed your opinion. Yes. You also have a mission with a status that is a formula. It is not just being an ordinary bodyguard. He seriously stated, I intend to give up all my current status. However, Stu dismissed it. No need for that. Muben firmly believed in that decision. No, a bodyguard cannot leave their master. You know they cannot be self-respecting. Sto fell into contemplation. I do not. The only thing I know is the truth about myself. You reminded them again. Besides that, there is nothing else. Muben also realized. Right, if compared to Sto's true age, he is still just a young dragon. Their lives follow their own rules. The maturation process of a dragon is quite long, at least 100 years, the longest being 500 years. After hatching, the dragon will be cared for by its mother for up to 100 years, and only then will it begin to mature. He drew a conclusion by looking at Sto. Thus, this commander is no different from a newborn. There are still other things that worry him. Moreover, he may resemble a human, but that form is just a mimicry to exist. A random question popped into his mind. Why does not the black dragon protect its own bloodline? The more he speculated, the more shocked Muben became. What if it was not about protection? Surely something was hidden behind it that Sto did not know about. But could it be that they could not? After enjoying breakfast, he quickly said, the mission is complete. Let us go home. Muben firmly persuaded. Lord Sto, why do you insist on staying in the guild? He earnestly suggested a solution. At least you should come with us. Instead of staying here, my territory is safer. You maintained your indifference and said, I might not be the kind of existence you are thinking of. Sto straightforwardly made a decision. To be honest, everything until now has been the truth, and I am not sure I want to know more, so please leave. Muben from the foreign land could not refute that. He silently gritted his teeth. The only remaining trace of the dragon, the master he had always wanted to find. As if everything he had done until now was for nothing, the palm underneath also clenched slightly. Haga is really such a useless family. Stu continued. However, he informed Muben of one thing. In the future I will contact you. Sto slowly said, please go back and continue your work. I will call you when needed. He displayed a very shocked expression at that suggestion. To reassure Mua, you seriously promised him. I swear. When returning to headquarters, the first thing you received was a request to rest. The boy exclaimed in confusion as papers were flying everywhere. while Wen leisurely leaned back in his chair. Rest. The president wants to meet you. He will find you soon. So before that. Just rest. Sto's eyes widened in disbelief. Wen quickly left his chair. He held up the fabric. This is very precious to me. But I will give it to you, accompanied by a hint of jealousy as he explained. You do not know the joy of curling up and rolling on the bed. Do you? Wen shrugged and suggested some nice things. Try reading a book when it is warm in the room. Since you have a blanket, you can open the window a bit for fresh air. You can snack, lie down a bit, sleep, and then wake up to try a chocolate bar. Sto silently picked up the leg while he still enthusiastically asked, So, do you want to take some things from my room? His palm gently clenched. It is fine. So Sto had to go back to the room with Nezu and Ahuru. Then rest. Do not push yourself too hard. The president will see you later. While walking, Nezu suddenly called out. Stu immediately replied in a very casual tone. Yeah. He asked if you were really okay, especially if he did not know more about your family. Stu showed no concern at those words. The implications afterward were all guessed by him, even though they made him endure everything. Ahuru suddenly shouted. But why? He angrily cursed those people. I can't stand it. We will come back and shove thorns in their mouths. Stu turned around and said, Ahuru, you glanced the other way because you did not want to get too involved. Even if they changed, you would not change. So, since you left, the village returned to its rhythm, without needing to change anything. Outside the window, it was already tomorrow. You woke up after a long sleep, your eyes staring straight at the ceiling. Sto suddenly felt very vague. He had never known what playing was like. What to do? He swung his legs off the bed. His fair hand opened the window to welcome the breeze. Sto looked far away. The first thing that caught his eye was the magnificent nature intertwined with the houses appearing. After a while, Stu quietly sat under the green canopy, enjoying peacefully when he suddenly realized Parker had just gotten off the carriage and waved hello. Captain. You leaned over to tell Lina. Wait a moment, let me go over and say hello. Lina took this opportunity to get to know a fan. Captain. Is that the one you have been chasing all day? Should I go over and greet him? Suddenly Parker hesitated. If we both go over, it would be too noisy. Maybe he is in private time right now. It made you hesitate while standing not far from Sto. Too hard to say. You could not read any emotions on his face at all. Parker hurried to stop him, making him flinch. I will go alone. You flew to Stu and asked a very simple question. Captain, have you eaten yet? Sto looked up and asked you back. Have you not eaten yet? Parker scratched his head and honestly replied. Actually, it has been a while. I am waiting for a friend who is busy. Then he smiled at Sto. I am also taking a break like today. Sto looked up straight. Is that so? Parker friendly suggested. Let us go together. He also invited a few others. Niju, Ahuru, and the cat too. Niju seemed quite excited to hear that. Me too. Sto suddenly became unusually sensitive. Is not it uncomfortable for me to sit with you? He immediately denied. Not at all. Parker tried to explain. Do not worry. Those shameless guys are not. But Lina chimed in. An acquaintance. Parker turned to look at Lina with a strange eye. Do you two know each other? He answered vaguely. Maybe. Lina faced him tensely. Looking like this it seems not. He widened his eyes to look at Sto, who also did not care to look at the other. Then suddenly Lina laughed and welcomed. Oh yes. Sto, you are so distinctive that I always remember. The one who journeyed with Sto, and smiled comfortably at him. Sto called out, Lina, I am happy to see you. So you do remember? Lina reached out her hand as if to get acquainted again. I thought you had died at the hands of that white fluff. It seems you are still alive. That is good. Returning to the main issue, Lina recounted an old story. I explored the entire mountain but it had disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought you were swallowed by it. Lina told it in an unbelievable tone. Not thinking we would reunite like this, Nezu rose from the riverbank. Lina saw it as if struck by lightning. Something was pulled out. Lina quickly deployed her defensive weapon. White fur. Backer was equally frightened and stopped him. Lina. Calm down. Nezu is the captain's partner. Nezu used sparkling eyes and cuteness to persuade. Partner. That wild white fur is. After seeing it, Lina did not even dare to make a move. At this moment, he suddenly realized. This person, Sto, so you tamed the beast by reading its mind. Sto was becoming more deeply ingrained in his mind, even more impressive than he thought, and Lena's eyes hit the badge pinned on the shirt. He tucked his weapon back behind him. Oh my. You are already a president. Backer hit him with a nag. Lina, respect him more. Even if you are the main strategist of the combat department, you should still be polite to him. That big rank difference makes it so. Lina still could not quite grasp what he heard. The rank, Backer emphasized again. Yes. The offensive rudeness. Lightly may get demoted. Heavily exiled. Do you understand? Then Sko stood up. Told him, Backer, go eat with your friends. Backer looked surprised and asked, Are not you coming with us? Sko's tone was a bit bored. I will eat later. This is uncomfortable for me. Sko bluntly said that, and speaking to Nezu like that, I also feel uncomfortable. Lena and Backer stood frozen in place after hearing this. Then he brushed past them like a gust of wind. Goodbye. Lena's mood was not very good at this moment. He called out, "Hey." Lena addressed him with more respect. President Sko. While he just glanced over, "Is there anything else to say?" Lena bowed at a 90-degree angle. "I apologize." This surprised Sko as he looked away. He bowed his head in front of everyone, to express his regret. "My words were not due to my discomfort, but I was very surprised. I will no longer call it white fur, and I also did not think an acquaintance would become president. From now on I will call you president." Then, Lina winked. "So please, do not misunderstand. As an apology, let me treat you to this meal." After hearing this, Sko also felt awkward. In the end, the three of them went to eat without missing anyone. Anyway, they had already gone. "We must eat at the best restaurant," a voice enthusiastically recommended. "And this is the best restaurant in Revital." Lina waved his hand to call the waiter. "Just let me order. I assure you that everyone's food will be the best." Sko was half believing. "Really?" he confidently replied. Of course, Sko pondered while looking at Uhuru. Today it was unusually silent. Uhuru also left some thoughts. A thought crossed his mind. Is it injured somewhere? Then someone called. "Hey." Zin covered her face and asked, "How old is that cactus?" Sko calmly replied, "I do not know. I never asked it." "You feel confused?" "I do not know." "Why?" She revealed an obvious truth. "You do not need to ask to know." Zin's face showed no emotion. Sko became cautious. Strange. I can't read her emotions. "Who is she?" Lina leaned over to Zin to introduce. "Zin is not human. She is a doll made by the president." Sko murmured the word, doll. Parker added, "Perhaps you do not know." He crossed his arms and revealed some information. The president of the Ignis Society is the only puppeteer in the world. Every gesture of Zin, from her eyes to her sideburns and tightly pressed lips, made Sko think, except for the unreadable heart, she looked just like a living person. Raising the question of how to know she was a puppet, Lina guided him, telling him to look closely at Zin. A blue star under Zin's eyes. Lina said to pay close attention. Did he see the tattoo under her eyes? All the president's dolls had that tattoo for people to distinguish them. He placed his hand on the table, seriously expressing that, well, it was not necessary to worry too much. Dolls are still dolls. Dolls can only obey their masters and do not know of pain. In Jiang glanced over at Zin, so seeing her as a human would only make things worse. Then Lina winked at Sko. "Just trust me. I have a lot of experience." Just then, the food arrived at the table. "Your meal." His mood suddenly turned sour. A living doll. A table full of delicious food laid out before him. Sko looked around. "All right, everyone. Feel free to enjoy your meal." Nezu saw the delicious dish and expressed excitement. It looked so good. Sko had to agree silently. Indeed, everyone enjoyed the meal to fill their stomachs. While Parker was chewing, he suddenly noticed. Parker saw Sko not touching his chopsticks. "President, are not you eating anything?" Then Parker was startled and worried. "Could it be that you can't eat raw food? We should have asked you before ordering." Lina immediately corrected herself. "What should I call for you?" He only pondered and denied. "No." Sko fell back into silence. He sighed in frustration. "No, it is just not to my taste." Then he glanced at the lavish spread of food again. The appetizing dishes were arranged on the plates. But he felt truly sorry. Those creatures had been cut while still alive. Just a few minutes or seconds before, Sko felt the pain of the animals. The horror and suffering of the living creatures were still there. He squinted in disgust, seeing only hatred in it, Sko thought, but did not need to say it out loud, and uttered insincere words to everyone. "I am not hungry either, but it is fine." When going outside, Parker shouted loudly throughout the street. "Damn it, Lina. This is all your fault." Even though the vice president had instructed us to take good care of that day, he scratched his head and ears in regret. "I understand. But do you think I would have done it if I had known in advance?" Parker cried out in distress, while Lina felt helpless, wondering what to do. Sko leaned down and asked quietly, "Nezu, can you go?" Nezu gently replied, "Yes." Parker proposed a not bad idea. "President, how about we take this opportunity to stroll around the city? The city around with its grand architecture is quite promising. You have only just been transferred to the headquarters for a while, right? And recently, you have only been inside and not gone out." Sko was also quite worried about his feelings, and every day felt dazed after receiving the latest commission. Lina scratched her head wanting to correct her mistake. "Do not worry, I am a local here." Winked at Sko again. Sko looked over and felt stunned. A quick pace surged forward. "All right. President." He casually draped an arm over Sko's shoulder. "Today you have nothing to do, right?" Lina pointed straight to the road ahead. "So let us go." Sko was curious and asked where to. Then Lina began to tell stories about this city. "Actually, we have a custom in our guild since its establishment." Or it could just be that Lina was excited. That is, welcoming a newcomer. "Oh right." Parker eagerly chimed in. "I have been through it too. The houses are topped with red tiles. Usually, We let the newcomers patrol around the headquarters to get a basic understanding. Then they will be called in to describe the city, like, where is the biggest statue in the square? Where is the oldest candy store? Something like that. Lina told the stories of the city to pique Sko's curiosity. If you could not answer, they would make you run laps until you were drenched in sweat. Then he burst out laughing, revealing his fangs. But you are no longer a newcomer. Plus you have Lina's support. Your face still looks very bored, does not it? You muttered something bland. So please take care of everyone. Lina seemed to be energized, pointing at herself and affirming, just trust and follow me. Revito is a prosperous and safe city. I assure you will have a great trip. Sko nodded. All right. Then came the curious questions from the two of them to Sko. Before that, why were you crossing your arms like that? Guildmaster. Jen unconsciously followed those three, listening to all the excuses and explanations. She looked at Sko from behind, then smiled very gently. The Guildmaster is indeed a generous person. On a bustling street, Lina spoke up. This is the not-so-famous 3rd Street. He continued. The interesting thing is the sunlight shining straight down the road. Let us go further and talk more. Sko was nervously looking around while refusing. No need. Just like this, seeing his anxious expression, Lina could not help but wonder. Guildmaster. You have been looking around for a while. Are you looking for something? Hearing that, Sko immediately turned to ask. Is there a medical center that can check the health of plants? Lina suddenly became surprised. He stared at that cactus pot, his tone hesitant. If it is this plant, Lina raised her hand to stroke her chin. Thought for a moment, then spoke up with a confident tone. There is a garden specializing in research, but the owner of that place is always busy, so I am not sure if we can meet them. Sko, not thinking much, hurriedly asked. Can you take me there? Lina smiled brightly. Sure, I do not mind going with you. Then he excitedly ran like the wind, shouting, just trust me, go this way. Parker had been silent until now, finally moved closer to him. Looking confused, he is so lively, Sko replied softly. It is okay. Parker raised an eyebrow and turned his face away, awkwardly scratching his head. He is like a little horse, to the point where everyone calls him Little Lina. Sko felt puzzled, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Seeing Sko's expression, Parker quickly explained. The little and little horse means that. Lina was still eagerly running ahead leading the way, waving her arms up and down like a dance. He happily leaned against Sko and laughed teasingly. Just like a beautiful girl, we often bring him out to joke with the newcomers. I have been tricked too. Lina then spoke up, interrupting the conversation behind the two, making them both feel guilty, like they were doing something wrong, gossiping about me. Right, Parker smiled and quickly stepped forward, saying, all right, coming right here. Sko looked down at Ahoru, thinking to himself, still very quiet, in a white wooden house, hidden behind tall, wide tree branches. The house became clearer with each passing moment. Once inside the house, Parker felt confused. Did they leave the door open? Lina quickly replied, because the research garden is funded by the association. It might be considered the Garden of the Moon City. They moved inside, walking between 2 rows of lush green grass. He was still leading, his voice steady as he added, so everyone can come and visit the trees and flowers. Parker looked around with curious and strange eyes. This was also his first time visiting the research garden. An image of a large tree canopy appeared in Parker's mind, and he continued. Unlike animals, trees do not move or make noise. Suddenly he turned to Sko and asked, recalling, by the way, President, can trees talk? Sko replied succinctly, I do not know, which made Parker exclaim softly. Lina was also confused. Didn't you say you could read the minds of animals? Why not plants? Sko fixed his gaze on Ahoru in his heart. It is not that I can always hear them. Perhaps it is only possible at a certain level of contact. He seemed to be deep in thought. Becoming increasingly intrigued, Lina forcefully reached out and pulled a tree trunk towards her. The trunk bent at his strong pull, and Lina pointed at it and asked, so what is this tree saying? Sko looked up at that tree, as if he had fallen into contemplation while quietly observing it. The branches with lush green leaves came into view, but then Sko lowered his head slightly, his voice becoming softer. If possible, I do not want to hear. Lina was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing in confusion. Why? He thought randomly, if I could also read minds, I would have read the thoughts of everything. Right. Suddenly a voice rang out, welcoming him. Both Parker and Lina looked up, calling in unison, Jun. The newcomer was Jin, who also spoke. Sko. Jin looked up at the branches above, repeating the words, they are welcoming you. Green leaves fluttered wildly in the air. She recounted the fragmented words she sensed. Nice to meet you, cute child in black. It is good, you are still alive. One of the leaves got caught in Sko's hair. He gently reached up to take it down. Sko softly swayed the leaf in his hand for a moment. Then, he suddenly became curious. Jun, can you hear plants? Jin then turned to look at them. I was created from trees. Sko nodded in understanding, then turned away regretfully, feeling a bit disappointed. So she does not necessarily have powers like mine. She stepped closer to them. Here. Listen. Sko refused. No thanks. Jen's face behind the loose shirt was slightly surprised. Why? Do you hate plants? Sko turned away to avoid the gaze. Not like that. Then you added the reason. They probably do not want us to read. Suddenly Sko felt the ground beneath his feet crack open. Wide. Cold. Mixed with gloom. A malicious intention that was not consensual was just like violence. The painful old memories were replayed in his mind. He unconsciously murmured. Violence. Right. Jen continued to approach him. Sko. The tree cannot speak if you do not listen to them. Pulled back to reality by her words, Sko suddenly jolted. A dry, withered branch appeared, accompanied by Jen's gentle voice. Even if they want to speak, even if they want to share, even in moments of withering and dying they still cannot express themselves. That is how plants are. She smiled brightly, pulled her hood down. Do you know, to us, you are a blessing. Sko bent down and stared at Jen, unable to say anything for a moment. Suddenly someone shouted loudly. You guys. Green was holding a rake. Annoyed questioning, what are you doing in the garden? The gardener hurriedly met someone quick-tongued and replied. I'm sorry. Lina touched the tree without permission. Lina felt uneasy hearing her name. Why are you dragging me into this? Green quickly denied. Not the tree, then stomped forward with heavy steps. He pointed straight at Nezu who was nervously standing on the flowers at his feet, angrily pointing out, you are stepping on the flowers. It immediately lifted its foot, but a poor grass had been trampled to pieces. Nezu panicked to the point of trembling. I am so sorry. As it moved slightly, a light snap sounded. It was startled and froze in shock. Another small trunk was crushed by Nezu. Green was shocked to the point of gaping. His hand clenched so tightly that the rake in his hand broke in half. He cried out, holding his head in despair. No! Gentle rays of light filtered through the skylight of the house, through the lush green canopy. A nervous voice rang out. We are truly sorry. Green. Lina approached. He scratched his head awkwardly looking at Green standing next to him, who was sadly wiping his tears. Lina, is that you? Are you still alive as a mercenary because no one pays attention? He was frustrated and exclaimed. Uncle. What are you talking about? I am very famous. Green sniffed, showing his displeasure. After saying that, Lina forced a smile. I am the captain of the combat department, and I get a lot of referrals. Boss. Talking about that old stuff in front of the captain is very disrespectful. Green seemed skeptical. He frowned and asked. Captain. He looked over at Stowe, Parker, Zin, and Neju who were standing there, his voice slightly hesitant. Could it be? You are. Then his gaze focused solely on Stowe. You are the newly appointed captain. Green's attitude immediately changed. He smiled kindly, approached to shake your hand, and introduced himself. I am Green Zezer. Although I can't help much, I am the caretaker of this research garden. Stu simply replied. Green's hand tightened. Suddenly a voice echoed in Stowe's mind that he was reading Green's thoughts. He was thinking, the ability to read minds. Green smiled happily, his cheeks flushed. Feeling delighted. Great. I want to know what those seedlings are thinking. Sto read it and paused, seeming a bit confused. A magnifying glass was brought close to Aru. Green's voice suddenly became tense. Both Parker and Sto turned to look at him intently. Parker anxiously asked, Boss, how is a Haru? Green frowned slightly and said softly, It is a bit difficult here. You heard that and became surprised. Green observed a Huru. He spoke up. This cactus is a Huru. It is being taken care of very well. He was somewhat bewildered, his complexion slightly strained. There is no lack of water or nutrients. Looking from the outside, there is no problem. Parker felt strange. So why is not it good? Green raised his hand, his expression thoughtful. I do not know. I am not sure, but it does not seem to be very healthy. He hurriedly turned to ask Stowe for advice. Captain, can I lift it up to see if it is easier? Suddenly, a soft whisper rose. Easier. Green frowned, not understanding where that word came from. Huru on the table seemed to move slightly, causing Green to freeze. It continued to curse. Easier for whom? For me. Are you serious, you crazy thing? He shouted in shock, stepping back a bit. Heavens. His face darkened, his tone softening. Do not call me that. One of them spoke up. Is it always surprising for humans to be so common? Another person commented in disbelief. It seems the cactus is talking. Ahuru grumbled. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a cactus talk before? Its head turned red. It let out a cold snort. Sko hurriedly reassured. Ahuru, stop. It immediately obeyed. Okay. Sko rubbed Ahuru's head. He explained. There is something unusual about you, so I asked him to check. Ahuru questioned back. Is that a doctor? At this moment, Green cleared his throat, slowly approached the table. Sko introduced. Plant doctor. This is Green Geezer. Ahuru changed its attitude. It was excited but still a bit incredulous. Really a plant doctor? Sko nodded. Yes. Hearing that, Ahuru thought for a moment, then also made a decision, resolutely lay down sideways, revealing the bottom of its pot. From underneath protruded strong roots. Here. Can you see under the pot? Do you know pulling a plant out of the ground is very cruel? Green gently lifted the pot to examine. He lightly touched one root to check. Very healthy. After finishing, Uhuru stood up. See, I am just a little sleepy, the rest is fine. Green wondered. Sleepy. He crossed his arms and placed them on the table, staring intently at Uhuru. Hey little friend, just to be cautious, how old are you? Uhuru shyly wrapped its two branches as if covering its cheeks. 200. The doctor laughed loudly. No way, this cactus is 200 years old. Uhuru was astonished. Do not you believe me? It recalled the size of the people in its tribe compared to them. Uhuru was just small and insignificant in the middle. It added, to be more precise, I am older than that. It has just been 200 years since I became aware. In the tribe, I am the smallest. Green's eyes brightened. His cheeks flushed with excitement to the point of choking up. Oh my god! He excitedly stood up. Captain, this little friend is a rare plant that has long been extinct. The species? Giant cactus. Sko was slightly confused. What do you mean? Green imagined a picture of a huge cactus, standing proudly in the barren sand, blooming a large flower on its head. His mouth kept rambling about the words of America. A giant, beautiful flower in the desert. It is said they take thousands of years to grow but will bear fruit in certain situations. Uhuru quickly interrupted. We have not gone extinct. My mother and relatives are still alive in our homeland. Green replied. Could it be? Green could not help but stare at Uhuru with a bright smile. From what I know, the drowsiness that Uhuru is experiencing is due to the dormant period of the giant cactus. He added, this is the first time I have encountered a giant cactus. I am not quite sure. Stu is curious. How long does the dormant period usually last? The scene shifted to another corner of the room where 4 lush potted plants were neatly arranged. Green's voice rose. I need to study more to know the details. I only know that the giant cactus grows over thousands of years and has several long dormant periods. Stu suddenly turned to Uhuru. You carefully warned. This is the research garden belonging to the association. I will ask them to take care of you until the dormant period ends. Please rest, Uhuru replied weakly. Not wanting to, Sto leaned closer to Uhuru. If you feel uncomfortable here, I can ask Sir Higa. He buys very strong medicine. Uhuru asked sadly. Am I making you uncomfortable? Sto's expression stiffened. His mouth tightened as he did not know how to respond properly. Sto reached out to pat Uhuru's head. It is not that. It is just, he bluntly stated. Firmly asserting, Sto, I do not want to sleep. I will never sleep. Saying that, he bent down, curling up in Sto's palm, gently rubbing against it. His claws lightly touched his hand as if wanting to hold on tightly. The next words he kept hidden in his heart. Because I worry about you, Stu. After a long while, they all made their way out the door. Breen spoke up. Because he can still talk. Even move. I am still not sure if it is okay or not, he advised, but refused the sleep that could lead to health issues. Please pay attention to this matter. Sto understood his meaning and quickly replied. Understood. Breen looked at the silent cactus in Sto's hand. Although the plant is very simple, once you understand them, you will know how complex and fragile they can be. Just like animals, images of potted plants with different species and shapes were planted in various forms throughout the house appeared. Breen's words continued. Habitat, size, gender, age, or even leaf shape are the characteristics among them. Both he and Sto looked at Uhuru. He smiled, even though this little friend knew that talking was an advantage. Breen reminded, lifting the black bag in his hand. I am packing some nutrient soil. It will be useful. Parker took the bag. Stu quickly bowed to express. Thank you. Suddenly Breen reached into his pocket. He added, one more thing. He produced a carefully sealed glass bottle. Inside was a small roll of paper. This is the guidance from the president sent to you. Stu was astonished to see the bottle. He knew I would come here. Breen laughed out loud, raising a hand to lightly scratch his temple. Not at all. I was just informed beforehand that you were coming. Stu also took the bottle. He silently stared at the glass bottle in his hand. The sound of the gentle breeze and the rustling of the leaves softly echoed. Stu thought to himself, it seems I am being monitored. Your teacher did not say anything further. Breen quickly waved his hand to explain. Please do not misunderstand. The president did not intend to do this to you. It is just that the president always cares about everyone. You emphasized a word. Always. Breen imagined the image of puppet dolls wrapped in wires, with a single hand above grasping and controlling them. He added, she is a puppeteer. Compared to the number of dolls that appear in the light, the actual number may reach 1,000. Parker leaned close to Stu and whispered. Actually, it could be even more. He added, because the dolls will quickly break. She makes a lot of them. Stu took out the paper, silently reading the contents inside. Ignis Society. President. Security level. President. Location. Revital City. Central Market. Time limit. 30 minutes. Order. Find the president. At the Central Market, Revital City within the time limit. The reward will be given after finding her. The instructions will self-destruct after the time limit. Hurry up and find her. President Ke. 1. The number 30 printed clearly on the paper quickly changed to 29, signaling that 1 minute had passed. Lena suddenly leaned in to read, raising her hand to hold it in curiosity. Magical ink. I wonder what the time limit she set this time is. As she clearly saw each line, Lena furrowed her brow, slightly surprised. Wait, it is not even 30 minutes yet. Time continued to pass. Stu announced, there are currently only 27 minutes left. The paper clearly states, to the central market within 30 minutes. Lina gestured to skip. Oh my, I give up, Stu asked him. How long will it take to get there? Images of residents of various profession, genders, and ages bustling back and forth appeared. Lina clarified, not like that. The central market of Revital City is very large, with 8 major roads from different directions, a complex network of alleys, and a large crowd, Parker also added, and above all, we do not know what the president looks like. Lina agreed. Yes. The president usually communicates through the doll. Parker also agreed. It seems that only the vice president has met the president in person. Before finishing his sentence, Stu rushed past Parker at lightning speed. Parker called out in panic. Team leader. Stu kept running. I am heading to the central market. Suddenly, his foot slipped and came to a halt. Stu turned around to face them. He expressed to Breen, the plants in the garden are very grateful and love him. Breen was astonished. He stuttered. Really? The bright yellow flowers in the sunlight that Stu mentioned. The jingle tree behind him. He listed them all, including the flower that Neju stepped on. Stu sincerely said, it is like he wants to listen to them. They also want to tell him that. Breen gently touched his chest. He felt extremely moved. Saying that, Stu turned his back and left. Goodbye. The 4 of them walked down the bustling street, crowded with people, leading with Stu. Behind him were Neju, followed by Parker, Lina, and Jen. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed. Stu's face was somber. Cold sweat ran down his cheeks. His hand tightly gripped the scroll of instructions. Stu was extremely tense. The whispering sounds kept jostling in his head, making Stu even more confused. If I want to find the president among this crowd, I need to read everyone's thoughts. Stu exhaled heavily. Suddenly, something flashed by, so fast it left Stu stunned. The thoughts of everyone kept murmuring in his ears. It is so hot. It is really crowded here. If I stick this out, surely no one will notice. Right, from the inner thoughts of the street vendor to the harsh criticism of a street food dish. Hey, just taking a look does not cost anything. Come see the goods, please grill this and wash my dress. Stu tightly closed his eyes, trying to focus all his attention to search. No, just a bit more. Suddenly, from deep within an alley, a voice echoed. He struggled to read each word. 1. A name flashed in Stu's mind. He jolted. 1. Stu's eyes widened in surprise. At the same time, a stream of blood flowed from his nose. Nezu worriedly said, Stu, your nose is bleeding. He wiped it with his hand and reassured. It is okay. Nezu burst into tears. You are bleeding. How can you be okay? But Stu did not respond further. He stared blankly at the scene before him. Stu thought firmly. Found it. Immediately, Stu ran toward that direction, while his teammates were left behind calling out, Stu. The stalls selling vegetables lined up came into view. Stu's footsteps slowed before finally stopping. He was standing in front of a stall selling various plants. A voice came from inside the stall. Hello, a girl with blonde hair appeared. She smiled, gently placed a box of cuttings down on the table. Do you want to buy a fruit? She asked. Or are you buying for yourself? Stu thought. The president's doll. Then he presented the note directly to the point. I came to find President Ke. 1. The girl did not respond. Her smile grew brighter. Stu felt a bit confused. Questioning himself, is not she here? But clearly, I just sensed it. Suddenly, the light sound of metal clinking and touching each other echoed clearly in Stu's ears, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. A cute pink hairpin was clipped into Stu's hair, and he gaped, catching sight of someone's small hands darting down. Here, the voice immediately spoke up, a reward for finding me. Please accept it. Now. She was sitting cross-legged on a wooden plank of the counter, facing Stu, who greeted her, pleased to meet you. President K smiled, placing a hand on her chest to introduce herself. The president of the Ignis Association. Stu was momentarily stunned. He had not finished his sentence when another loud voice interrupted, cutting into the conversation. Master. Jen happily laughed, excitedly running toward them, unable to hold back. Master. She smiled so happily that her cheeks involuntarily flushed pink. Both Parker and Lena were shocked, their mouths agape. He spoke in a soft tone. She smiled. Jen quickly rushed over and hugged Kai tightly. It was at this moment that Stu found a moment to introduce himself. After wandering after leaving my hometown, the association has helped me a lot. Although it is a bit abrupt, I want to thank you. Kay gently stroked Jen's back as the two girls continued to embrace each other emotionally. Kay smiled at him and replied, Good. Our Ignis Association also owes you quite a bit. Stu was slightly confused, but I am a member of the association. President. Kay suddenly opened her eyes wide in surprise. Then she smiled again. I was wrong. The captain is an important member of Ignis. Thank you for enlightening me. Kay gently stepped off the plank, walking down to the floor. In a moment, she stood facing Stowe, her petite frame looking up at him. Do you have anything to ask? I have prepared everything. Just waiting for you. He wondered, why appoint me to this position? Upon hearing this question, Kay suddenly clapped her hands. Good question. That is also the reason I came to meet you. She suggested to Stu that it is not good for outsiders to hear, so he should use the characteristics of a captain, and he seemed puzzled, the characteristic being Kay nodding slightly, indicating agreement with his thoughts. Stu stood silently in place, ready to use his mind-reading ability. The space around him gradually darkened, and the sounds of rustling echoed faintly in his ears from afar. At that moment, it was just the two of them in that space. Kay began to speak. She spoke in a soft yet very determined voice. Wanting to protect him, Kai envisioned the image of those with special abilities and continued. Our association was formed to help those with abilities. Ignis's wings had once protected many with powers. She pointed her finger at Stowe. Among them, the position of the president was created to protect you. Because a long time ago, Kay suddenly placed that finger in front of her mouth. She smiled meaningfully. Having also known an existence with powers just like yours, Stowe was astonished by what he just heard. Kay began to recount. A long time ago, it was said that dragons had left this world, but two remained. Stu curiously asked, who are they? She replied, one was dead, and the other was the Dragon King Sohanan. You could call him the last dragon. Kay smiled gently, her gaze still directed at Stu as she concluded. Until we learned about you. He was startled. Meaning? That person? Kay warned, Stu, stay away from Sohanan. She pointed directly at him again. I understand how you feel right now. You must be wanting to meet him. However, you must never be curious or seek him out. Do you understand? Sohanan does not know about your existence. If he knew that another dragon is in this world. Stu remained completely silent upon hearing Kai's next statement. He would definitely destroy you. An image of an ancient castle hidden deep within the mountains appeared. She had not finished speaking. Fortunately, Sohanan does not live in the Reberazan Empire. Kay smiled softly, then spread her hands. Captain Stowe, for those reasons, from now on I will accompany you. He suddenly clenched his hands. The paper inside crumpled. Why? Stu could not understand and questioned. Am I worthy? I do not know what kind of existence I am. Why would the president place the entire association's hopes on me? Kay lifted her foot and walked closer to him. The ground beneath her seemed like water, rippling in circles. You still do not know your worthiness. Kai smiled and added. However, remember one thing. I have never done anything disadvantageous for myself. The smile on Kai's face grew warmer. Until they had escaped that space. Kai suddenly thought, but in time you will know the answer. She cheerfully continued. Anyway, it seems like you still do not fully understand what I said. Sko pondered, his green eyes staring at her while he remained silent for a long time. Not responding to her, Kai immediately turned and left. Go back and rest. I allow it. As she turned back, Parker and Lena were startled. They quickly bowed, showing their respect. As she said her farewell, her hand waved in a gesture of goodbye. I will see you soon, Captain. A few days later, in a beautiful neighborhood quietly nestled in the valley, a worried voice rose from a house. Sko has been asleep for several days now. Nezu sat on the bed where Sko was still sound asleep. It sat across from Suki and sadly asked, what should we do? It turned its head to look at him. Should I wake him up? Sko continued to breathe steadily in his sleep, showing no signs of waking up soon. Suki wagged its tail continuously, then suddenly jumped up. It responded on his bed, its big round eyes silently watching every unexpected movement as Suki looked towards Nezu, who was anxiously behind it. Then it shook its head signaling no. Nezu understood and softly replied, okay. Suki's eyes were still fixed on Sko. Its mind was in turmoil, but continuing like this was very dangerous. Its gaze was distant and very uncertain. Who could help now? One by one, people flashed through Suki's mind. First Lena and Parker. That muscle-brained Lina would definitely not understand its intentions, so Avian would be a better choice. After thinking for a moment, it immediately turned its head away, its mind still racing. Suddenly, at that moment, Sko sat up, looked at Suki, and spoke. It is okay, Suki. The sky outside had turned to twilight. Sko spoke. Sorry for sleeping so long. Both Nezu and Suki hugged him tightly. Nezu's voice was sniffly. That is great. I thought you would sleep forever due to illness. Uhuru was also brightly standing beside them. And I thought you would hibernate for me. Now it is good. Nezu was crying louder, blushing not knowing how to handle it, and could only try to comfort them. Suddenly, Sko stood up and hugged Suki, which startled Nezu. Sko. He reached out to grab his coat. This action worried Uhuru. It reminded, hey, the sun is set. Where are you planning to go? It is already late. Just rest some more. Sko replied nonchalantly. I am going to find food. Suki suddenly interrupted, emphasizing, you have a fever. Suki asked further, is it okay to do that? Sko suddenly paused and looked down at Suki in his arms. He hesitated for a moment, Suddenly feeling a chill, a loud knocking sound came from outside. Sko looked towards the source of the noise. He walked over to open the door. Who is it? Suki quickly jumped down from his hands. It was Kai. She smiled brightly and handed a piece of paper to him. There is mail. But then Kai suddenly paused and was a bit surprised to see Sko at that moment. His face was flushed from sleep deprivation. Also gaping at her, Kai panicked and lowered the hand that was offering the paper. It seems like I came a bit early. Huh. She tucked the paper into her bag, temporarily not talking about work anymore. Sko hesitated. Interesting. Kai immediately interrupted his unfinished sentence, changing the subject. So where are you planning to go? Sko put on his cloak and followed behind Kai. I want to go to the canteen, Kai happily replied. Then let us go. The food there is the best. Following him were Nezu holding Uhuru and Suki. She recalled the delicious dishes at the canteen, then suddenly wondered, to be honest, I want to go there more often. But every time I go there, I always draw unnecessary attention. Uhuru looked at Kai's sparkling outfit and replied, do you want to know why? It did not wait to be asked and immediately said, wear normal clothes. Are my clothes really that strange? Uhuru's answer was definitely mischievous. Super strange. However, Kai just smiled and continued, but we can't change it. It is curious. Why? She shrugged, because this outfit is very expensive. Uhuru replied, well, just do what you like. It looked at Kai's flashy appearance and added, besides, a child dressed like this attracts a lot of attention. People are always drawn to strange things. In the bustling cafeteria, filled with whispers, Kai called out, here, eat plenty. In front of them were plates piled high with food. From bread, pasta, vegetables, and meat all stacked like mountains. Sko was concerned, but I can't eat this much, she replied with a smile while resting her chin on her hand. I am just telling you to eat a lot. I am not forcing you to finish this pile. Kai glanced at Suki. Scheming, the whole person too. Suki felt uncomfortable, her face clearly showing her displeasure. Sko looked down at the food on the table and thought to herself, indeed, she knows a lot. He dipped the spoon into the soup. The sound of the clink rang lightly. Sko's mind was in turmoil. The golden dragon soup. He scooped up a spoonful of liquid soup and thought, I do not think this name simply comes from the color. Sko suddenly looked up and called, President. Kai was eating. She was startled to look at him. Just call me Kai. I do not want my identity to be exposed. If possible. Sko understood and continued to ask, I see, Kai. How do you know about dragons? Kai suddenly burst out laughing. I was just thinking about what you were pondering. Curious. Huh. Sko replied softly, yes. Kai, while holding chopsticks and flipping a grilled fish, added, it seems personal issues are weighing heavily on you. She lightly poked the fish with her chopsticks. Then, holding one piece in each hand, she split the fish apart. Nothing wrong here. The fish was quickly separated into two, the bones skillfully removed completely. Kai brought the plate of fish in front of Suki. She continued, it is just information I have learned in my long life. She stared at the plate of fish for a moment, then she forcefully knocked the plate of fish away, letting out a small sound of dissatisfaction. Nizu, who was eating bread next to her, spoke up, Suki does not like fish. When did Suki climb onto Nezu's shoulder? Kai replied, I thought cats like to eat fish. Do not they? She explained slowly. That is just a stereotype. You have understood well. I see. Then Kai immediately used what just happened as an example. As you can see, even I have things I do not know. Kai poked the knife into the bread. Living long only means I have experienced more. So what I know about you could also be wrong. Suddenly, her hand tightened as if in anger and she stabbed the knife down hard. However, Kai's face darkened extremely dangerously. I am sure that Hong Long Su Hanan is the enemy. She lifted the knife stuck in the bread. Moreover, Kai awkwardly informed Sko. Starting tomorrow, I plan to join the support team. You were a bit surprised. Does the team have Parker? Kai set the knife down on the table. Yes. To support you, not as president but as Kai. Sko simply responded with a short word without adding anything else. Understood. After finishing up, Kai prepared to leave. She placed her hand on the doorknob and said goodbye. Enjoy. See you tomorrow. Nezu smiled and turned to look at Sko. Let us finish eating. Okay. You quickly declined. Well, just eat slowly. Later we still have to go for a walk. A while later, the sky was darkening. The atmosphere was filled with the characteristic golden-red hues of twilight. In a spacious courtyard, Sko, Nizu, Uhuru, and Suki were taking a stroll together. This courtyard is special like a zoo, with all kinds of animals living together. There are rabbits playing, bears, and horses drinking water from a lakeside. And below, there is a little duck swimming slowly. Sko witnessed this scene and felt it was strange. The same species could develop differently according to their environment. He instinctively looked down and was stunned to discover that the voice was coming from a cute little bear cat. Sko looked at it in confusion and pressed the button to ask,